We are live on 2 out of 5 platforms. We are live on 3 and 4 out of 5 platforms. And as I look over here, I see that we are, in fact, LIVE live on 5 out of 5 platforms. That's right, folks. I am talking about Hunter Biden's laptops on YouTube, Pocket Locker 86 on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and Facebook. And today we have a very important program going on. Number one, we're going to celebrate having 300 plus subs. Number two, what was number two? Oh, yeah. I can't be calm with this creationist no more. Y'all asking too much of me. Number three, we're going to prep for our debate with Ken Hovind because it's only 5 days away, folks. We got to get busy. We can't be playing around no more. We can't be sitting around with the jibber jabber. Can't be sitting around all day with the jibber jabber. We got a motherfucking U.S. title defense to prepare for. And on top of that, we got to start a new channel. And I'm going to tell y'all about the plan to take over the internet following some good advice from Derek from Myth Vision Podcast. Now, I know that normally a lot of you guys are coming through to celebrate and to have a good time and to have some fun. But no. Pocket Locker's live and the motherfucking gang is not here. And it's time to call y'all out. You atheist, creatard Bible nerds. That's right. I said atheist, creatard Bible nerds would rather watch Rebecca be a moron. You'd rather watch Rebecca watching old footage of Rebecca being dumb about evolution while she continues to be dumb about evolution. It's all good because it's the internet. And you free to do what you want, and I own this bitch. We are taking over the internet. Rebecca is leasing some space, and she is free to broadcast as much as she would like, whenever she would like, whatever she would like. But I'm just saying, you atheists need to be called out because it's very, very clear to me from the numbers, I can do math, I finished grad school, that you guys would much rather, you guys think Rebecca, maybe she's smarter than I am. Maybe it's that she's better looking than I am. Maybe it's just that you guys find her more entertaining than me. Maybe I'm not that sexy of a boy. Maybe I'm just, I got to get my bread of life on. Oh, your trigger warning. Yeah. What up, Nidamos? What's up? I see y'all. Look, I'm going to talk a little bit about Rebecca. She been calling me out. We going to see what she's talking about because you know she's talking about some nonsense. And then the audacity of Rebecca to be like, oh, well, Jay's scared of me. I am live every day, and she has not tried to call in this show not one time. I am live every single day, and she's not called into this show not one time. So maybe even Otangelo is less afraid than Rebecca is. And then Otangelo says, she has content. You just rant. I like ranting. Otangelo, I should time you out for not understanding that ranting is the point of this channel. This is what I started this for. So I can rant and rave and be an angry black man. That's right, Otangelo. Go deal with that. What you gonna do? You gonna tell me I can't be an angry black man? You got a problem, bruh? You got a problem? What, you gonna get your little white ass on my show and bring your little white ass and call in and then sit here and tell me that I can't be an angry black man living in this motherfucking America with motherfuckers like you running around disrespecting my expertise? Man, please, let's start this fucked up ass show.
Ready for takeoff?
Zach. Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax in my conscience. Brian James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Put the John on them jets cause we wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve them at the minute, just the front, nigga.
Alright, y'all need to get up. Get about your seats.
You
get your
have
steps
lost
in. Stop
your
being a bunch
mind.
of lazy atheists. Fitness time.
Homosexuality should be a crime.
Jesus size. Homosexuality should be a crime.
They ought to take all the homosexuals and put them all on a boat and give them enough gas to get halfway out in the middle of the ocean and let them
follow me with this, guys. If we made heterosexuality a crime, then heterosexual sex could be illegal.
There's no way to stop the truth.
Then every time you have heterosexual sex, you could be sinning. You know what I'm talking about? Think about it, atheists. If we really just want to sin,
it's both.
We should outlaw
because we can purge out all the sissies
and homosexuality
and purge out all the fair weather Christians.
That way, everybody who wants to just sin, all you gotta do is have sex.
Because we're supposed to be
you
treating them lovingly and respect.
I'm kind of jealous.
Even though the Bible says
I'm writing a letter to my congressman right now.
I mean, I know some of you guys are enjoying it, so don't act like I'm all alone up here.
Email.
Some of you thumbed up some of those comments too, didn't you? I'm just saying, look, you know,
Dear Congressperson, I have been, hang on, let me make sure you guys can hear me. Dear Congressperson, I have been considering issues of gender and sexuality. Please outlaw all forms of human-to-human sex. Send. All right, great. Guys, really important civic work I'm doing out here in these streets. Sorry I had to take care of that. I had to email my congressperson, let them know that, it's really not fair to only discriminate against LGBT people. You know, we straight people are having it too easy. It's just no fun. Let's talk about Rebecca. Hey, Rebecca.
Except that Paul doesn't say any about that in his credentials when he himself gives his own credentials in Philippians 3 and Galatians and Romans.
Well, sure he did, as persecuting the church, right? As persecuting.
Where are we going with this?
Guys, where are we going with this?
I don't
guys,
need
where's
two
this show
Christians
going?
in here arguing.
Does anybody,
guys,
our show's an atheist fever dream.
I'm sorry.
Does anybody know where this show is actually going?
Disagreement.
Is there, somebody tell me, is there actually a plan for this stream?
That's the end of it.
Or is this just a bunch of random ranting?
About it. Seriously, this is absolutely...
Guys, guess in the chat. Is there a plan for this show, or are we just going to rant all day?
That was raised, Rebecca. You raised it.
It's related to the statement that was raised, Rebecca. Rob, delete your channel.
For instance, go back to the Book of Corinthians.
Oh my God, Rob, delete your channel, bro. Please. Please delete your channel.
Remain silent.
Oh my goodness.
Shut up. Doctrinal standards. The women were over talking the message.
I'd rather watch Tangela
standing up and saying, "What does that mean, preacher?"
Shut up! Shut up! Will you shut up? Shut up! Shut!
And a woman can't teach over me.
And a woman can't teach over me. Amen.
So there's an order.
Woo! Sparks are coming. Sparks are coming.
Y'all think if I show up to bread and live stream today, it's gonna be sparks are coming.
Unless you're planning on going into my kitchen and slapping some ham between 2 slices of bread, this conversation is over.
All right, I got one more for y'all. What up? What up, Lena?
Hey, bro, you have to know. You have to.
Guys, D'Angelo said I haven't shown my expertise. He said I failed to show my expertise. What you guys think about that? That's really funny.
Fucking adult, bro.
Fuck what you talking about.
In terms of reality.
Bro, you gotta act like a fucking adult, bro.
And not the fucking myopic, fucking little, fucking
juvenile
worldview.
Juvenile.
Christians. Whoever fucking talks next while I'm talking is out. Fucking, okay?
Oh, yeah, but I kick people out.
If I get interrupted, you're gone.
What's going on with you? What are you talking about?
Tangelo, I don't see you saying this to LPP. All LPP does is kick people out that he don't agree with.
Language.
Like I said,
why don't you criticize LPP, Tangelo?
I ain't playing with your ass. Don't call up and play with me.
Go, play with the children. Okay?
Go play with the children.
You the devil.
Fucking
Ron Hubbard is the true God.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
If you can't handle the
what up, Race Crown?
The heat, then don't come.
Nope, I'm not better than you at iRacing. And Race Crown, I got a new channel, link in description. What up, Cloud? Cloud, my new channel called Casino Theater and Arcade, bro. I'll be over there covering iRacing, Gran Turismo, esports. Y'all don't know, my boy Cloud is an esports guy. Y'all think Cloud crazy. Cloud is crazy. Cloud, you a crazy fucking Christian snitch, fed working rat that works for the feds, and you be snitching on people. Not snitching on people, but helping the government, enforce the law and shit. We don't really like that. But y'all don't know, Cloud my teammate, y'all. Me and Cloud been cool since really before anybody even knew about this stream, right? We used to just kick it. So that's Cloud, y'all. He kind of like a Rebel Naz or a Blessed Be He, except I actually like him. And he used to hoop with me. He my friend. Cloud, just don't call me when I'm live, bro. As long as you don't call my phone when I'm live, because I'm not going to answer the phone because I'm live, then we good, bro. But yeah, come over to the casino, bro. We've been doing this esports thing for real. You got to come join us over there. All right, y'all, let's get into this fucked up ass show.
Please welcome your host.
I got you.
The wise man of the sacred.
Well, Cloud, I'm glad you're working at a cargo ramp and you done left that Fed work alone, bro. Real niggas gotta leave that Fed work alone. You know what I'm talking about?
Wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology.
That's a lot of entertaining motherfuckers.
He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself. Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by Pine Creek, the most high apostle, the cult of the flying man. He is none other than the outlaw prince, the one and only Jesus, who can save us. Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker BUNDY!
I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. Are y'all ready to go? Oh, that mic flip though. Can I get some love on that mic flip though?
I'm not your boy toy.
Let's get it. I make them hot. I make the retard shiver. Their knees get weak. Whenever I'm around, they see me walk. They hear me talk. Rebecca feel like her God ain't real, 'cause I'm a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just the U.S. champ. U.S. champ. I'm not a fucking chump. Fucking chump. Let's get it.
Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy.
Yeah, and get it. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Boy toy. Ooh, that's my jam. That's my jam. That's my jam. By the way, when are you gonna do that match, Pocket? What match are you talking about, boy? Jay's Clown Girl, I'm just the smexy boy. Let's go. The champ is here. Yeah, Cloud, we got it. Yo, Cloud, join my Discord, bro, and leave me a message in the Discord. People that know when you need somebody to remember something, you got to put it in the Discord. That way, there's a permanent record of it. Y'all love the entrance hype. I really appreciate it. Appreciate it. Here's what we're going to do, y'all. We don't know what happened to Cliff today, but that's all right. We got to prepare for Kent Hovind, so we're going to get into that. We also, tonight, we're gaming with the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. That's right, the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club has to do wise man duties. Now, on top of that, since we are celebrating 300 subs, we can have a little bit of fun with Rebecca's cognitive dissonance, all right? But first, we got to catch a vibe. We can't just jump straight into the creatardness. I was going to play some R&B Brown and chill for you guys. Something fun, something interesting, something lighthearted, something relevant to social and current events. You know, the things that are happening in the world now. But no. What do all my atheist friends want to do? What do all my left-leaning liberal friends want to do? Oh, they want to go watch The Creationist. Oh, yeah, Jay, they're going to be real disappointed if you don't watch The Creationist. Oh, they want to watch The Creationist Bible tarts. Oh, they want to read the Bible, and they want to hear Rebecca read the Bible and sing some Jesus hymns and, you know, tell atheists that their worldview doesn't work and tell people that mutations are bad and evolution doesn't work. Oh, no, they don't want to arm Brown and chill. No. They don't want no iRacing, no Capcom Pro Fighters, no GTA, no PS4. Y'all want to make a video? No, Jay. We want to check out The Creationist. We want to watch The Creationist. Fuck these creationists. All right, look, y'all, I'm going to play one song for y'all, okay? And then I'm gonna do my monologue, and then we'll go see what these creatards are up to. And if the creatards aren't live when I'm done, or if I've missed a very important point that the creatards made, does this face look like it cares? Does this face look like I'm trying to take in new information from creatards? Does this face look like I see creationists as must-see TV? Come on, y'all. I'm going to rant about that right after this. But first, we're going to link up with the gang. Catch a vibe time.
Your attention, please. Please do not smoke.
Please smoke in the terminal.
Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas.
This is the specified smoking area.
Oh yeah, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Oh yeah, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Let's get it. Oh yeah, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Oh yeah, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
Oh yeah, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I made that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang. And we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight. Cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day. They still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain. Cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane and go get this money with them. Yeah, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Oh yeah, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Oh yeah, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Oh yeah, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
Guys, it's so hard. Let's go.
Get the bag with the gang. Taking that Zach to the bank.
Yes.
Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid. You think that should change?
Cameron
Not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about saying. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown.
Can't fuck around with the fuck around.
Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow.
Second.
I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
Oh yeah, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Oh yeah, I draw up the plate.
Cloud, I saw that he was on Raw, but I didn't watch Raw. I don't watch Raw. It's too much TV. I mostly watch pay-per-views. But yeah, everything's going great now with Triple H. WWE is exciting again. It's time to become wrestling fans again. Yeah, it's time to return to wrestling fandom. That's right, y'all. Vince McMahon is gone. Melody Joy, 250,000 pockets. Uh-oh. I just did something bad. I just did something bad. Yeah, I think I accidentally blocked Melody Joy. Hang on a sec.
Lock it up.
No, we good. Also, my Discord link expired. I don't know, but what? Oh yeah, maybe the one on. Nah, you good, Melody. Maybe the one on Twitch or something, crowd. On the page, yeah, the one on the YouTube. I'll fix the one on Twitch. That's because when I had to get a new link, and when I got a new link, Twitch suspended my account. If Twitch don't want me to have expired Discord links, maybe Twitch should suspend my account for a week on some bullshit. But here's the Discord link. That's the actual Discord link. All right, here, let me go. I'll show. We'll go ahead and try to take care of that on Twitch. Back from a kush coma. You can still smell the aroma. Like shoulder. She do it like she do it for diploma. Yeah. She free. No teeth. And then I got a monologue. This is all interfering with monologue time. Also, I don't want to hear myself on Twitch. No more, no me on Twitch. Also, I'm gonna change the whole aesthetic of my Twitch page. I haven't done it in a while. To be honest, most of my viewers are on YouTube, but I do keep the Twitch active because we gonna grow on Twitch. Oh, trust me, it's just a matter of time. But what happened was I started as a Twitch streamer. Everything stayed super small. I went over to YouTube. Things have kind of started to grow a lot on YouTube, and yeah, so, you know, now we're merging and we've got to be on both. All right, so let's go ahead. Look, y'all, here's the rules channel. I create an invite. No, yeah, just copy the link. I don't want to create a new one.
Blanco, what up?
Nope. All right, hang on a sec. I gotta find the current Discord link. What's the fastest way for me to do this? Invite people. Nigga, I'm focused. Too many dates to ever feel hopeless, and I made a lane on my own. Run it up, run it up. I don't know if that's gonna make the other one expire. All right, guys, I'm gonna deal with Discord links later, honestly, because they're just kind of a pain in the ass, and I don't really give a shit. Cloud, join the Discord. And no, that's not Black rapping. That's my cousin. Black is Black. See, I told y'all, me and Cloud were 2K teammates. Black is one of our 2K teammates who's also a rapper. Who's so dope, man. I miss that guy. I used to spend every day of my life with my niggas, and I miss my niggas. Where's Black? Where's Eazy-E? How come of all my fucking teammates, Cloud is the only one that's still around? What happened to the real niggas on the squad, Cloud? Cloud, we had a whole team of real niggas. We had a squad about 5 to 8 deep at all times. Mostly real niggas, couple of white boys, and Cloud. The fuck happened to the gang? Where's the gang? It's time to link up with the gang. It's too terrifying. All right, guys, look, y'all make me fuck with this Discord shit. We gonna have to really deal with this shit. Let me think for a second. I gotta think. Oh, it's such a pain in my ass. We have a Discord link. All right, I know what to do. I gotta log into the fucking Pocket Locker 86 account, Blase and the Glavinoids, so we can log into the correct fucking this thing and then set up the fucking commands. Also, if you're watching on Hunter Biden's laptops, come to Pocket Locker 86 because y'all ain't getting shit on Hunter Biden's laptops, and I am not running 2 bots and 2 stores and 2 loyalty systems every stream. Those days are bye-bye. You got to come with the cool kids. You got to get with Pocket Locker 86, and then when I leave Pocket Locker 86, you got to go to the casino. Y'all want loyalty points? Y'all got to be loyal and watch where I'm at. All right, let's see these commands. Blase Discord. Let's check it. So I don't want to hear no bitching from everybody. The Discord link's expired. The Discord link didn't work. There it is. Boom, all up in your face. All right, you continue to Discord. Look, it says Pocket Locker 86 is boom. You go right there, boom. Where does it take you? Welcome back. Boy, all right, let's see. All right, cool. I'm gonna just pretend this works. I don't know, dog. What are y'all really annoying? Because it's gonna be a pain in the ass because I'm the motherfucking head of the server. Look, takes you right to the rules page. And all you got to do is you go right to that rules page, you click the pen, you become a guest. Look, I even took the time to enter my fucking password, to log in and check the shit. So look, that's the correct link. It's in the Discord command. It's also on a timer, right? There's a little timer that goes off. It drops, Myron Bot drops it in the chat for y'all. This is how me and Myron Bot do our thing. I program them. I got to be like, Myron Bot, when you drop the damn Discord link, that's the one to drop. All right, now Blase and the Glavinoids, we got to go over to the Pocket Locker 86 channel.
Oh no, sorry. We got to go over to the Pocket Locker 86 Twitch, because I think this is what Cloud is talking about. What Cloud is talking about is that the Discord link in the Twitch panel, which is actually clickable. It's a nice link. By the way, y'all should really watch on Twitch. I'll be trying to tell people this. People are YouTube nerds, so they really don't, hear me when I say that. But the reason is, y'all, is because everything is in one place on Twitch. We don't have a bunch of channels for people to jump back and forth between. A lot of y'all don't have the Twitch. You don't have like you got YouTube Premium or whatever, and if you don't have Twitch Prime, you might get a commercial on your way in or whatever the fuck. But if you have Amazon Prime or Twitch Prime or any of those things, Twitch is a place to go. You can watch everything in one place. The other thing is, on Twitch, the stream is much faster. The turnaround time is about a third of what it is on YouTube. Normally on YouTube, you're running with at least a 6 to 7 second delay. The delay on Twitch is about 2 seconds. And so it's not my fault. It's not my preference. It's not the way I want the world to be. But it is, in fact, the case. Why is it not letting me edit my panels? Oh, because I'm not logged in. It is, in fact, the case that the Twitch stream is more interactive. It's just the way it is. It's a faster turnaround time. It's much more interactive. Also, Twitch is just meant for streaming, and YouTube is meant for videos. So it is what it is. I'm not gonna lecture you guys on that. We've been through this a bunch of times. I from time to time will ask the mods, say, hey mods, if you really want to do me a solid, and you've got Twitch Prime or Amazon Prime, and it lets you get the Twitch premium features or whatever, go ahead and watch from Twitch. That will encourage other people to go over there. But, I'm not too worried about it. We will let people, find the stream wherever they want to watch it. Guys, you can also watch the stream on Facebook and Twitter, right? We're live on Facebook and Twitter. The only reason I don't make a big deal about watching it on Facebook and Twitter is because most of you guys are already on YouTube or Twitch. And I also find that the Facebook and Twitter thing's a little bit less interactive because it doesn't have a live chat or whatever, right? And there's not a lot of people over there watching it. But every once in a while, you'll see a restream chat come through from Facebook. I've seen some. I don't know if I've seen anybody come in from Twitter. I don't think you can send messages on Twitter. So one of them you can message on, the other one you can't. But anyway, we're available everywhere, right? But my personal experience through my testing and stuff like that is Twitch. I used to always monitor the stream from Twitch. Nowadays, I watch it on the Pocket Locker 86 YouTube channel, and then I switch over and watch the Casino YouTube channel. But if you don't want to do that jump and that back and forth, go over to Pocket Locker 86 on Twitch. You'll see everything in one place. Shout out to all my Twitch fans. Appreciate you for coming through, Cloud. Shout out to cousin OG Roddy, right? When OG Roddy watches the stream, he watches it from Twitch. He's a gamer. He's on Twitch already. So yeah, I love both communities. I'm super excited. I don't talk about it a lot, but a big reason why we use Restream is so we can be live on YouTube and Twitch and all these other platforms at the same time. So love you guys for finding the channel all these different ways. I've been rambling for a bit. I want to catch more vibe. So I'm going to play another OG Roddy song. After that, I'm going to do a monologue. Then we're going to jump in and check on Rebecca. I'll hang out for as long as I feel like trolling and triggering people over there. And if I either get too triggered myself or just get bored, we'll move on to something else. And then we'll get ready for our Kent Hovind debate. I'm going to break down the strategy for the Kent Hovind debate. I'm going to tell you guys what I want to do. I'm going to send out an email to Donnie asking for details about the format. I'm going to start working on my presentation. And then I'm going to talk to you guys also about how I'm going to be taking advantage of some of the great advice. Derek Lambert from Myth Vision Podcast. Also the Derek Lambert channel, guys. Go subscribe to both of Derek's channel. The Derek Lambert channel. D-E-R-E-K. Lambert. Last name, capital L-A-M-B-E-R-T. Derek Lambert. Also Myth Vision Podcast. He's been giving us a lot of great advice. A lot of you guys know Derek. A lot of you guys are huge fans of Derek. So I'm going to talk about some of the things I've been learning from Derek, how we're going to put them into action, and what that means for the channel. So hope you guys enjoy. Let me go ahead and let's put the music back up for a little bit.
I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing yet.
This song is a banger, but I'd want to hear it from the beginning. And I don't know if I want to pull it back or go to Shy to Jur's Pull Up. For some reason, I'm going to go Shy to Jur's Pull Up. We're going to be playing the OG Roddy. I love this music. No competition. Niggas ain't zagging yet. Actually, fuck it. We already listened to No Competition. Let's just pull it back. Let's pull it back. Let's go. No skips.
Gamer boy, gamer boy, gamer boy, gamer boy.
Oh, my cousin music fire. And of course, if it's on the Essentials playlist, that's why it's on the Essentials playlist. That's what he's curated just to give you his personal selection. So everything on here is fire, and it's meant to just give you a little bit of a preview as to the fuller projects that you can get at itsairplanemode.com. Also Bandcamp. Let's go, cuz.
Bigger than me, bigger than you. You know what I mean? You know what you gotta do, then do it. You always making excuses, we ain't got time for no excuses. You gotta get it, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't let nobody hold you back. Don't about that negativity, suggestions, fuck all that shit, my nigga. Yeah.
No competition. We hard as fuck and positive. We here to inspire and motivate people, but we keep it hard as fuck. That's how we do it on the East Coast.
You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you.
Before we pull up and embarrass you.
No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous.
Come on, creationists.
You niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid.
Otangelo, Rebecca, Sal, William Lane Craig, Ken Hovind, Capturing Christianity, all you creatards. Tell your homie stop gassing ya. We gon' pull up and embarrass ya. The fuck's wrong with y'all? Cultifying man in this bitch. It's no competition. You niggas ain't zagging yet. What? No excuses. We out here. We done linked up with the gang. Now we gon' pull up and embarrass you.
I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you.
Before we pull up and embarrass you.
No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you.
It's no competition. You niggas be lying about how you be feeling. Saying you Jordan, you not even Pippen. Or Rodman when he was with
That's Henny. He started in a rap duo called OG Henny. My cousin is OG Roddy. This is Henny. That's his tag team partner. Love Henny. Shout out to Henny. I'm a huge fan.
Holding you back. I wasted some time, I never get back.
Had the privilege of meeting him, chilling with the crew, link up with the gang.
Be bitching, it's just to be seen and put on the map. I only know some niggas who know how to spin up a check and get it right back.
No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell the homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit.
Now, to be honest with you, Cameron, I pulled up on her stream a little earlier. I heard her talking about mutations don't work, and she's reviewing. Plus, I gotta remember this how it go, dog. It ain't really like that. Like, really, Rebecca doing Rebecca. Like, I'm doing me. Like, y'all gotta remember, in my world, like, we can't really trip over them, y'all. Like, we really can't hold ourselves up. Like, I gotta remember, they on some bullshit, we on some real shit, right? So we can't over-invest in their bullshit because it's just a distraction from our real shit, right? So it's like, they gonna be sitting on that anti-evolution nonsense every day, right? So we only fuck with it, you know, to get our kicks off a little here and there, maybe make some content, show up for a new audience, you know, remind people in her audience that we out here and they should really be watching us instead. And mostly just to start fights. You know, I just want to fight. I'm a word wrestler. I just want to fight. I don't know why everybody else wants to talk and have conversations. I'm a word wrestler. They don't pay me to talk to people. They pay me to fight. Pay me to fight with my words. But yeah, we got, you know what I mean? Like, they gonna do that shit every day. So like every time, you know what I'm saying? Imagine if I was going to teach my class or I gotta work on papers, y'all. We gotta build brains. Like, we have actual research to do on this channel. You see what I'm saying? And so we gotta keep them in bite-sized chunks because we can't be sitting here like, y'all, I gotta code all day. And then we're like, oh, but Pocket, you know, Sal said evolution is bullshit. Yeah, that's what Sal does every day. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Oh, you made a comment about me and she addressed it. Hey, and she's not disrespecting my Oh, see, Cameron, now, see, I needed you to elaborate. Thank you, sir. Now that you done elaborated, we see that this bitch is trying to put some asses in seats and make this a personal issue. Oh, yeah. I needed to know that. So just scratch everything. I was wrong, y'all. Y'all know I'm not an infallible leader. I was wrong. I changed my mind. Scratch everything I said. Send me a timestamp. I'm going to need a timestamp. Yeah, I'm going to need a timestamp. Also, it's the perfect time to transition to the rant of the day. Today's monologue. You know, fuck, Stephen Colbert, y'all. All of my monologues are the pure, wonderfully crafted monologues that he does, and they're his meanwhile shit show segments rolled into one. Right, my shit is high-level monologue, shit show meanwhile rant, smashed together into, what do we call it, a wonderful atheist fever dream, you know? All right, now, y'all. The main title of this, and this is the main rant of the day, and it really ain't gonna take a lot of time, but I'll probably take my time with it anyway. I can't keep my cool with creationists, but maybe you can. Oh, you haven't watched it? Okay, we gonna pick it up. We'll find it. We gonna find it. We gonna dig in that crate and find it, Cameron. Even if we join her live and then go back or whatever, we gonna figure this out. We'll work it. Don't worry. But this monologue's very important. And even before I deal with her or Tangelo or Ken or any of these other fucktards, we gotta have this conversation, y'all. It's a very important conversation we're about to have right now. So let me put it to y'all like this. When I say I can't keep my cool with creationists, I don't mean it's physically impossible for me to. I don't mean I'm not mature enough to. I don't mean I don't have the self-control and the restraint. I don't mean I'm, off my meds and I just can't resist going into pro wrestling mode or whatever bullshit people want to think it's about. Okay, it's not that I can't sit here and play it straight. But it's just, quite honestly, I don't want to and you can't make me. People feel differently about the people in their lives. And the people in my life feel differently about themselves than I feel about them. So let's talk about this very directly. Let's just work with this framework. I can't keep my cool with creationists with the sort of, disclaimers that I put up front set aside for the remainder of this monologue. Why should I want to keep my cool with creationists? And before it's a rhetorical question. I don't want you to actually answer that because I'm here to tell you why I don't want to keep my cool with creationists, right? I get why I should. Let's table all that. Here's why I don't want to. I need to create a hypothetical, and I've created so many of these. I just need to pick one and go with it. For the purpose of this hypothetical, we're going to say Lena is, her mother is a firefighter. And there's two people online having a debate about whether or not, it's good to be firefighters, right? And somebody says, they take the whole stance of, well, I just think firefighters are silly because, when a building is on fire, you need to run out of it, not run into it. And a lot of firefighters, they just harm themselves in the process of not even successfully saving the other person. So, yeah, I guess somebody should be a firefighter, but I would never do that. Now, you might sit there I might sit there as Jay Bundy, or you might sit there as Cameron Bennett, or you might sit there as Melody Joy. And no, I don't think you people are actually like this. So please don't tell me about how I'm misrepresenting your personality. I'm just picking random names because I feel like it today. Your name got picked out of the hat to be in this hypothetical example. We might all be able to sit there, right, and dispassionately say to this person, well, what if you happen to find yourself or a loved one trapped inside a burning building? And as a result of being so scared and undertrained in how to deal with this situation, you panic. But it turns out that a highly trained firefighter who's not only trained in, how to deal with house fires, but how to deal with the urgency of the situation, how to keep themselves as safe as humanly possible, and how to coordinate with other firefighters and medical personnel to make sure that this person gets the help they need as soon as humanly possible. And so we have a lot of really good data that actually shows that firefighting saves lives. And actually, most of the time, most firefighters are not injured or harmed. And every once in a while, we tragically lose a firefighter in a fire. But, no serious expert on this issue or public policy person would ever consider removing the firefighting department. We generally consider that a technological advantage, and we see all types of villages in different parts of the world that don't have these firefighter departments, and quite often a single fire can just destroy and wipe out an entire village. So, we're going to stick on Team Firefighter, right? And we can do that because we might feel really strongly about firefighters. We really want to go to bat for firefighters. We really appreciate firefighters. We certainly want to, be a reasonable person and just, not be an idiot and just say reasonable things given the topic of discussion, right? Now, let's pretend in this hypothetical example, Lena's instead sitting in that seat. And like I said, in this hypothetical example, Lena's mother's a firefighter. And let's also pretend Lena loves her mother. I don't know any of that shit, but let's just pretend Lena loves her mother, super mom, but also super firefighter. Maybe even personally been injured in a fire or lost some people that have been, firefighting or really can, and right. And Lena's grown up hearing these stories, right, day in and day out. Oh my goodness, you wouldn't believe what happened at work today. Oh my goodness, we almost lost one of my colleagues today, and this puppy almost died because some moron left their stove on overnight. Or whatever, right? Like, now, let's say Lena's in this conversation and tries to explain calmly a couple of times why this person is incorrect about firefighting. But let's say the person goes a step further and they say, and Lena tries to say, hey, listen, man, I know a lot of great firefighters. I'm telling you, like, you know, most of the times everything's cool. They save a lot of lives. They do a tremendous public good. They volunteer they sign up to do it. They do it, you know, 10 out of 10 times, right? Like a lot of them dream their whole lives of being firefighters. They even put the sexy ones on calendars and it helps raise money for charity and shit, right? But the person then starts to go, well, yeah, I'm sorry, but like your mother's just full of shit. Oh, I'm sorry, the public policy experts who support your mother, yeah, they just don't know what they're talking about. Oh, you saved lives with your firefighting has saved lives. Well, you know what? You know, I'm just right. You know, I'm just right. At the end of the day, I'm just right, and I just think firefighting is stupid. I don't care. I just think firefighting is stupid, right? What up, Bread of Life? Right? Lena might flip out at this person. Right? And the reason Lena might flip out at this person in this hypothetical example is because shit is personal now. You're not a casual person sitting back having a dispassionate conversation about something that has nothing to do with your everyday life, like a lot of other observers are. Jay, you should have been there to refute me. No, sorry, Rebecca. I'm a scientist. I do important things that matter in reality. Plenty of people have refuted you, and you refuse to listen to any of them. So at this point, that's the real question. Why do you not care about the truth? Welcome to my channel. All right. Anyway, so in this hypothetical example, right, Lena's going to take it super seriously and potentially get very upset, right, because this is personal now. They're not just sitting on the sidelines as a casual fan. You're talking about somebody that's incredibly important in this person's personal life. Now, let's say eventually Lena just loses her shit and snaps at the person and is like, go fuck yourself. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And by the way, firefighting is the reason I'm sitting in front of you. Yeah, it's firefighting and saving motherfuckers' lives and doing this really hard fucking job that allowed my mother to bring home a really nice paycheck every 2 weeks, feed my ass, put clothes on my ass, send me to school, and raise me to be a halfway decent human being. So if you want to shit all over firefighters, you're going to have to do it in front of somebody else. Because I'm not going to let you disrespect my mother, my family, and everything that firefighting has brought to my life just because you're fucking some moron who thinks you're privileged enough that you get to be right no matter what. Sorry, unimpressed. Right? So let's translate that over to this shit. The reason I can't keep my cool with creationists is exactly the same fucking thing. A lot of y'all are fans of evolution, fans of science. You think science is a wonderful thing. You studied it a little bit in school coming up. You read a little bit about it on the news from time to time. You take your fucking medicine and shit. You talk on your fucking cell phone. You play your fucking video games, right? And you're like, man, all of this shit takes a lot of science, man. I love me some science. Man, science is wonderful. Ooh, science. Oh, man, fucking love science, right? So when you hear a creatard on the internet talking about, oh, evolution doesn't work and science is a religion or evolution is part of the religion of science or whatever, right? Y'all just pull up real calm, cool, collected. Oh, yes, well, if you seem to be misunderstanding something here, actually evolution is really good science and it's really well evidenced and, right? And so when these people go full on, you know, anti-reality, anti-evolution, whatever, and they just, because they're creationist and Jesus loves them, so they get to be right and they get to pick and choose what science to pay attention to and what to ignore, right? You can maintain a dispassionate position, right? Oh, this is worse than Hangry, Satan's Little Helper, or Jay's Clown Girl. Actually, Jay meant to talk about this shit yesterday, but had so much more important shit going on, and then had extra time to reflect and really plan this shit and really shove my foot all the way up people's asses. So this is much worse than Hangry Jay. This is Jay actually being serious and having slept on it and is ready to go. This is, like I said, no more Dr. Nice Guy. What up, Scott? So the reality is, folks, you may be dispassionate about your defense of evolution because you're sitting on the sideline watching as a fan. When you're talking about evolution with me, I'm the man in the arena. I'm the person who put my life on the line for evolution. I'm the person who y'all will see is a rock star drummer. And nobody in their right mind would ever tell you that man cannot just play drums for a living. That's where the name fucking Pocket Locker comes from. I did not grow up a fucking science nerd. Now, on top of that, right, then I wanted to go into law and politics, and y'all know I'm a Cory Booker understudy, right? A job in the Booker administration is never any more than 3 phone calls away from me. It's 2 right now because my dad's still alive. So the first call is to my dad, and then the second call is whoever he's got to call. If my dad dies, it'll be 3 calls because I'll have to call somebody else in the Booker family, and then they'll have to start the call. So we'll add an extra call if my dad dies. But my dad's healthy, well, and kind of kicking ass and about to retire. Anyway, and he himself might take a job in the Booker administration one day. Wouldn't be surprised at all. Now, what's the point of me saying all that? Jay said, toodaloos, bye-bye, to all of that. And then I became the first person to get a legit degree in social dynamics so I could become the real life Hitch and like the world's most serious professional dating coach. Had unbelievable opportunities. Went to Malibu, met Neil Strauss. He gave me his book, told me I was going to take over the fucking industry and nobody could keep up with me. And then I was like, toodaloos, bye-bye. I am grossly overworked and tremendously underpaid. It took me 8 years to get a PhD. A dual PhD because I was in a dual PhD program. So I had to fulfill the requirements of 2 programs, and I had this submitted dissertation that that my department and the E program said, here's a dual PhD. You've done so well, you earned 2 of these bitches. Otangelo's dumbass came here through my entrance and said, Jay, you failed to show your expertise. No, Otangelo, you failed to listen to my expertise. You've also failed to understand that I don't have to show you my expertise. That's how expertise works. Experts don't demonstrate their expertise to amateurs. They demonstrate their expertise to experts. So my expertise was demonstrated when I finished my graduate courses with tremendous grades, and my faculty instructors were like, yo, this is the dude. Like straight up, this is the dude. Jay, go talk to my classmates. My classmates will tell you, like, not only is Jay like a fucking like super smart, brilliant student or whatever and a hardworking guy, he's actually like a great classmate. He was always getting us together, staying in touch with everybody, trying to organize study groups. You think I needed a study group? Nope. Just wanted to help everybody get through grad school a little bit easier. You know, give us some chance to look at each other in the face and talk, have some friends. I got to take fucking comprehensive exams. Y'all know Rich Lenski, the proprietor of the fucking, longest evolution experiment in the history of science. Yeah, was my primary advisor. You know what that means? He had to oversee everything I do. Read my fucking emails, oversaw my teaching, right? So I had to get through his scrutiny to pass my comprehensive exams. Rich Lenski is considered one of the strictest most disciplined writers, scientists. You guys have heard Cliff talking about it. Working with Rich, he's an amazing human being, but working with him is torture because he's a perfectionist and he's literally one of the most respected biologists ever. When it comes to experimental evolutionary biology, he is the motherfucking king of the field. He is the father of experimental evolution, full stop. Look him up. Ask somebody who fucking knows. Nobody questions this. Nobody doubts this. Nobody else is even fucking close. Nobody. Again, the longest running evolution experiment in the history of science. Demonstrated macroevolution in the lab. Demonstrated speciation event in the lab. So I had to demonstrate my fucking expertise to Rich Lenski, Otangelo. That's what makes me an expert. Because Rich Lenski said I'm an expert. I work with Evita. Guess who was on my committee? The guy who wrote Evita. His name is Charles Ofria. Look him the fuck up. He was like, damn, Jay, I actually wrote this digital evolution research software. You've done some seriously fucking super expert work with this shit that makes a genuine, unique contribution to the field that nobody on the fucking planet has made before. Congratulations, you've earned your dual PhD. Louise Mead, Otangelo, that fucking textbook I sent you, Carl Zimmer's Evolution textbook, I sent it to you because there's a whole fucking chapter in the newest edition in the introduction about religion and intelligent design and creationism. Carl Zimmer, literally the New York Times science writer who wrote the most popular and celebrated evolution textbook currently available, asked Louise Mead, hey, can you write a chapter on this whole intelligent design creationism thing? Guess what? She also oversaw the education portion of my chapter, of my dissertation. I work with her. She's helping me on my training program. I went to Beacon to work with her. I was her TA, teaching evolution with her before I even became a grad student at Michigan State. Yeah, she's the person Carl Zimmer asked to write that chapter. So when I tell your dumb ass, you need to read this book to understand this issue, I'm telling you to read the best evolution textbook on the planet, featuring a special chapter that the author went out of his way to ask my mentor to write. That same person looked over my dissertation and was like, God damn, Jay, you've done some incredible experimental evolution with Rich Lenski, some incredible Evita Ed experiment, and Evita research with Charles Ofria. Damn, but on top of that, you wrote this crazy kick-ass Evita Ed educational exercise. You made a video on it that was featured by WKR, which is public access television in Michigan. It was like Michigan State's big fucking TV station. Like literally WKR made an exercise, spent tons of money just to make a video all about my exercise. Yeah, Jay, you've demonstrated your expertise. Congratulations, who's your dual PhD? So Tangelo, please bring your dumb ass through my chat again and tell me I haven't demonstrated my expertise because your moronic ass refuses to learn a goddamn thing about science. Fuck out of here. This is what I'm talking about, y'all. This is my life. When you talk about, oh, guys, yesterday, I met with Cliff, the guy who, again, is building the fucking systems from the ground up used to study the evolution of cognition. Then I met with Mike Travisano, another Lenski Lab trainee, head of the fucking Department of Ecology and Evolutionary Biology at the University of Minnesota. Bona fide expert, cultural evolution, experimental evolution. He's sitting here talking about macroevolution that he's done in his lab. unicellular to multicellular, multicellular to unicellular, how you get history, how it relates to the origins of life. What is OTangible? Everybody else is asking great questions, making relevant comments, dropping supporting links so people can check out the research and follow up with it, asking amazing questions. What is Otangelo doing? Telling us he's full of crap and doesn't know what he's talking about. Then he gets on my face, invites me to go to his channel. I go, I bring James Apperson with me. He sits up there. First thing he tells me is I have no basis for morality and I've got no purpose because my worldview tells me I'm nothing but stardust and life is meaningless. So he goes blase flavonoids, bullshit, insulting me. Right? I finally bring up the shit that I've been showing him. He goes, well, your advisor doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh, you guys are wrong. You guys don't have any expertise. You guys blah, blah, blah. Then I dip, like, okay, go fuck you. And then what does he do? Shows up the next day, comes to my channel, is going to tell me I haven't demonstrated my expertise. Again, y'all, this ain't a fucking game to me. Rich Lenski isn't some fucking famous name that you can look up on Wikipedia or Gutsick Gibbon will go, oh my God, the Lenski experiment, it's such a big deal, it's huge, it's, oh my God, you guys, it's so important, this is such a big deal. You guys hear the other Dr. Dan and all these people coming in, oh my God, Jay, I'm such a fanboy because you were in the Lenski lab, that's great, guys, I love that support. I love super fans. God, you know what it's like to be a scientist? And like, let's imagine science literally happening in an arena. And what I do here when I'm programming, like literally like in a lab. So imagine you're working in a lab doing this mundane research and teaching shit, and it's pretty basic. Like you're doing literally basic science. Even the shit we code, it's just basic science experiments we do with digital systems, right? And then you're teaching the shit out of university, pretty boring shit, right? And you look up in the arena, and people are fucking cheering for you. They're like, oh, Jay, woo, yeah, Jay, keep doing that science. We're like, you're like, really? Yeah, that science is dope, man. We love that science. Oh, that science is cool. Oh, Jay, you teaching? Yeah, keep doing that teaching. Yeah. Go, Jay. Go, Erica. Go, Dr. Dan. Go, Dr. Dan. Let's get him, Professor Dave. Woo, 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 woo. You know, what up, student Dr. Ben? Get him, student Dr. Ben. Yeah, student Dr. Ben. Oh, yeah. Oh, Dr. Kill Davis is in the building, right? What up, Dr. Josh Bowen? Dr. Richard Carrier? Show a little love to Dr. Bart Ehrman, right? Y'all, we look up as academics and we're like, what? We have fans? That's crazy to us, y'all. So thank y'all so much, right? But it does mean you're able to take a step back from it, right? Because you're observing it from a distance. So to you, oh, Rich Lenski is a superstar scientist. To me, Rich Lenski is the man who Kobe Bryanted me. He took a young Jay, said, Jay, you're really passionate about evolution, just like me. You have no skills or preparation for this field. You can contribute zero to my lab right now, but I really like you. And I really think you got a lot of talent. You're also very interesting and entertaining, and I kind of just think you're fun. So yeah, I'm going to basically drag you through this thing we call grad school in my very prestigious lab. It's pretty much going to make your career. You're going to be made man. All you got to do is finish in my lab, right? And then here's what I'm going to do, Jay. I'm going to get you MSU's most prestigious fellowship. Oh, yeah, University Distinguished Fellowship. Oh, yeah, make sure we get a Beacon Fellowship. Oh, we're going to give you a job for a year beforehand so you can take your time. Oh, you know what else he did? Jay, let's hire that girlfriend of yours, right? I had a girlfriend at the time. I had to move from Pennsylvania to, y'all, spousal hires don't happen until you're like faculty level, right? They gave me a spousal hire out of my bachelor program. They're like, oh, yeah, you're doing a pass. Oh, we can't expect you to be here and move to Michigan and then your girlfriend not have a job, right? So Beacon gave my girlfriend at the time a job, y'all. Shout out to Rachel, man. We're not together anymore, obviously, but I love that woman, man. We had a great run. Distance kills a lot of relationships. You know, we had to do a long distance thing. But anyway, they gave my girlfriend a job, y'all, right? Then Rich Lenski made sure I was fed every day and paid all my bills and, you know, let me, I ran somebody's campaign for mayor when I was in grad school. I did a rap concert at the Capitol building in the March for Science. I was playing drums at churches, live streaming, doing all types of crazy shit that a lot of advisors don't encourage people to do. And and he was like, Jay, do you, baby? Jay, do you? You got to finish the dissertation. Yep, you got to do your, you better sit down and do this. Yeah, you're going to have to do that dissertation, though. Yeah, you're going to have to write them papers. Yeah, you got to write that paper, though. Yeah. Hey, but after that, baby, do you. You know what I mean? Do you, Jay? Right? Like, so you're talking about my family. You're talking about the most passionate and important thing. Y'all know, like, the thing that happened with logically, positively, probable, and Bible research tools, I was just having fun. Y'all know, we roll up on John Maddox. We just be sitting there smoking weed, having a good time. We chilling. We ain't worried about the damn LPP, right? Why did Erica clip that video? Because he triggered me. Well, what didn't you see that triggered me? He said Rich Lenski was a failure. That's the part they didn't really show. It's fine. She's not going to clip the whole thing. She clipped the parts that were most relevant to the discussion she was trying to have. But a lot of people think that was fun, right? Because I really went at him. I really showed, I'm going to, no, what? What? No, you show me the shit. No, mute him. He's sitting on some bullshit, right? People like that. But if you really, really know us, we pretty laid back a lot of times. So, Rebecca's waiting. No, Rebecca ain't no waiting back here. Ain't no Rebecca's back here. So my point being, y'all, it's like, damn, I almost lost my train of thought. It's very personal for me. And so I may not be the person to be cool about this. Oh, my point was that when Bible Research Tools said Rich Lenski was a failure, that was it. That was it. That was too far. That was too far. That was too far. Too far. And I told people, I even had Cliff laughing. I told Mike the same thing. You can say whatever the fuck you want about me. When you talk about my advisor, I'm going to cut you. I'm coming for that ass. Because you got to understand, folks, it's like, Rich Lenski's not the same way. Rich Lenski will tell you, because again, Rich Lenski will let you say whatever you want about him. He's been dealing with creatards his whole life. They blow him up on his blog. They troll his email. They try to publish fake papers discrediting the experiment. They do all that shit, right? So Rich ain't sweating none of it. Rich is just a pleasant guy. He literally looked kind of like Santa Claus. He's like, if Santa Claus was your grandpa, but instead of being fictional, he was a real nigga. And you be like, but ain't he like a really old white dude? He is. But in his own way, Rich is a real nigga, like on some real shit, I'm telling you. Ask the other black people that work with Rich. They'll tell you. Plus, first of all the black people is probably in Rich's lab anyway. All the black people in our field work with Rich. There's literally like no black people in our field that haven't worked with Rich. That's how serious diversity is. So we literally consider him, like, y'all, I'm gonna tell you how deep it is. I didn't name the program that we're starting, this diversity program, after Rich Lenski because he's a white guy. And if, I just didn't want to make it seem, first of all, we ended up not making it a name thing, so it just has its own name. But I literally thought about originally naming it like the Rich Lenski, blah, blah, blah. But that's how serious it is. His commitment to diversity is so deep that you could start a diversity program for women of color, women and people of color and all these marginalized people, and name it after this old white dude, and nobody would complain. Nobody would complain because everybody would be like, oh yeah, he was such a champion for diversity in this field. He helped so many women and people of color and LGBT and people with disabilities and people going into different fields, people from different backgrounds, different socioeconomic status, students from all over the world. He's been such a champion of diversity. You could name a diversity program after this old white man and nobody would mind at all. And he is the person that invested that much in my black ass, y'all. Michael Travisano, again, worked in the same lab as me almost 30 years before me. He's now the head of the department where he's at. My entire dissertation is about adaptation, change, and history, the 3 fundamental ingredients to evolution. My dissertation was inspired by the dissertation Michael Travisano wrote in Richard Lenski's lab all those years ago. And then I needed a job. What do you mean, where am I? I'm on Pocket Logger 86. If she wants to call me, she needs to call into my Discord with my restream. What are you talking about? So it's like, and again, why is she coming through here trying to troll me instead of listening to me? They always want to jump in and take the mic from you so they could defend their position, right? Instead, because they don't want to ever just listen to what we have to say. Bread of Life, you know how much time I spend on your channel not trying to take over your stream and argue with you, but just literally hours and hours and hours listening to you and sending you super chats and all of that. So I'm sorry if somebody's in a rush to cut me off. Like, I'm trying to talk right now. Like, I'm trying to talk to my audience. Like, come on, pay attention, y'all. All right, so it's really, this is a very serious issue for me that y'all need to really think about. I need y'all to not even just react right now in the chat. Like, I appreciate the comments and the feedback right now in the chat, but I want y'all to think about this shit off stream. I want y'all to sleep on this shit. I really want y'all to sleep on this shit, y'all. Think about it. My heroes have taken me by the hand and tried to guide me to the promised land of fulfilling my dreams. And you think I'm gonna just let people disrespect them to my face like that? You can say a lot of shit about Jay Bundy. You cross the line, I'll whoop your ass. But if you talk shit about Rich Lenski or Mike Travisano or Cory Booker, guaranteed ass whooping every time. Again, y'all are going to see Cory. It's going to be presidential talk. Oh, is Cory the guy? Can he get enough support behind him? Is he really electable? Can he beat Trump? All that's fine. Has he ever had controversy? Did he ever, push somebody? Or did he ever say a curse word while he was the mayor? Or sign a bad contract? Or do a bad deal? I could tell you all about all of them mistakes because I know them and I tried to oppose them where I could, and sometimes I had to get on board with it. I've had times with Cory where our relationship is so deep, y'all, that I've been part of community groups that like are actively opposing shit he's doing as the mayor. I've taken leadership positions in those groups as I worked for them to stop the mayor's policies, while at the same time working within the administration to execute the same policy and being like, y'all, I'm working with a group. I really don't think we should be doing it. Oh, but we got to do this anyway. Well, I am Team Booker. I do have obligations to the campaign, whether I agree with what we're doing or not. That's how politics is really deep like that, y'all. Sometimes you're literally on the other team, but you got to still do it with this guy because this is your commitment. This is family. I ride with Cory Booker. You know why that is? Jay's fucked up a lot in life. Got diagnosed bipolar, in and out of psych wards. Literally involuntarily committed, in and out of, I've been arrested so many times, y'all, I'm scared of it. I've literally lived in 3 states. I've been arrested in all 3 of them. Right? You know who never turned their back on me? You know who never even thought about, never ever stopped supporting me? Cory Booker. I tell people all the time, Cory Booker's my hero. When I met this man, I was 11, he was my hero. I idolized him. Like I feel bad for my parents. I talked about Cory Booker so much as a child. I felt bad for my parents. I was like, damn, Jay, my parents are gonna think I don't love them. I talk about this man so much. So imagine becoming one of his mentees. And even now I tell people, the crazy part is Cory Booker's a bigger Jay Bundy fan than Jay Bundy is a Cory Booker fan. Hopefully one day I'll get to see me interact with him on stream or interview him or something or link up with him in person, hopefully, and y'all will see it. My dad tells me all the time, Cory Booker comes to some political event. Cory Booker could come to a room full of people. It's a whole bunch of politicians in the room. Everybody's trying to suck Cory Booker off. If Cory Booker walks in the room, everybody pays attention. First thing Cory Booker does, make a beeline to my dad, right to my dad. First thing he wants to talk about, how's Jason? What's up with Jason? How's my Jason doing? What's Jay doing? How's he doing? What's he up to? Right? Can we send him a picture? Hey, Al, let's send Jason a picture. Hey, look, Jay, I'm with your dad. Right? Because he's a bigger Jay Bundy fan than Jay Bundy's a Cory Booker fan. Same shit applies to Rich Lenski. You know what Rich Lenski cares about so much more than the LTE? Do y'all know what COVID meant? Here's what COVID meant. For Rich Lenski, COVID meant I'm going to stop the long-term evolution experiment. Yeah, the longest experiment in the history of science. Yeah, we're going to put that on the shelf. Yeah, we got to put that on the shelf for now. Why do we have to put that on the shelf? Oh, because I can't have Jay Bundy and Kyle Card and Nkrumah Grant and Zach Blount and the list goes on and Mina and Mike. Shout out to the whole crew. Y'all know who y'all are. The whole Lenski lab, right? Devin, what's up? Devin, new lab manager. Devin, what's up, baby? But it's like, he shut down the lab. He shut down the experiment. Why? Because I'm more important to Rich Lenski than the long-term evolution experiment. My safety, my future, my career matters more to him than that goddamn experiment that makes him famous. If Rich Lenski had to choose between Jay Bundy gets a tenure track job, but you have to permanently stop the long-term, he already sent it off to somebody else. But let's say he literally had to permanently shut it off just so he could get me a job. He'd do it every time, wouldn't hesitate. He'd say, yeah, the long-term experiment's done a lot. That's already served me. Yeah, it served its purpose. Yeah, my man Jay. Plus Jay's doing digital stuff. So let's be honest. Jay's going to do way more experiments than I was doing. Right. And Jay's young. So yeah, every time. Jay Bundy is more important to Rich Lenski than the LTEE. So if you think as a dispassionate fan of the LTEE, you can make a calm, cool, collective defense of Rich Lenski being salted, you're probably right. But if you think as somebody who knows that I'm more important to Rich Lenski than that experiment because of everything he's meant to me day in and day out for over a decade and will continue for the rest of my life, when I buy a home, if I ever buy a home and have my family, or don't have a family, but just love my life and get tenure and have my career that I dreamed of, and this stream blows up and I'm getting all the gear and I'm getting all the science grants and I'm doing all this wonderful teaching, that'll be the life Rich Lenski provided for me. So again, if you think you can insult these people to my face, if you think you can just talk about evolutionary biologists and evolutionists and all of this shit, and I'm going to just let you. And now, if you want to keep it cool and you don't understand, I'll try to help you understand. But once it's clear that you become willfully ignorant and you're just going to assert your privilege to be right at all times over our fucking life, then go fuck yourself. Let me ask you this question. How many times do I have to let you call me nigger before I'm offended? I'm going to repeat it 2 more times. How many times do I have to let you call me nigger before I whoop your ass? Let me ask you one more time, so I really want y'all to think about it, not just right now, but think about it after this stream. Think about it overnight, sleep on this. How many times do I have to let you call me nigger before I'm ready to whoop your ass? And what I want y'all to understand when I ask you this question is, you have to ask the next question. You have to answer that question, how many times do I have to let you call me nigger before I'm ready to whip your ass? And then you have to answer the next question. There's a link in the description. Bread of Life. If you want to call in, there's a link in the description. It says call the show. Sorry, I should have pinned it, but I didn't do an event and I didn't set it up because I plan to do mostly monologue and prep today. I wasn't really expecting people to call in. But yeah, call in. Also, I'm gonna need some help up in here. So if I'm gonna talk to Bread of Life, James Apperson, get up in here. Tux, if you around, get up in here. Yeah, now I am almost done. But I want to wrap up with this nigger thing because I was going to ask somebody this. I wanted to ask Otangelo about this or somebody like that, but I don't want to put them in that spot. It's going to be a real hot seat. But the reason I use that word, y'all, and the reason I'm kind of deliberately, poking at people with this, because you guys know that word is such a trigger word. It's so obnoxious. And even on the stream, if you type the word nigger in the chat, Myron Bot will instantly ban you, right? Most of the curse words get you a quick 5-minute timeout, right? Nigger gets you an instant ban. But what I was thinking about is the reason it's so inappropriate to call someone a nigger is because you're invalidating their humanity. Right? And black people use it all the time. We say nigger this and nigger that and nigger this, and I say it all the time. And I'm not trying to be sensitive about the word, but I'm trying to analyze why does that word evoke the emotions it does. Yes, racism, slavery, blasé, glavinoids. But what is all that a reminder of? The way black people were historically dehumanized. It's why you can't say that shit. Now, the point of this is to say, I'm not saying that people who deny evolution are calling me nigger, but they are denying my humanity. They're saying my life efforts don't count. My expertise doesn't count. Oh, all the best, not just experts in my field, right? That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not trying to name drop on y'all. I'm just trying to show y'all that my expertise is not only recognized by experts in my field, it's recognized by the best experts in my field. Literally the best people. I could put up anybody in experimental evolution. I could show them my committee, right? The fourth member of my committee was Arend, right? Cliff is the guy who does Markov brains. He did all that in Arend Hintz's lab. So my committee was Rich Lenski, longest evolution experiment in the history of science, also one of the PIs on Evita. Charles Afria, the guy who wrote Evita. Arend Hintz, the guy who's the PI for MABE, right? Me and Cliff work on MABE, modular agent-based evolvers, right? We work on MABE brains and shit like that, right? Aaron's lab. And then Louise Mead, right? The education expert who Carl Zimmer asked to write a chapter for the evolution textbook, for the best evolution textbook on the relationship between creation and evolution. And now I teach with Rob Pennock, right? The expert witness in the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial. Also a digital evolution expert. Also the PI of the Beacon Center for the study of evolution in action. Guys, my expertise is recognized by the fucking #1 dream team. I was trained by those people. Oh yeah, politics, same shit. I'm Al Bundy's son. I have a legacy in Newark that most black kids can never dream of. Yeah, it's rather localized to New Jersey, but that's where the fuck my family's from, right? My dad's a big deal in New Jersey. This is what it is. And on top of that, he's been on cable TV my whole life, right? That's why people know him. They watch him on TV all the time, and he always is in politics, right? And so, yeah, I've been sitting at the feet of Cory Booker since I was 11 years old or 12 years old, whatever it was. I'm 35, y'all. like, right? My relationship with these people is hella deep. They're not just names to me. They're family to me. And I represent them even when you talk about me. When you insult me, you're insulting their investment in me. And so I will not let people dehumanize them and insult my mentors. And as a result of honoring them and how much dignity and honor that they've, allowed me access to by giving me the world-class training and preparation I had to do all of the things I do, I will not let people disrespect me. So you might be able to keep your cool with creationists a lot better than I can. It's not because I don't recognize the value of it. It's not because I don't want to be a nice person. It's not because I'm super bipolar. It's not because I'm always triggered. It's not because I can't turn off pro wrestling promo mode. It's because I don't want to. Because I'm the man in the arena, and the shit is very personal to me. All right, y'all. That's my monologue. I wanted to start the podcast off with some real life monologue shit. Let some people have some shit to chop up. But yeah, Brother Life, I appreciate you. I know you don't mean any personal disrespect, but you also got to understand you're representing a position that is disrespect. It is what y'all do. It's what you do. And so you might have warm feelings towards me in your heart, and I have warm feelings towards you in the heart. But at the end of the day, I think you got to stop what you're doing. You just got to stop. And what you're doing is dangerous, and I have to work against it. Because you're miseducated or uneducated, and I don't even think it's that. I think it's really people have worked very hard in a very well-funded, organized effort to indoctrinate people like you. The unfortunate part is that you're perpetuating that indoctrination, and that works against the very serious professional educational goals that I am paid to execute. So, opposing what you're doing is something I'm professionally and personally committed to. But on an interpersonal level, I like you a lot. I tell people that all the time. I think most of my viewers know that. I even tell people the reason I go at Rebecca and I talk about Rebecca so much and I make fun of Rebecca a lot is because we're friends and I like her. One, I think she can handle it. Two, I think she's a great commentator and content creator. And so she gets the YouTube game. You got to put butts in seats. You got to make rivalries. You got to have fun. She talks stuff about me. I told you guys, when Rebecca was calling me out, I loved it. I thought that was great. You guys know, I like salty Rebecca. Salty, spicy Rebecca is definitely my preference as a fan. And so it's all good. And then at the same time, it's like if I'm going to talk somebody up, and then that, as a result of me talking that, I know, guys, I'm getting on it, but as a result of me talking that person up, they're going to grow. People are going to check out their channel. People are going to, I'm going to indirectly promote them. Well, then I'd rather talk about Rebecca. I'd rather talk about Otangelo. Why? Because I consider them friends. So if I got to pick on somebody and picking on somebody is going to indirectly promote that person, well, then I'd rather it be my friends because at least I know them. And if you're going to go watch them, I'm good with that. Because like I said, we're all part of the same community. And guys, I'm staring at Rebecca. I know she's here. Relax. So we're going to get ready to talk to Bread of Life. And we might dip. Rebecca does have a cool channel. I'm totally down to hang out over there. But I'm excited that she's called in here. So let's go ahead and get ready to talk to her. Also, I would like some support in here, only because I'm trying to balance my perspective out with some people who share a different perspective. And like I said, I think I'm too close to this. Like that was the whole purpose of the speech, right? It was I'm too close to this issue. And so if Tux or James Apperson or somebody else or Nidamos or anybody like that wants to call in, I'm definitely going to try to hear Rebecca out, guys. It's not that at all. But I would like to, maybe let a friendly face get in here too. That'd be great. And let me think of, I don't know what to do here. I guess we'll go with our classic. All right, y'all already know what time it is. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. The person that's about to join me in the pulpit is such a profound presence in our community that I think I have to honestly say, I think she's converted a lot of atheists. Yeah. I'm being honest with y'all about how I really feel about a lot of this YouTube stuff, about all of these conversations we're having. I think the truth is that our special guest right now has taken a lot of you atheists, and the truth is you'd rather watch creationist channels. Yeah. I think you guys would rather watch, sometimes I think you'd rather watch her than me. Oh yeah, she's that good. You guys will even watch her read the Bible to y'all. See, I think people are right. I think theists are right about this. I think a lot of y'all know that Jesus is true in your hearts. You know about God's love. The biblical wisdom is actually just, it's already written in your hearts. But you deny it. I don't know if it's you just want to sin, or you're afraid you won't be one of the cool kids anymore if you admit to everybody. But Rebecca's so smart. She's called you out on it. Because all she got to do is, I'm talking about creationism. And here y'all come with your little atheist pitter-patter. It's like hearing your kids coming up the stairs when they hear something they like. Oh, you guys want to read the Bible? Here we come. Oh, we can't wait. All right, but before we do that, let's welcome the man who gets it done, the newest pastor at the First Church of the Cult of the Flying Man. Give it up for James Apperson.
Thank you very much.
And now, give it up for your favorite Christian you've ever met in your life. The one and only Jesus woman some of y'all wish you could make your wife. But it ain't gonna happen because she's married and she's taken and she's a good Christian woman. Stop being a pervert. I am talking about examining evolutions. Rebecca Davis, bread of life. Yes.
Wow, that was some introduction.
Woo. Well, you know, we trying to sell tickets over here. Hang on a sec. Let's we're excited. I gotta admit, there's been some myth vision coming through lately, and we were on Guts at Gibbons channel, and Dr. Dan was here, but I don't think they care. They don't care about none of that. Y'all just wanted to see Rebecca Davis come through. Now I can officially say I'm really the A-list atheist. Really the A-list atheist, because Rebecca Davis is officially with us. Because y'all don't care about nothing. Go ahead. Talk to the people.
You're really hyping me up, but all of those people have like way more viewers than I do. So
yeah, but see, you know what? It's the quality, not the quantity. See, they like you more than them. And honestly, can I be honest with you, Rebecca?
Sure.
You're a better streamer than most of them people.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah, I've been trying to tell people, man, first off, Pine Points are fake, and that's trash. But at least Rebecca, like, does the real Atheist of the Month and stuff, and, you know, sends out the gift cards. Very impressive stuff. And then also, like, just the community building that you do. I just think you're really better at that than most of us. I think you're better at it than I am. And then, like, you guys hear my one black friend say all the time, right? I can't keep up with the chat. Right? It's too much. For a lot of us, it's hard to find that balance between talking to the people in front of you, playing the clip, and watching the chat. And you do all that magically. And then you're like active the whole time. It's actually very good. It's actually really good. And I just think from a technical perspective, you deserve your props. Also holding down multiple channels and everything. Really, really, I think you're a fantastic broadcaster. That's part of the reason we're here, Rebecca. We're trying to bring you over to our side. We bring you over to our side, we'll have a better streamer on our team. But really, 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 I think you're a fantastic content creator.
Thank you, Jay. Well, I wanted to come on today because I felt like I feel bad that I have offended you. And so I just kind of wanted to come on and make amends because I really don't mean any personal disrespect toward you when I'm talking about evolution, but I
Sure.
listen to your monologue and I understand how, the things that I'm saying can feel like I'm disrespecting you. So
yeah. And
I just want to give you can just rant to me. I'm here to listen.
Oh, I just want to say, honestly, I don't think in your case it's personal. And I mention your name because I think it's the content, right? And I actually want to tag James in on this too, because I know recently James wrote a blog post, and you guys had your discussion about this already, but I know that it bothered you, and I think part of the reason it bothered you was because it mentioned your name, right? And that made it feel personal to you. And I think from James's and I perspective, your name is helpful to us. Number one, it's YouTube, right? And you do better with the algorithm if, you're talking about names people know, right? That helps, your community find you. And then since we know people like you and Otangelo, when we're talking about these issues that concern us, your names are just really useful because everybody knows. I could say, when I say this type of younger, I'm thinking of people like Rebecca, right? And so I think we don't mean to make that as personal as it sounds. And at the same time, I would say that I have to recognize that when I do that, you have every right in the world to take it personally. And so I don't think you do. That's why I really like hanging out with you and doing stuff with you. And I really want to say, I don't take your behavior personally. What my point today was to say, I can't keep my cool with creationism, maybe even should have been a better title. Because to me, it's about the philosophy and about the, our disagreement on the issues. It's like me saying, I can't keep my cool about Trumpism. I don't think you're a Trumpist, but nevertheless, it's an ideology that I have severe problems with, and it works against the things I'm working for, right? I want to expand reproductive rights. I wanted to talk about, should we go beyond 3 months? Should it become, a national law for everybody? Should men and fathers have more of a say in this, right? So to me, we went the wrong direction when we overturned Roe v. Wade. But I have Trump supporters in my life that I know and love. There are Trump supporters in my gaming club. They just support everything that guy does, and they're anti-vaccine and, the whole nine, right? The whole package. But I still love them. They're members of my club. We're friends. I don't want them to go anywhere or not exist. I really appreciate it if they get a shot. And I have friends, Rebecca, who I actually convinced to get the shot. And I'll be honest with you, it took forever. And like months and months and months of dialogue and back and forth. And even then, I had given up on them. I was just like, this person's just never going to do this. It's just silly for me to even talk to them anymore. And and then they would like change and like send me their vaccine card. And I'm like, what? Right? And so you never know. But I really just want to emphasize, I use your name, but I don't think what you're doing is insulting me personally. And even I want to tell people, and I told people this before, but I want to repeat it since you're here. Even when you like call me out, where you're like, I've been trying to get in touch with Jay Bundy and he won't respond to me because he's scared. I told my guy, I was like, look, I'm laughing. Look, I tried to get in touch with Rebecca. She's always traveling. She's always like, Jay, I got to go. I'm out of town. I'm busy. I'll be gone for 3 weeks. I'll hit you up 2 months from now, whatever. And then she'll get back and hit me up. And I'll just like, I'll be frantically in the middle of stuff, so I don't get back to her, which is actually a difference. Again, she's better at this than me. She'll say, hey, Jay, I got to go out of town. We'll do something when I get back. And then she gets back and hits me up, where I should say, hey, Rebecca, things are crazy right now. I'll get back to you in a couple of days and we'll plan something. I just don't, right? So so she is actually being the more mature, responsible, and professional communicator, right? But then when she calls me out, I'm trying to set something up with Jay Bundy, and he just won't email me. I think he must be shaking and pissing in his pants, and he can't sleep at night, right? I'm going, guys, I like me some spicy Rebecca. I think that's great because I want people to want to watch our stuff. And I think that's all like, oh, let's sit around and hold hands thing. It just gets boring to me. Or like when you did your, the Grinch Who Stole Christmas or whatever, when Pine Creek stole your fans, that was brilliant. Like we were like 5 stars. Like that was great. But James, can you say a little bit about sort of the fact that we name drop each other, but we're friends, but at the same time, we're really trying to passionately disagree with the ideology, not the person. And then I'm going to let Rebecca take the floor.
Sure. So what Jay was saying, it's like theater. So it's like WrestleMania, that kind of a thing, right?
Right.
Like call each other out, beat your chest, talk some smack, get in the ring. But when you're done, shake hands, buy each other a coffee, that kind of a thing, because it's not personal.
Yeah, absolutely. And then sometimes I think the best enemies are really friends, right? The people who sometimes do the best matches are they're really like best friends. And because they're best friends, they want to make each other look great. They want to, oh, you got to really kick my butt and look like, you're making me barely survive this thing, right? And then I'll end up beating you. So that'll just be huge, right? And the other thing is, now there are other times where genuine animosity that sometimes the fans know, oh no, we know these guys are, we know when there's best friends backstage who blew up and they're no longer friends and it's all over social media. And then they get in the ring together and we're all like, yep, yo, yeah, oh no, right? This one is going to be at the boundary of safety, right? Right, they're gonna keep each other just safe enough to not lose their jobs tonight, right? So that right. Sells too. Go ahead.
I wrestle with balance myself because, on one hand, some people are completely on the other side of the fence, and I don't want to pick on S.J. Thomason because I know she's your friend, so we'll just use Otangelo as an example.
Sure.
On every issue that matters, he's on the other side. He's fighting for the other team in this what I call a culture war. But with you, it's more complicated because in some ways, and in some battles, you're on our side just as much as you're on anyone's. And I actually want to see the kind of progress amongst Christians that you want to see. I want them to think more like you think. I want them to relate to people more like the way that you relate to people. I want to see that as a significant point of progress. So I feel like if I'm going to go on there and criticize certain aspects of your religious domain and those ways of thinking, wherever I see something that is praiseworthy, then in order not to be a hypocrite, in order to be as fair as I can be, and I'm not always fair. I know I'm not always fair, but I'm trying to be fair, right? And so I'm like, I got to stop and praise you like I should. And I told Jay that's the reason I'm on this show ever. It's the reason why I sometimes stop on your channel. I'm hero support. I'm hero support for anybody that even spends part-time on our side. When you're doing something that I think is praiseworthy, I have to praise you like I should. That's why I try to be hero support for everybody that's doing good work. So I'm not.
And we've got to be, and guys, we've got to be that for James as well, right? Because James is bringing an important voice. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I don't want to dominate this. I just want to say that with Rebecca, it's complicated, and I kind of see it like, remember the old Wile E. Coyote thing, not where he went up against Roadrunner, but where he went up against the Big Sheepdog.
No. You
don't remember the Big Sheepdog guy?
I don't think so.
I think was his name Sam or George or something like that. So they'd fight and go back and forth, but then they had this clock that they would punch in on. They'd walk up, how you doing, Ralph? And, doing good, Fred. How are you? They're just buddies. They sit around, they have coffee, they chill together, but when they punch in on that clock, now they're adversaries, right? And so they're going to spend the next 20 minutes trying to outdo each other. But then when it's done, and they're friends again. So I'm old. So I guess I'm kind of exposing how old I am to even use that as an example. But so maybe the WrestleMania thing works better, but it's that kind of an idea.
Yeah, no,
I know it costs. Yeah.
It is really for me that idea. And I've said this before. When I started watching your stuff, Rebecca, I knew you from Pine Creek's channel. And so maybe I'd seen you over there a bunch, and then I'd maybe been on a panel or so. Oh my God, there's Rebecca. I feel so cool. Rebecca's here. And then I found your channel, right? And then I was kind of over there for a little while, and then I found your other channel. So I used to say that Rebecca's our theist. Like, I didn't know what that meant, but it meant like you were actually part of our community. Like it was like, I don't really know how to say Like it's like my friend Cloud that comes through. Like he's religious. He used to work for the government, and we play on the basketball team. And our basketball team, we pull people who are like smoking weed all night. Some of the guys on our basketball team be literally selling drugs. Now that we all live in different states, different part of the country, so we didn't know this about Cloud. And so once we find this out, like, and I don't think he has this job anymore, but it was like, oh yeah, I work for the feds. Oh yeah, you guys, I really hate the fact that you guys smoke weed. You guys, smoking weed's bad for black people. Like, and we were like, who is this person amongst us that, is just the opposite of what we believe about these things? And we're quite passionate about it, right? People are selling drugs. We really don't want the feds in our PlayStation party. You know what I mean? But it was too late. Like, he's our teammate. He's our friend. We game with him every day. Like, I guess we got a Fed on the squad now. Right? And that's kind of how I felt about you. It was like, I don't know what it means, but like, the hardest part is we don't talk to each other. The hardest part, if you go to a church, most churches on a Sunday morning, there's probably no atheists there, or very few. And if they are, they ain't going to tell you right now. And then you go to these atheist channels, and there's very little theist representation, especially, reasonable representation. You might have the trolls, but nobody that's really like, kind of genuinely trying to be there and represent the other perspective. And so I was like, wow, I don't know what this means, but like, she's a part of our community. And so it's always been different with you for me from there, because it's like, I consider you a friend first, and then even like a helpful content creator. Like I tell people, like we were really starting out with Hot Program, and I sort of resisted the idea of booking people like you or Taylor or anybody that was kind of known in the community. Before, I felt like me and my one black friend had all the kinks worked out, because we were still switching platforms and having technical difficulties, and he hadn't got all his backstage. It was a mess. And in, expected fashion, the time we had you on, which to me was premature, but we were really excited to do it. We had all types of technical difficulties, and my one black friend is like backstage freaking out. And I'm used to it because I stream all the time. But Rebecca's just cool as a cucumber. Hey guys, I don't think you're live on this channel. Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's wait. Let's make sure you're live over here. Oh, is there a new link? All right, I'll send the new link to my socials over here. And that was like what we needed, right? We needed that presence between me going, dude, just relax, I got it, we'll get there, and him kind of freaking out, there are people waiting, I want to control, Rebecca's here, and you just going, guys, I'm not going anywhere, these things happen, oh yeah, she's got to go a little bit, but I did really appreciate that. So I want to say, like, I kind of see you as a friend in our community. Second, like, a helpful content creator, somebody that can help us do better and get better at this, and we can learn a lot from. And then somewhere down there, you're like a very religious person. I want to throw this in there because it's important. I think you're a real Christian. I don't care what fallacy it is, the no true, whatever, blah, blah, blah. A bunch of y'all are phonies. These apologists, I don't think they go to church. I don't think they pray. I don't think they sing hymns. I don't think they read the Bible. They never want to talk about the Bible. They never want to talk about Jesus. They're phonies. I don't care what type of fallacy it is. I spent my whole life in worship ministry. I come from a family of preachers and people who serve the church. I think Rebecca's a real Christian, whatever that means. All right, and then like I said, somewhere down the list, you're also a young earth creationist and an anti-evolution person. I think that makes you just part of that whole culture. I'd love to work on that at some point. I'm sure you'd love to see me come back to the faith. And so I think we can acknowledge that about each other. But I want to give you the floor to just any thoughts and just say thank you so much for coming through. I am going to email you. We are going to do a thing. And we'll do the whole evolution bit or whatever. But thank you for visiting this channel. I'm just super excited that you finally came through. Part of that is just my names, guys. I kept changing my name and blah, blah, blah. I don't think she knew exactly which channel I was on. So glad to have you here, and I will give you the floor until you got to go.
Thank you, and I am sorry that I have to run. I have another appointment.
Yeah, no worries. This is impromptu.
No
worries.
Yeah, but Jay, thank you for your kind words. And I guess I really wanted to come and make it clear that I really respect you as a scientist.
Thank you.
And so I mean no disrespect. When I'm thinking about what you're doing, your day-to-day, your research, the things I'm sure that you're doing great science.
Sure.
Right. So and of course you can run circles around me with your scientific knowledge. Okay. So, I acknowledge that you have more knowledge in biology than I have. I acknowledge that you've been part of an amazing research experiment. And so I mean no disrespect to that experiment, to what you've done. I don't know what your dissertation was called. I'd love to hear about that. Like, you can come on Examining Evolution and talk about that. Sure. Now, when I said, oh, maybe Jay's scared of me, look, I was being silly.
Yeah, okay? and I appreciate it. It was great.
But I regretted it because I didn't want you to think that, I thought, I was going to, have more scientific knowledge than you or something like that. No, not at all. I will say I am hard on the overarching story of evolution, and because I think it's false.
Sure.
Just like you think the Bible's not true,
Absolutely.
so you're hard on the Bible.
Right.
But I'm sure that that doesn't mean that you disrespect my knowledge of the Bible and things like that. And I very much respect your knowledge of, the things that you're involved with. Like, so I just wanted to be clear that, I respect you as a scientist, even though I disagree with one conclusion, with the conclusion.
Yeah.
But I mean, even scientists who respect each other can strongly disagree with each other on conclusions that they make.
And you'd probably also agree that you do recognize that at least the claim is that this is a scientific thing. And so you would say you would expect probably scientists to be working on it to substantiate that claim if that's what we're going to, like if we're going to say, hey, this is a scientific theory, you're not saying throw out the lab work. You're saying I'm not convinced yet, but I'd expect scientists to be in the lab trying to build their case that there's more evidence for someone like you to take into consideration, potentially.
Yeah, and the LNCA experiment is probably the best one that we've got.
Yeah,
I mean, that's amazing, and that to me, that's amazing that you.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that.
So, Anyway,
I know you got to go. I just want to quickly say you have permission to make fun of me. I love it when you do. I want to promote these things, and so I will always try to not take it personally. And let's have fun out here. I think you're doing great, and we'll see you soon.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Rebecca.
Jay. Bye, guys. Thanks, James. Bye.
All right. Chad, I appreciate you. That was super fun. You guys know we're big Rebecca fans around here. We do have to talk about what we're going to do to get ready for Kent Hovind, and actually maybe like James's input on that. And let me talk quickly about the new video series. I like to make sure I hit all the title items, and maybe earlier than later, right? But the plan is, as you guys know, Derek has come through and suggested that we make some videos and stuff. You guys know we got the camera. So Derek has kind of just helped us accelerate the plan that we had. You guys know we got the new camera in and we've been able to set that up. And so what I've decided to do is there are going to be days where I really need to sort of get out of costume and work on like the Avita Ed videos and do some educational stuff like that. And so I'm going to stream those. And then what I'll do is I'm going to start working on a series of videos. I'm not going to start this till after the Kent Hovind debate, right? The Kent Hovind debate is in like 5 days. I got enough going on. I still got work commitments and meetings. I need to do a bunch of stuff. So we won't start doing this till after the Kent Hovind debate. But it'll pretty much become what we're kind of looking to do after the Kent Hovind debate. And the goal will be to create a series of short videos that basically go through a lecture. I've given this lecture in person. I've made a thing about it. I've given condensed version of the lecture to my students and stuff. So it's this lecture on human evolution. And what it does is it takes you through the entire human taxonomy at almost every relevant level. Now, of course, there are always nitty gritty, super detailed levels in sort of the arrangement of biological organisms. But I skip a lot of those levels, and then once we get past the level of primate, I get super, super nitty-gritty. But I do take you all the way through how we fit on the tree of life, how we know that evidence, even what evidences are obvious in our anatomy and on your body. I sort of like to, I have that sort of thing. The evidence for evolution is in the mirror, right? Or just look at your hand, right? But I'll kind of show you guys what I mean by all of that. And so the idea is that we'll start at the base of the tree of life and work our way all the way up to the fine tips. And so that's what you guys should look forward to. And what I'm going to do is, again, I'm going to treat it like a serious broadcasting gig, like my dad does. My dad hosts a public television show where he interviews politicians. Believe it or not, he doesn't, and it comes out maybe when it's during its season, maybe it comes out once a week or whatever, right? Like a weekly television show. James, you know what I'm talking about, a weekly television show. I'm just trying to get your voice in here a little bit superficially, yep. And then, but what he actually does, right, is they mostly shoot an entire season in a day or two, right? And then they're just released over time. Yeah. And a lot of YouTube creators do the same thing. It just makes it easier. Record a whole bunch of shit, edit it all together, and then release it. And this is also how I wanted to do my shows. Like when I started doing my actual shows, I used to, want to host a television show, a dating show, right? Because I'm a dating coach. And so I used to do a show with the female co-host. And the reason we never started releasing those shows was because we always wanted to have 6 completed episodes in the can before we released anything. Because the idea was, we were shooting 2 episodes a week. We could do a little bit more than that, but we used to go into the studio and shoot 2 episodes, right? So the idea was you wanted to have 2 episodes done, ready to release. Then you're going in and you're shooting 2, and then you have 2 in editing. And what the goal for a production schedule was that you never know when shit's gonna happen. And if shit happens, you might miss a week of shooting, right? Somebody goes on vacation, somebody has a family emergency, somebody dies, right? You don't want to not have an episode that week. So you want to have 2 ready to go. That way when you release one, you're releasing that one, and God forbid some shit happen and we can't release an episode next week or shoot one, we have another one ready to go that buys us a free week if we need it. You see what I'm saying?
Yep, that's how the professional TV series do it.
Yeah. And then you've got to realize you also can have delays in shooting, or you can have delays sort of in post, right? So you want to have stuff that's in post. That way, God forbid you can't shoot. God forbid that delay turns into 2 weeks. Oh my God, my grandmother died. I had to fly home. Now I got to go to the other part of the country because it's her funeral, right? And so now we didn't get in the studio for 1 week. Turns into we didn't get in the studio for 3 weeks. Well, you want to say, well, we bought ourselves a week because we had an episode already done, right? And then we had 2 that were already shot. So our editing team, who no longer requires the talent to come to the studio and be there, has 2 episodes in the can that they can work on, right? Yeah. Right. And then, once we get back in the studio, you got to shoot at least 2 more episodes to get that pipeline going again, right? And then you might try to catch up and get but that's why you do it that way. It's because you're deliberately strategizing. We could have delays in our release. We could have delays in post. We could have delays in shooting. And we need a system that accounts for all of those. Now, we'll do it slightly more like my dad does, which is you shoot a bunch of stuff, you put them in post, you try to post all of them through, and then they're ready to go. But that's what you guys will see. So we'll be shooting a bunch of stuff, but you guys play a very, very critical role in this. The purpose of making shorter videos, I love making long streams for you guys. I'm a different channel than other creators. I don't want to make a 2-hour stream twice a week, because then what are y'all going to do all the rest of the day, all the other days? But no, we're trying to be like a community, like fall back. You've got somewhere to go. You've got somewhere to hang out with your friends day in and day out. You know what I mean? But at the same time, shorter videos are discoverable. So these streams have done great for us, right? We go live, we end the stream, and we've already got 100 to 200 views, and they help our subscriber count is growing and all that stuff. So these streams have been wonderful for the people who already know we exist. but they're next to impossible for people to use for discovery. Sharing them with people is a big ask. Even if you say, hey guys, just check out this J real quick, you just watch a couple seconds. If you send them an 8-hour stream, they're just not going to do it. So I've actually made.
It's a long one.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. I have the same problem. If they see it's going to be long, they won't even watch the intro of something.
Yeah.
So you have to tell them, I just want you to pay attention from time index this to this, ignore the rest of it, and then you might get them to click on it.
Yes. And so the thing is to usually produce short videos. And this is kind of what Derek was getting at. Well, here's the irony. I've made a bunch of short videos, right? I made the Thawing Man Myron promo. That's actually really funny. I showed that to Derek. He almost fell out of his chair laughing, right? But Doug hasn't played it. And every time I jump on Doug, and he's all like, no one talked about this today. Don't want people promoting their stuff, right? So the plan was like, I'm going to make this going to be funny. Doug will play it like once. It's literally less than a minute. And then people would come over, see it, subscribe, all of that, right?
Yep.
Well, if he don't do that or Derek doesn't play it, right, it doesn't get shared. So what's happened, it's been sitting there. It's got probably less than 50 views on it, or maybe less than 7, right? Because you guys don't want it. You guys have already seen it, or I play it, or you come to the channel, you're like, should I watch Jay live now all day, or watch this little 2-minute video of the thing I've already seen, right? So it's this ironic song and dance where you're like, yeah, I'm trying to make those, but since my community just watches me live all damn day, they don't really want to watch it. 40-minute promo they know they've already seen, right? Or I did the Ken Hovind promo. That shit was great. I thought that shit was funny as fuck. It was fun to make, right? But again, mostly everybody's seen it. So this strategy that Derek's employing, teaching us to employ, is really great, but it only works if you guys share the stuff. The purpose of making it is to make it shareable. So I need you guys to go through them short videos. I even have a little playlist on the channel now called Short Videos. Right? Share that playlist because that's when somebody can go, oh, that 1-minute clip, that was actually kind of funny. Oh, that 2-minute promo about him whooping Ken Hovind's ass, I like that. I like where you going with that. Oh, the U.S. champion is in the house. Let's get it. Right? Oh, that little shit about how he set that up with Donnie. Oh, that was slick. That was a little strategy right there. I like that. That's cute. Right? Like, so I'm just telling y'all, we're going to be doing this, but I'm not trying to be a jerk, but really, like, I'm going to need y'all help sharing this stuff, right? Because that's the whole point of doing it. Is so look forward to it, but also get ready to think about what social media platforms you want to share it and all that stuff too, because that's the point. And also, just to give y'all a preview, we're going through the whole thing. I'm going to start with life. Yeah, I'm not exaggerating. I'm going to start with defining what life is, right? Because I'm a biologist. Biology means the study of life. So you should be able to ask a biologist, what is life? Now, they should then be able to give you a very coherent definition, and that will tell you that maybe they know what they're talking about, and they work in a particular type of biology, and that they're legit, right? If they're super legit, they might hit you. Oh, go ahead.
So I'm wondering, like, as a layman, how would I define biological life? So, because I don't have any training as far as that goes, but I would say any biological organisms that consumes any food source, excretes any byproduct, and reproduces.
Yeah, there is that. I'm going to pull it up at some point. We'll get into it. But that's the point. We're going to have that conversation. We're going to talk about that. Because one of the really good biological answers that you might get, that obviously, so I was going to say, if a person gives you a nice, concise answer, they probably know their shit, and that's good, right?
Yeah.
But if they're really deep on it, they'll say what I say. Well, that depends on who you ask. And what type of research system they work, right? Because some people go with like, well, they'll give you like a genetic definition, and those of us who work in artificial life systems will be like, yeah, our definition probably won't include, right, those type of constraints. But yeah, so that's what we'll talk about, guys. What is the definition? What are the different definitions of life? Don't worry, humans are alive according to all of them.
Yeah.
Don't freak out. It ain't gonna be that hard. But look, we're gonna start with that. We're gonna literally say, how do you know your life from non-life? And I'm gonna tell you all these things that make you life. And then we'll look at it. We'll talk about maybe a rock to contrast. And we'll be like, this is why a rock is not alive. This is why organisms are alive, right? And then we'll go with the things you guys have heard about. How do you know that you're a eukaryote? Well, you have more than one cell, but we'll discuss that, right?
Right.
And then we'll go all the way up. How do you know you're an animal? How do you know you're a mammal? How do you know you're a primate, right? How do you know you belong to the genus Homo, right? So, and then we'll go all the way to, like I said, contemporary anatomically modern humans are actually a subspecies of the species Homo sapiens. The technical name for our subspecies is Homo sapiens sapiens. Yes, whatever moron did this shit thought if taxonomy is not confusing enough, we'll take the species level and the subspecies level and give them the same exact name. That way people will call themselves Homo sapiens and other people will go, we're Homo sapiens sapiens, and nobody will have any fucking clue what's going on.
Right. We'll still have more clues than Otangelo, who would say,
we'll still have more clues than Otangelo. But quickly, guys, you can look up something. Actually, I'll show it on the screen here, but you won't be able to see it, James. Actually, I'll share my screen. Okay, you will see it. Why not? Let's just share the screen. Share the screen. That one. Boop. All right. So you have. Oh, I gotta put this screen on the stream. There. Like that or something. Nope, this one. All right. So there's something called Homo sapiens adultu. All right, and so you see this hetero man, right? Hetero man refers to the 154,000, 160,000 year old human remains, Homo sapiens, discovered in 1997 from Upper Hertu, right? And so Homo sapiens adultu. There's also some artistic depictions you can normally find. You can see that okay, James, right?
I can see it.
Yeah. And so these are the pictures of what Homo sapiens adultu look like. So yeah, so what I'm saying is these are considered humans, right? Modern humans, right? They didn't live that long ago. You know, you got to remember a human generation takes about 20 years. So, 160,000 years ago, right? These are not fucking chimps, right? They're modern, they're fucking human beings. They're fully human beings, tool using, dead burying, God worshiping, whatever, warring, humans. But they're substantially different enough from us that they are considered extinct subspecies of Homo sapiens. So their name is Homo sapiens adultu. They are Homo sapiens. But they have a different subspecies, and we are considered Homo sapiens sapiens. So yeah, so like right, because when somebody tells you we're a subspecies of humans, there's two relevant questions. Well, have there been other species of humans? Right? Subspecies of humans, right? And are there still any other subspecies of humans? The answer to the second question is no. The answer to the first question is yes. And so now you know why we're considered a subspecies of human. It's to distinguish us from the, substantially different other Homo sapiens populations that are no longer with us, unfortunately.
I just think it's ironic how much those guys look like Ken Ham. That's all I want to say about it. Go ahead.
That was a good one, James. That was fire. That was 100% brilliant. Let me, I'm just checking here. I think my restream got a little sideways on my other computer.
Hi, Satan's Little Helper.
What up, Satan's Little Helper? Appreciate you letting us know you're lurking. Yeah, it looks like I'm back. Check. I got an echo though.
And for now on, I will always get Jason's woman's name right. It's not Marsha. It's Masha.
Whose woman is that?
Masha? Jason's?
Jason's woman? Jason Torrance?
Yeah, am I not correct? Is that not his woman's name?
I don't know. Is Jason Torrance in the chat?
He was earlier.
Oh, I don't know. I've never heard him talk about his partner.
Well, last night he said someone say hi to Masha when you get back. And I said Marsha, and I went back and I'm like, oh crap, I got the name wrong. And I said Masha. And then he's like, yeah, thanks for correcting that.
Oh, all right, I got you. All right,
so it could be saying it wrong. Go ahead.
Shameless plug. Did you catch the podcast last night with
Kat,
yeah, with Cameron's fiance?
I caught the first hour, but I was so tired last
Sure.
night.
What'd you think of what you heard?
I think she's brilliant. And
Right.
I'm really impressed with Cameron, man. I don't know if he's in the chat right now, but high five, man.
High five, right? Yeah. He got you a little catch. Hey, y'all, health and fitness, y'all. You want a good woman like Kat in your life, you got to bring something to the table, brothers.
I know, right?
You know, a woman like Kat ain't messing with just anybody, y'all.
That's why I've been following Cameron now on his social media thing for his workout business, because he's my mentor when it comes to that. And I makes me want to all get in shape and eat right and exercise.
Yeah.
Like Cameron when I grow up.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I look around this place, I see a kitchen with a lot of food in the fridge, I see a lot of weed, I see a lot of bongs, I see a lot of studio equipment, I got a dog, a really big bed, 75-inch TV, full organ, marijuana closet, green screen. Yeah, ain't no good woman like Kat up in this piece. I'm gonna just put it to you like that. Yeah, I'm looking around, something is missing. Go ahead, Cameron. You know what I'm talking about, James? You like, I look at a lot of things in my life, but yeah, good woman like that. You hiding under the organ? I don't think it's one here, y'all.
Yeah. So I feel like in my past, I made a mistake of dating beautiful women. Like, that song is right. If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. Get an ugly girl to marry you. Like, maybe Cameron got lucky, but I think for the most part, them beautiful women, they'll steal your soul, man. Usually.
Yes. And I'm gonna be honest with you. It's amazing because it's a certain thing where it's a lot of it is genes, right? Some people are just born incredibly impressive looking.
Yeah.
And, it comes with a lot of attention. I have a lot of sympathy for beautiful women, really do.
So,
right, because of the bullshit. Yeah, because of the bullshit, right? Absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. But for a lot of different reasons. One, people are so focused on your beauty that they don't even mention or notice what else you got going on a lot of times. Two, everybody's trying to get down your drawers, so when everybody's nice to you, and now you don't know who's being nice to you for the right reasons or for bullshit reasons. It makes it hard to trust anybody. Like, I think that there's a special kind of struggle there most people don't even notice.
Yeah, and I noticed this about the Trump women. Because Trump made a thing of hiring showpieces, right? In his team, right? Trump's team is always some old rich white dudes who have no expertise being there at all, right? And then just like in the domestic life, right? They expect the women to actually be the responsible ones and hold things down and make sure the I's get dotted, the T's get crossed, and everybody, some work actually gets done around here, right? Trump was sitting around in the office throwing French fries at the wall and shit, hiring the clown show. So there's a whole bunch of responsible ass women in that White House that maybe worked for the Trump administration, but basically kept this country from burning to the ground, right?
Sure.
And so, like the women that snitched on his ass at January 6th, even alternate reality Barbie, Kayleigh McEnany flipped on his ass, right?
Yeah.
I had so much respect for a lot of them, especially the one that testified at January 6th and gave her whole thing, Cassidy or whatever her name was. I was like, get your money, boo. Like I felt for her, like she was so competent and clearly so qualified and so good. And then she's trying to literally stop this clown car of people with all the power over her, right? And just like these tragically overlooked women, she's got some lowly role. Like, she should have been the fucking Secretary of Staff. Or she should have been Chief of Staff. Or she should have been the fucking, some real shit, right? Because she's responsible, legal qualifications, communicates well, responsible as fuck. And clearly everybody confides in her. Because she's sitting here telling a story, and what happens every time shit hits the fan, they run to her.
Yep.
But they so fucking ignorant that they think because she's just a pretty competent face that she gonna just go down with the ship and shit.
Right.
And so, yeah, she got up, swore in the little Bible. Yeah, let me tell you about these crazy motherfuckers. I was trying to tell them, ain't none of this gonna work. Please don't do this to yourselves. But they wouldn't listen. So let me tell you the story.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there like, you go, girl. I'm here for all of this.
That's awesome.
But that's the thing, right? They just overlook, like, really? Like, bro, like, you think you could just tell her your insurrectionist plans and then confide in her that the president tried to choke out a Secret Service agent and all of this stuff and begging her, please make sure we don't go to the Capitol. Please make sure we don't go to the Capitol. And then what's she going to do? Spend jail time to stay silent for y'all?
Right.
Because y'all thought it'd be nice to have a smart piece of ass around the office?
Yep.
Go ahead, girl. Get him.
Yep. Well, apparently now Trump is paranoid now, and rightfully so. He's afraid to say anything to anybody. He checks and sees if people are wearing a wire now, just like a regular mobster, because everything he says is going to get him in trouble. So now he's got to worry about who's going to repeat it.
Great.
Yep.
Oh, consequences.
Yeah.
And so the other thing is, I'm going to tell you this. I think about this with my students. Y'all, I got some young whippersnappers that be my students. Y'all will see. And y'all better be respectful as fuck around my students. You get insta-banned, right? But you know, it's the same thing in our community where we be like, yo, don't draw attention to the content creators' appearance and shit. Yeah, we got some beautiful content creators. You could tell them they look lovely. You know, it'd be better if you complimented their fashion choices because that's a conscious decision they made.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, oh, the way that dress together. Oh, oof, that's tasteful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looking fantastic.
Like for me, it's my hair. Like I like getting compliments about.
Yeah, okay, that's what you put your little effort into. I like the tights. You know, people liking fucking with the tights. That's what we do around here. And so that's fine. Hey, you look really lovely, whatever. But like, then keep it about their great content because this should be a space where they get to be celebrated for their voices. You know. Yeah. And so when I see my young students and I'm like, man, a lot of these dudes could just be sitting around gaming or not that there's anything wrong with that, right? But it's like they're talented, they're handsome, they're charismatic, man, and y'all want to go to med school and do hard shit in the world? Good for you, man. You know, some of my female students, just lovely, lovely people, and you're like, man, these girls could be anywhere in the world doing anything right now.
Yeah.
Y'all trying to take hard-ass senior seminars so you go to med school? Let's get up in here and do this evolution, y'all. Come on now, right? And I'll be wanting to tell them, like, man, y'all don't understand how proud Rob and I are of y'all because y'all are in a world where there's so much opportunity to do anything. There's so many things grabbing at your attention. Look, cute girls, come sell feet pics for $500,000 a year. Look, dudes, come be Republican trash tards, and you know, you could be a millionaire grifter, easy street, right? And my students are choosing that hard shit, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? A lot of students take the summer off, bro. The undergraduate I'm working with, dog, is working at job shadowing at a hospital. I think working in a doctor's office, working in another lab, and then I hit him up with 2 days' notice. Yo, bro, they looking for talented people to do research projects this summer. I was like, you want to do something else? He's like, yeah, Jay, I got like 3 things going on this summer, but let's get this fucking research done, Jay. Yeah, I'm in. What you need me to do? Oh, you need me to learn how to code? Yeah, I got it. I'm added to my list of shit to do. Yeah, no problem. Can we do more of this in the fall? Nigga, get in here, let's get this reason. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, you really do be proud of them, right? Because you'll be like, God damn, y'all could be sitting on any of this bullshit and y'all ain't about none of it. Y'all really trying to, you know, make a name for yourself, you know, take these exams, you know, really work at it, right? And take pride in something you accomplished, man. So I love it. But yeah, man, that's crazy. I'm glad you enjoyed that part of the broadcast, man. That was. I told people, man, that's probably my favorite stream we've ever done because it was new. We were introducing people to a fresh face. That's what I want to do, right? It's all in turn. I'm looking at what the Atheist Experience can do. They build up this platform. They put all these other people on. Now all these people are blowing up. All these people watching the Transatlantic show. All these people watching Black Non-Believers. All these people watching, you know. And then they find like a Jimmy Snow, right? And they're like, oh, Jimmy Snow, you doing your own thing over here, man. You doing real hard work, man. You doing great stuff. Oh, come on, man. Come on to Austin, man. We'll put you on, right? So then he's on now. He's getting another level, right? They doing the conferences and the talks, and then they reaching out to all the big streamers. All right, yo, we're going to do a conference. You come get some talks. We all going to help each other grow, right? So I'm sitting there like, yo, they on some kingpin shit right now.
Yeah, they are.
And I humbly envy that, right?
Yeah, I do and don't at the same time. Like, I do, but at the same time, I want a different niche than that.
Right. Yeah.
So, like, with Jimmy Snow, the thing he's got going with Dillahunty, like, I wouldn't want to work with Dillahunty. I respect what he does, you know, the good that he does. I wouldn't want to work with him.
Because that's not your flavor no more.
No, it's not. I've grown beyond that.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think it's a progress thing. I tell some people all the time, just because you don't like something no more, don't mean it's not valuable no more. It just means it don't have the same value to you.
Right. So I see atheists kind of like good cop, bad cop. Like, we got the whole range covered. We need some people out there being brutal, but we also need some people out there being gentle, and we need some people out there covering the whole middle ground, because we need the whole field covered, because different people respond to different things. And there's so many different.
And there probably should be more of us in the middle, right? But go ahead. I just wanted to add that.
I think so too. And I'm trying to find my place in the middle. And like I told Rebecca earlier, I'm not always fair, but I'm trying to be. I'm trying to find where that balance needs to be.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. So, but I respect what they're doing, right? Sometimes, some people, I'm all about your content. Some people, I don't really like your content, but I'm all about you as a streamer. Like, I like Dr. Disrespect. He's one of my heroes because he's the first person I saw as a Twitch streamer that was super huge, like became a mainstream celebrity. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but he's a mainstream celebrity for the most part, right? Okay. He's a Twitch streamer who's always in costume. And decades ago, before anybody cared about anything and anything was on the internet, I think he won like 2 NBA Jam tournaments or something, right?
Right.
So he calls himself the 2-time champ all the time. Now, really what he became is a badass first-person shooter player. But he still calls himself the 2-time champ.
Yeah.
Smart as fuck. Now, he happens to be a big, strong, like really like serious, presence physically, like a Derek. Derek is crazy, right? And anyway, he does this whole persona, and he blew up. He was one of the early streamers to just, just make the platforms explode, right? Yeah. Big contract, controversy if he left the company or did a Mountain Dew sponsor, like the whole shit. Won all the awards, close seats at fucking NBA finals and all that, like celebrity, right? Like one of the first one of the most real bona fide streaming celebrities. But what makes him famous is he's always in costume. Always. Out in public, wherever, you keep seeing him on the street, in the airplane, always in costume, always doing the gimmick. He's Dr. Disrespect everywhere.
Nice.
Only motherfucker that probably don't see him in full-blown Dr. Disrespect mode is his motherfucking family. And close friends. Right? Now, I could give a fuck about Call of Duty.
Right?
Or this nigga being a 2-time champ, or how far he could throw a football. But man, he's an inspiring content creator. His streams are next level production. Next level, right? That's where my commitment to my character comes from. I could watch his stream right now and be like, you still ain't even close, Jay. You still ain't even close. You got a long way to go, right? Which is what I want, right? I want to find somebody that's going to be like, oh, yeah, and you could do this and try a little bit of that, and I got a little seasoning over here for your ass, you know what I mean? Because then I get to bring that to my community who doesn't really follow him or really give a shit, right? So my point is just to say, some people like a Dillahunty, they inspire me with what they do with the platform and what they do as broadcast or what they do building a community. Other people, like a Doug, just inspires me with his content. I don't really care for Doug's production value too much. Love Doug as a person. Don't agree with him on a lot politically and socially, but I love him as a human being. I'm a huge fan, right? It's one of the things where you get to be friends with your favorite YouTubers. You just like them. It's pretty easy, right?
Yeah.
And then but his content. You know, I think he should leave that whereby alone and make Pine Points real and get a nicer camera or whatever, but it don't matter because Doug just goes, boop, 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 we going live and gold. right? Like, go ahead, boy. You know what I mean? And so you got to take all the influences, you know, and put them together. But then the other thing I wanted to touch on is that sometimes it's just a growth thing. Like, you know, to me, when I first came in this community, I like to watch the debates. I needed to see Christopher Hitchens shred apologists because I was struggling through all the apologetics for the first time.
Yeah.
So I needed to get those talking points and introduced to the lines and what was wrong with all the arguments, right?
Yeah.
It got to a point I absolutely cannot tolerate listening to these debates.
Yeah.
This is a damn 2-hour video, and half of it is Christian apologetics. That you already know sitting on some bullshit. You already know how we're going to shred it, right? So I started to say, if I want Christopher Hitchens, I want to just watch a Christopher Hitchens lecture or listen to a Christopher Hitchens audiobook. I want unfiltered Christopher Hitchens. Like, I want unfiltered studio time without studio flies. But it's like, I don't want to dedicate half of that airspace to the bullshit. Again, I don't want to put my intellectual hero on equal footing with, you know, Dinesh D'Souza or whoever the fuck, right?
Yeah.
But again, does that mean that those debates not useful? No, they were fucking pivotal in my fucking journey. I just am not at that phase anymore, right?
Right.
And then I had to move beyond Christopher Hitchens. And Dawkins lectures and Sam Harris lectures, and because that was great, but at the same time, that wasn't doing community for me. And at the same time, I turned into, rather than a person who their ideas and philosophy were revolutionary to me, they were preaching to the choir.
Yeah.
But y'all, that was great for me when I was finishing my PhD. Because I needed to just sit here and put on something that could play for 3 hours, be good as shit, and I could sit here and type, work on my papers, do what I got to do, get ready to teach. Right? It's perfect.
Yep.
But eventually, all of a sudden, I started some pop up, and I was like, oh, there's the atheist experience, and there's all these current YouTubers. So I was like, oh, there's current YouTubers where, you know, genetically modified skeptic, rationality rules. Oh, this is crazy. They're making kind of new videos and they're real slick and, you know, they're young and, you know, it's cool. I like this, right? And then I'm like, oh, I love the hang up because they really going at people. No, you stupid. No, you ain't got no damn. And man, I've been telling you for 20, I've sat here and listened to you for 20 minutes and you've offered absolutely nothing, right?
Nothing.
And I was like, Dillahunty is God. Dillahunty is God. Like, did I like his stuff? Did I love his stuff? Motherfucker, I needed it like I needed oxygen.
Yeah.
I had been suffocating under this bullshit for decades. Actual, literal decades.
Right.
I tell you, I spent 3 eternities in graduate school. I spent 5 in Christianity.
Yep.
6, if we're being honest. Just easily twice as long as I was in the grad school, right? So, so it's like I needed that. I needed to feel dignified, righteous, and normalized in my outrage towards these things.
Yep, that's where you were at in your journey, so that's exactly right.
That's exactly what I needed at that time.
Yep.
And then I found these, but at the same time, I started watching different things. The Young Turks, David Pakman, a lot of, and I really liked what was going on in the liberal news space. Because again, I was kind of, how do I put this? One, I was sick of not feeling like my very critical perspective had a place in the news.
Yeah.
That was just driving me nuts. Then on top of that, I hated feeling like the mainstream media just didn't ever say what I felt needed to be said. Ever. You know, the mainstream media does is there an elephant in the room? Let's talk about this ant over here. So what I loved when lockdown happened, and I'm sure a lot of people are fucking 100% in lockstep with me, was the late night comedians becoming everybody's favorite news source.
Right.
All of a sudden, you got your news from Trevor Noah and Seth Meyers and John Oliver and all those people, and then them motherfuckers was Stephen Colbert was like, "Hi, I'm in my bathtub, locked up at home like your ass." I mean, let's get into the Late Show. And I was with it, like, yo, that shit was fucking great, man. To be honest with you, I ain't even gonna lie to you. Being isolated was bullshit. It was awful. Like, I'm telling y'all, living through a pandemic was the worst, right? I mean, come on, there's so many things that had to be on the top of humanity's list of things you don't really want to live with. A pandemic, a war, racial upheaval, government turmoil, and we got the whole shit at once. We literally got the apocalypse jambalaya in 2020. And so, but the beauty was, and there's still beauty in this, like me and you, like I was basically crying on stream, y'all, I'm still living the COVID life and it's terrible and I'm still isolated, I have everything delivered, I don't interact with anybody, I want pussy, I miss pussy and playing drums. And then you jumped on here, right, and you were like, yeah, Jay, I'm more or less in the same boat because this COVID is some bullshit and I ain't trying to die for these fuckers, you know? Right. And all of a sudden I was like, oh, my nigga James, of course my nigga James on the same shit, right? And so the beauty of those broadcasts was that there was some sort of community. We all were locked at home. Rich, poor, famous, not famous, busy, not busy, employed, not employed, important, irrelevant, didn't matter. Everybody was stuck at the fuck home, right? Yeah. But then eventually, again, like, I drifted more towards those commentators, like I said, the Young Turks, David Pakman, because they were really saying what I wanted to say. These guys that sort of clowned on the mainstream pulled us towards entertainment, which felt great, especially because we felt so alienated from what was serious before. Yeah. But then I started seeing these other things, and I was like, whoa, they're really on the left. They're really like, nah, and we don't even want Biden, and it's really this problem. And why aren't we talking about the money and the corruption? And y'all got it. And I was like, yeah, I'm here for this. Oh, yeah, no, oh, yeah. Plus, it was smaller. You know, you're like, oh, this person has millions of followers, but it ain't on MSNBC. We on YouTube. Let's keep it 100, right? We can keep it a buck on YouTube, right? So, right. And then you see these live chats just... That shit was new to me. The fuck is this live chat shit, right? And so for the longest time, I just ignored it, right? Because on these bigger channels, it's just going by so fast. You're just like, not even. Right. Yeah. But then I started paying attention to it. And I started noticing the community. And then I started just getting my little shit in there. You know, a lot of times I would say shit, you know, it's a real busy chat, real huge, big popular stream. Ain't nobody say nothing. You know what I mean? But every once in a while, I get something in there, somebody laugh or send you back a message or whatever. And then something really crazy happened. I really got active and into it. I started to look forward to it, right? And really like sitting there with the chat and reading the chat. And then a lot of times, I'll be on these David Pakman, his long streams, right? And he's streaming the trial, but it's all day, right? He's streaming the whole, police shooting trial or whatever, right? It's the 10-hour stream because it's the whole day, right? And so he would leave. Like, he'd be like, oh, yeah, I got a doctor's appointment. I'll be back. Just dip. I got to go eat lunch. See y'all later.
Yeah.
And he would just let the shit play, right? And lead the live chat. And you could participate in the live chat and something really happened. I started to troll him and troll the chat. And I would be like, because he also has this thing called mercy bans. A mercy ban is like, let's say I'm showing something on the screen that's like triggering, like we're watching a Trump trial and Trump is just going off on CRT and lock her up and build the wall. And you're sitting in the chat, you know, being the liberal, rational person you are, and it triggers you. You're like, I can't say this, and you're just going off at the keys, right? Because you're right, about to break your fingers. And so there's something called a mercy ban where it'll be like, all right, James, I'm gonna time you out for 5 minutes just so you could, you know.
Yeah.
So the idea is like, I'm showing you mercy, James. I know you're too triggered right now, James. Here, you want a mercy ban? And so people will request these, right, to give you a mercy ban, and they can, you know, or go take a little pee break or something. It's so much fun, right? And so when he would take these breaks, I noticed something was amazing. The chat got even a little better.
Yeah.
Because David wasn't there. And so we weren't paying attention to the host. And we weren't trying to steal the host's attention. And everybody wasn't competing for his attention or whatever, or trying to out super chat each other. All of a sudden, everybody was just trying to entertain the other people in the chat, right?
Yeah.
So to me, the chat actually got a little bit better when David left.
Right. This is one of the reasons when I do my channel, I want to be very chat focused in my live streams. That if they're having a conversation, I want to jump into it. And I want to encourage that, and then we can get back to whatever afterwards.
Yes.
You know.
And this was interesting because I noticed he did that. A lot of other streamers do that. You should always do that, right? I try to do that. But you make it periodic because there are times where you got to just talk to Rebecca and interrupting your conversation every 10 seconds. Say, so-and-so said this, and then so-and-so said that, and then this person said this. It actually makes the conversation difficult to watch. It makes it hard for people to remember what they were saying. And there's all types of flow and timing problems with that, right?
Right.
So people just have to learn that you go in and out. But what was interesting here is I'm noticing actually he's cultivated such a strong chat community that we kind of have a lot of fun even when he's not here.
Yeah.
And so I started flaming him, like sending stuff in chat like, we should David, mercy ban yourself. Ban David Pakman from the David Pakman Show. And then when he would leave, right, I would be like, all right, chat, time to shine. We have been here. Sick of these fucked up ass hosts. Now the chat's taking over because now you're watching whatever's going on in the screen, and then the only other source of commentary and additional entertainment is actually paying attention to the chat flying on the screen. So I'm like, chat, this is our time to shine. So now we're the commentators, right? We're going to talk about what the fuck is going on, and I used to have so much fun with that, right? I'd even send super chats still, and then we talk about the super chats. We don't need no fucking host, right? And so then when we would come back, fucked up ass host. David, stop trying to steal our shine. We were having fun. We don't need you. Go away. Ban yourself from your own channel.
Right.
So, y'all, what I'm getting at is I've really started to participate and enjoy the community. I had not only found a voice that I loved and a perspective that I wanted to celebrate, I had found people.
Right.
You know? And
you're better at that than I am, because I have a hard time being friends and connecting with people that don't agree with me, and I know I need to work on that. So a lot of times I end up alienating people, even in the chat. Sometimes with my hardcore stances and the way I frame things. And you're so much better at playing the crowd and being able to relate to people in a broader way than I can.
Thanks, I really appreciate that. I actually think you're great, and I want to sort of say the same thing about you because I think you encourage me. I've gotten a lot bolder since knowing you. Yeah, and I probably just don't tell you enough.
Right.
But yeah, when I read your blog and stuff, I was like, oh, James ain't fucking around out here. Oh, I don't need to be on some book. Right? It's the same thing I would say about Christopher Hitchens. I really did. Christopher Hitchens is one of my intellectual heroes because I was such a, conservative fucktard intellectually. And even as I became a scientist and an evolutionary biologist, none of that really made me a critical thinker and a skeptic and understanding what, you know what I mean? And I still had all these heroes. I still thought Mother Teresa was a fucking angel and Gandhi was a saint and Bill Clinton was the greatest fucking president, right?
Right.
And so one of the things
I thought about writing a book about that, about how all these people that are our heroes, like if you really dig deeper, they're not heroes.
Not at all. And you should write a book about that, right? But he wrote books about these people, right? And, challenged these people. He was the person that went to the Vatican to say, no, I shouldn't make Mother Teresa say she's a fraud.
Right. The Vatican knew that too, but they didn't care. They had their own public relations interests.
Right. And so my thing is, and again, I'm reading your book if you write it. Matter of fact, we're going to talk about this because I need to write books too. I want to eventually write books. So we got to figure out how to write books and figure out how to make it good. We got to, let's chat about that. And let's start with, because you already blog, so help me get going with a blogging or something. We'll start there and then we'll, just chop it up.
That'd be great. Hey, I have a question real quick.
Sure, yeah.
Did my one black friend, did he ever... Because he was there when we talked about my blog, and we never got past the first page because there was just so much to talk about for the first few paragraphs. Did he ever say one way or the other? Like, did he read that whole blog? Because that was one of my longer ones.
I don't know. I have no idea.
All right, I'm not sure what he thought about it, but
nah, he didn't say. Enough. And wouldn't a blog from him be great?
Oh, it would.
Yeah, guys, it's just sort of like. I want us all to do different types of content. I love the fact that Black Cat, I would love to see her do YouTube. I've been talking to Cameron about this. Because even her podcast, she could just put that great picture up and then just play it, right? I started this podcast. A lot of the YouTube podcasts I listen to, there's nobody on screen giving commentary. They're either playing a recorded podcast or maybe they're doing the podcast live, but they're not paying attention to chat or anything. They're just videos, right? And I started a podcast that way. What I started doing was me and Mashed Potato, like one of my mods. We did like a couple wrestling podcasts. The idea was that we were going to alternate. We were doing e-wrestling, which is like fantasy wrestling, video game based.
Yeah.
But we were also, big wrestling fans and giving commentary and doing play-by-play on actual wrestling events. So we decided to help promote our community. We'd do basically alternating wrestling podcasts. 1 week, it'd be about fantasy wrestling. The next week, about real wrestling. And then fantasy wrestling and real wrestling. And so we used to just stream those live on Twitch, but we would just record it. So we'd be live on Twitch recording it, and then we'd put the recording up on YouTube. But my point is the YouTube video is just us talking, having a conversation that we had on Twitch, and the picture. Just like a normal profile picture. I mean, it's just full screen picture. Because that was the point. It was a podcast. Like, you weren't supposed to watch it. You're supposed to just sit there and, if you wanted to pull it up on your screen in front of you, it was a nice picture. But other than that, you were supposed to listen to it, right? It wasn't, so my point being, like, I want us to all have different types of content that we're comfortable with. Some of y'all maybe are artists and photographers or, great memers, or you're like Nano, you make fantastic video clips, right? Or you're Bruce Mann and you paint and shit, or you're fucking YouTube punk and you dig for great samples and are great with the props and all the stuff that goes on behind the scenes and, helping to build up the all the paraphernalia and things we need that make our prop game to the next level, right? Like people say, Jade's prop game is to the next level. Well, it helps to have a prop master.
Right.
It helps to be like, somebody making your custom Bibles is, hey YouTube, I'm gonna need you to take care of the set design. Yeah, this the game plan. Yeah. Let me know on Discord what you got cooked up. Yeah.
I mean, she's already made those. The podcasts are
right.
She might as well drop it on multiple platforms.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the work's already done. Perfect comment. Yeah, exactly. The work's already done. But my point is, let's also do blogs, right? You do a blog, and some other people do blogs, and then we draw more people to our blogs, right? Because that's how, like, Richard Carrier, a lot of his work is blog centered. There's a lot of content creators who really do serious work and weight with their blogs. Yeah. Also, I think they're different. Getting to sit down and take I love that with your blog. Like, I could take my time. I could go away and come back to it. I could think about it for a while. I could reread stuff. You get to consume it differently.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. And I appreciate that very much.
Yeah. So I love that. But yeah, man, it's just there's definitely a lot going on in our community. So my point was, so let's get back to the story a little bit, because I think this is about this progress development thing is an important thing for people to think about. Because they might outgrow me, or I might outgrow, doing certain things, right?
Right.
And this is just part of the process. So for me, once I started noticing, okay, I'm really into this community live chat thing. Well, now, because these are happening simultaneously, I'm finding the David Pakman TYT communities where, whoa, these are super liberal, cool news commentators. They're doing the hard-hitting issues, everything that matters to me day in, day out. But there's a super community, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm over here in the atheist land, and I'm finally finding the modern, current YouTubers and streamers, and but I'm still just kind of in the hang-up type of stuff. Like I'm watching call-in shows, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm watching a lot of videos, tightly produced videos.
Yeah.
So then finally, the Myth Visions and the Pine Creeks start to pop up.
Yeah.
And then that's when those things come together. Yep. Now all of a sudden I'm getting the atheist content and the hard-hitting, atheism stuff that gets at, this really personal thing for most of us, which is different than what this social news commentary community is doing. But now I've got the community. Now there's a live chat and an active streaming culture, and we go live, and people are getting to know each other, and there's people interacting with each other. And then you guys are YouTube power users. Everybody's adding each other and hopping together, and you're not only noticing the same people, because the thing that gets a lot of people in the community is you have a favorite streamer, you start to watch their live chat, and eventually you notice the same names popping up all the time.
Yep.
And when that starts to happen, you notice, these people are trying to get to know each other. You get in there, people call you out by name, then you go, oh, okay, that's how these people on this stream are kind of community, right?
Right.
So that started to happen, and immediately it was crazy, because even when I just kind of started, I think maybe Pine Creek, a little bit of Myth Vision, I wasn't super active everywhere, just a couple of the streams I was in all the time, and started to notice the same names. I noticed names from David Pakman. I forget who it is, but some of y'all in here are also David Pakman fans, and they be active in the David Pakman chat.
Yeah.
So I was immediately like, oh, there's crossover.
Yeah, I call it cross-pollination.
Cross-pollination, yeah. And so I was like, oh, that's super cool. Because I was always saying that about the other side. Like the radical creatards and Jesus lovers and QAnoners and insurrectionists and Trumpletons. They're always it's a mix of Trumplican and the fact that they're the Tin Hat Brigade, so I call them the Trumpletons. Yeah, the Trumpletons. So they're,
they're also simpletons.
Simpletons. There you go. They're also that and motherfucking ignoramuses or whatever. Yeah. They are, to me, the same people. And their Jesus bullshit anti-reality epistemology is the foundation of their core. Go ahead.
If you know even one of somebody's views in that domain of thought, you pretty much know all their other views too.
Exactly. Amanda A., thank you so much. I found you on Guts at Gibbon, and I'm really excited to see where your career goes. I mean, folks, you got to remember, this is the type of stuff that nobody owes you, and, you don't often get new viewers and such wonderful comments, and, I'll go off stream tonight, and I'll just be like, hey, I don't care what happens. Everything failed. Y'all know the power's going to go out in 5 minutes, and the whole broadcast is going to end. But before the power goes out, Amanda A., I really appreciate you. Tremendous compliment. I'm kind of ridiculous, so it literally might be going down the drain, but we're gonna have a good time either way. So welcome, and if I disappoint you, I appreciate you at least giving me a shot. But yeah, so go ahead, James. We're talking about how I was saying these are the same people, and so now I'm finally realizing, oh, maybe we could do a little bit of the same people thing too. Go ahead.
So yeah, on our end of it, it's a lot like what Derek was saying. We're building something, we're growing something, and so it's like we're planting seeds, we're growing harvests, and all the people in chat are the busy honey worker bees. And
absolutely, 100%.
Yep, Yep, and so they're cross-pollinating and they're encouraging growth across the entire field, and we respect each other's differences of views and opinions and styles because we are very diversified and yet manage to be very harmonized. Whereas people on the other side of that fence, they're not diversified. They're pretty much just echoes of each other. And that really prevents the kind of growth on their side that we're
it's also a political nightmare of a disadvantage, right? The Republicans, they're always all on the same page. And so they don't even have to be in the majority or nothing. They could just hold shit up. We could literally be in the majority and it's like herding fucking cats. We can't get Manchin and Bernie in the same goddamn room as each other, so we can't pass a goddamn thing, right? So it's real talk. And then, you know, we got like Joe Biden's Catholic ass, but then our best people is really the jihad squad, right? That's what they call them. I'm just saying that's not really them, but you know what I mean? Like, that's how people treat them. I love the squad, right? I'll call them the jihad squad because I hope they terrorize that whole American theocracy bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Look, Jihad Squad, go 9/11 on American theocracy. How about that?
Right. I mean, that was the only upside, really, to when they were all on the anti-vax, anti-social distancing thing, because if you look at the graphs, they were dying off at a much faster rate than people on our side of the political fence because they weren't taking it seriously. And in the long run, that's hurting them. And once they realized it, so some other leaders started coming out saying, yeah, maybe we should get the shots and do some of this stuff. But by then it was already too late because they had this whole polarized idea about vaccines and social distancing and all the science. So yeah, they killed them. They killed off their own voter base, a big part of it, just by being stupid.
Yes. Also, I'm very WWE and expressive. That's true. Not family friendly. That's right. We're an adult community, mostly over 25. If children find their way into this community, it's at their own risk. And also, not just very pro wrestling. You have to understand, I'm a heel. I'm a bad guy. It means if people are too cheering me on, I mean, you guys cheer me on, that just means you guys are amazing. Y'all are just like anti-Christ rebels, you know, so that's cool. I like your moral support and encouragement. But, you know, when the good people that I don't agree with, they're all like cheering for, no. You're supposed to cheer for my enemies. You're supposed to boo me. And then when I beat them up, it triggers you and you get really angry. And then you buy another ticket so you can see them beat me up. And then I cheat, hit them with the low blow, hit them with the brass knuckles, distract the ref, you know what I mean? And then just dip out of there. So you got to understand, I'm a good person, but I'm not a good guy. You know what I mean? Good person, professional bad guy. You know what I mean? Hashtag bad lives matter. All right, so go ahead.
I mean, that works because if you think about it, in the movies, the villains always have the best lines.
Yeah.
Always. They get the best dialogue.
Yeah,
the
also
deepest characters.
Also, I'm going to tell you something in wrestling. A lot of times, it's what you'd expect. The good guys are the egotistical jerks, and the bad guys are the people who are making the sacrifices for the business. It's the bad guys who know, ultimately, in the end, they're going to have to lose.
Yeah.
In the end, to make the people happy and give the people what they want, eventually this whole thing is setting up them going down in flames. right? and I want to throw y'all really back to most of the history of pro wrestling to see why I consider it such a privilege to be a heel. Right before this new era of social media and, you know, the Attitude Era that most of you remember from The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin. Hang on one sec. I took this pop filter off to show it to somebody, and then I never quite put it back in, and I see it just was bothering the fuck out of me. OCD. All right. Right, so there's this new thing where now bad guys get cheered and they sell a lot of merchandise and they go on TV and everybody knows they're just playing. So they could be a good guy on daytime TV and then be bad guys on, wrestling programming or whatever, right? Which I'm not always a huge fan of. But I recognize that even myself, I have to do that, right? I got to play a normal person and shake hands with kiss babies for the government to get my funding and be a responsible human being, and then I get to play a bad guy on TV or whatever, right? But it used to didn't be like that. Remember, there was kayfabe, so wrestlers were supposed to always be in character, at least anytime they were in public. So the only place you could break character was in the privacy of your own motherfucking home. Or in the bathroom, right? Like, everywhere else you were on, right? Yeah. So what people don't realize is in most of the history of pro wrestling, that meant the bad guy was making a huge personal and emotional and financial sacrifice. Yeah. Because it was the bad guy who, one, these people couldn't travel together. They didn't stay in the same hotels. They didn't ride together, right? And so when you're riding the run route where you might run into a lot of fans and you're eating at certain public places and there's a lot of fans and shit going to be there, the bad guys are actually supposed to go a different route or eat somewhere else, or right? Because they don't want you guys to end up in a parade of random fanhood. They're cheering on all the good guys, and the bad guys are just sitting there chilling right along with them. So literally, they were like, "Oh yeah, well, there might be a herd of girls that wants to show you their titties and get autographs, so we'll avoid that just to make, right." That's what the bad guy had to do, right? Yeah. And then when people were, asking for autographs, the bad guy had to say, "Get out of my face, kid."
They had to be bad guys. Yeah.
It's not really good for your bank account.
No, it's not.
Right? On top of that, the good guy gets to do what? Sell merchandise and kiss the pretty girls and take all the pictures. Bad guy only gets paid what the promoter pays him to work the match.
Yeah.
He has and for most of the history of wrestling, the good guys were the only people who really had consistent access to every source of income. And for the most of wrestling history, wrestlers were grossly underpaid. Independent contractors, no benefits, no retirement, no health care, none of that shit. Mm-hmm. The bad guy had to make really smart choices in the ring and really smart choices with his money.
Right. And it's risky, too, because even though it's choreographed, there's real risk.
Oh, yeah. That's not to mention getting jumped, having your tires slashed, people trying to stab you, getting shot at once in a while if you're really good at it. They all have those stories, every single one of them.
Yep.
Every single one of them. Oh, the time the fan jumped in the ring and tried to hit me upside the head with a guitar, all of that shit, right?
Yep.
So it's a privilege to be the bad guy because those are the people who know the wrestling business. No. The heels are the people who put the asses in the seats so that you could watch the babyface whoop their monkey ass all over that ring and you could celebrate and go home happy. And they made all of those sacrifices because they knew that was how to do the work. So that's why people say pro wrestling is fake. We say, nope, pro wrestling is worked. And literally, it's the point that I want to emphasize this. Losing a match, tapping out, letting the other person pin you. Right. We jokingly refer to it as counting the lights, right? Because you're laying up, they're looking at the ceiling. While the other guy's hand gets raised in victory. In wrestling, we call that doing the job.
Right. Nobody ever walks out of a movie theater saying, I'll bet the Force isn't real. I'll bet there's no such thing as Jedi. That's all fake. They go, what a great show, right? That's what they go, what a great show. It was entertaining, and the actors did their job, and they loved them for it. And that's how it should be with wrestling, too.
Matter of fact, if you go through the history of wrestling and you figure, why do people say this person is an asshole? What was the whole Montreal screw job about? Why do people think Bret Hart was an asshole in the Montreal screw job? Why do people think Hulk Hogan was an asshole in WrestleMania 9? Go through all these things about why real wrestling fans and real wrestlers have real disdain and scorn for professional wrestlers. Almost always, it ties to that person refusing to do the job for somebody else. No, wrestler, we don't care how big your ego is, how many millions you made. Go fuck yourself. Because when it was this person's time to be the next guy, you would not get in that fucking ring, lay down in the goddamn ring, let them pin you 1, 2, 3, and have their hand raised as a new champion. Instead, you left the company, quit, pretended you were injured, threw a temper tantrum, threatened to walk out. We all know all these fucking stories, right?
Yeah.
It's considered the most unfucking professional thing you could do. Literally, you're a professional wrestler, and doing the job means fucking losing to someone else.
Yep.
And so imagine when the deal is, yeah, James, I'm gonna do the job for you, and then you're gonna be the fucking champion for the year, and you're gonna whoop my monkey ass all over the place. But next year, you're gonna return the favor and do the job for me, and then I'm gonna do a little heel run, and then we'll kick it back to you. So long as me and you are the top drawing thing, until one of these fucking young cats gets up in here and is making more money than us. And so our real goal is to make that not happen anytime soon, right?
Right.
We trying to, hey, me and you making money in the main event. Let's keep me and you in the main event, right? So that's what happens when next year rolls around and all of a sudden you're no longer with this company, your contract didn't work out, and you really should have had back surgery 3 years ago and you should get that taken care of. Or, wouldn't it be better if you dropped it on television the next night and not on pay-per-view? Right? And all this old bullshit. Ain't nobody trying to hear that. Right? It's considered so incredibly dishonorable. Just like it was considered honorable when Ric Flair walked out of WCW and went to the WWF rather than do what WCW wanted him to do under new leadership, which is drop the belt to Lex Luger. Why? Because for years, that title had been promised to Sting. And Ric Flair said, I will drop the belt to Sting. No one else. Because that was the absolute unequivocal choice. And then there was some contract shit. They didn't want to treat him right. They didn't do him right with his money. He dipped with the motherfucking belt. Now, right, there's a little other side stories, but there's a little part of doing the job that's in there. The real ones take that shit so seriously. They're like, I will not promise this belt to James Apperson and drop it to somebody else. Nope, never.
Yeah.
Right, because again, James Apperson made me, and if they'd have pulled a last-minute switch and he'd have changed his mind, I wouldn't have been okay with that. So, right. So look, folks, I'm just saying all that to say that I find it a real honor to piss people off, and what we should be bad at is that these so-called heroes, these so-called people that have their all-powerful, all-loving, and ever-knowing God on their side, and they're the real good ones, and they're the ones with the objective basis for morality, and the only ones who know why rape is truly wrong, and onward Christian soldier, and we have in the name of Jesus, we have the victory. Why are they such cowards? Why do they suck at fighting? Why do they never have good data? Why don't they know what science is? Why can't they do science? Why are they always presenting us fallacious arguments? And then, why are they so upset all the time, bro? We're like, bro, you sitting on some bullshit. You're not being nice to me. Bro, what happened to you, thunderous, victorious warrior God? All of a sudden, somebody calls you a name on the internet and your feelings are too hurt to finish your sentence?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, y'all baby faces need to step up. Y'all supposedly heroes and good guys, and you're going to take on the bad guys and put them in their place and take back the championship and kiss and hug the babies. And we right here waiting.
Yeah.
And James, we got to get some tag team belts. All right, it's time for a James Apperson unadulterated rant about whatever James Apperson wants, but we need to get us some tag team belts eventually. But the truth is, them shits is expensive as fuck because they're not toys. Go ahead.
So part of this reminds me of debates. I used to always wonder why atheists would let Christians get away with certain stunts in debates. There are certain things that they would always let William Lane Craig get away with, for example. And I didn't understand until years later that it's theater, and that if you never let the people who only have bullshit, if you never let them get away with anything, then it's not really a show. You just walk up, beat on them, and then you leave, and then half your audience is cheering, but you just lost the other half because they don't want to watch that again, right?
Yes.
Don't want to watch that again.
Yes.
So you have to let them get away with some stunts. And one of William Lane Craig's, for example, one of the stunts he pulls is conflating the general idea of God with his personal idea of God, which is a very different creature. And
yes.
So
James, William Lane Craig, conflation of the God he's arguing for and his personal God. Need a quick pin in it. Kat, I just wanted to say thank you so much for stopping by. Cameron, I see you. Big thing flying away and appreciate you. Satan's Little Helper, Melody Joy, Amanda, and of course, Lena, just the whole crew, man. I really appreciate y'all. YouTube Punk, everybody that's out here. I'm not scrolling up, so I'm just calling out some names from memory. I think Tux, and there's a whole bunch of, y'all know who's out here. Appreciate everybody in the live chat. But, Kat, thank you so much for visiting. We're going to have more going on. You don't have to hang around all the time and listen to the philosophizing and the Bible nerdery and all that stuff. We'll definitely schedule times to, like I said, do some of this real hard-hitting, news reflection and commentary on what's going on. We'll also try to keep that to shorter, tighter things. Maybe we'll give you ability to stretch your legs. Have a little bit of a longer format than your podcast, and maybe just give you some more time to really expound on things. But also, we'll try to keep it tight and short, so nothing near the length of our normal broadcast, just to keep it something nice and consumable and watchable, right? Maybe 30 minutes or something like that, or 30 minutes to an hour or something people can watch and sit down and really enjoy, but not be too OC with it, OD, I don't know, whatever. And then also we'll do special streams, maybe like the January 6th committee hearings. Because that's the kind of thing you could just sit back and watch it anyway, right? So you're just sitting back and watching with your community, giving some additional commentary. They go to a break and their newscasters chit chat at the desk. We'll put it muted and we'll chit chat for a little bit, and it'll just be a fun way to gather. And then also it helps people get used to what you're doing and say, hey, I really like the chemistry and the perspective these people bring, and do some call-ins and keep it moving. Because again, we're kind of all just suffering through it together. We know what happened. We're all on the same page as far as the reality of the situation, but we're doing sort of our due diligence as citizens and taking in the evidence. So glad she was sort of on board with doing that. James, you were discussing how the William Lane Craigs of the world conflate their gods that they're arguing with their interpersonal gods. See, chat, that takes a lot of production might right there to pin it. Remember it. It's also called multiple threading in the old dating coach world. Got to remember multiple threads of conversation. But James, please continue with that discussion, and thanks for letting me shout out the chat for a little bit.
Oh, that was all good. In fact, I want to add a little bit to that.
Yeah, great.
Even though Kat doesn't specialize or focus on the controversies that we have with theists, I've noticed that her various topics have a direct crossover or direct relevance.
Could not agree more.
Yep. And so for that reason, I've been wanting to write some blogs about some of Kat's work.
Oh, let's do it. Yeah. Let's do it. Yeah. Everybody get on the gravy train. If you got a YouTube channel, if you write a blog, thank you so much, James. We really appreciate that. Cameron, you're going to have to do something. You're going to have to put a little link in your little fitness videos. Ooh, Cameron, I just told you to plug your lady, and if you don't do that, whoops. GG's. Also, maybe just a little snippet at the end of your video, right? Just say, hey, y'all, thanks so much for watching my latest workout video. I want to give y'all a little taste of my fiance's wonderful podcast. And then, boom, just a little 30 seconds. Maybe her talking about something, maybe not controversial, but just something eloquent, really giving her take. And then, man, you could plug your lady, because think a couple hundred people, a couple thousand people sometimes watch your videos or something like that. They draw them to your channel. You got a little link for it down below. I'm just saying, she probably ain't gonna cook no dinner for you, and your pleasure game might go from like a 9 to like a 6 if you don't follow these suggestions. So, but nigga, you call me out on my diet and every time I eat fast food and stuff. So you think I ain't gonna call you out and put some consequences on the line for you? You talking to the wrong one. Two could play this game, Cameron. I got a microphone in front of me for a reason, Cameron.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, James.
Got 2 turntables and a microphone.
2 turntables and a microphone. I talk about this God conflation that these apologists be doing.
Yep. And one possible lead-in is, you know what? Thanks for joining me today, guys, to exercise your body. Don't forget to exercise your mind.
There you go.
And if you'd like a suggestion for that, check out Kat, because she really gets you thinking.
There you go. There you go. Also, just appreciate the support, man. She's just, you know, it's nice to just help people, right, who are good and deserve the help.
Yep, absolutely. So she's part of our community now, and we're very glad to have her.
Yeah, absolutely. 100. Perfect way to say it. Perfect.
So getting back to the Dr. Craig thing, I don't have a whole
Also,
lot more to
Tux,
say
it's
about
Cat
it,
with a K, but go ahead.
Cat with a K. Cool cat.
Go ahead.
So what he does is basically he wants to create the sensation of, or the impression of, having built a case for his specific God. He builds a case for the idea of a general God, and then quickly and quietly swaps in his idea of God, so that, because his people are slow, a lot of them are just very slow-witted. They won't notice. He just did a swap out at the end of his point. He just swapped one idea of God for another, and they feel like he just built a case for their God when he didn't, because he was building a case for a different concept of God. He swapped it out at the end. There's a stunt that they let him get away with, and it's frustrating, but it's theater. And if you just walk in, because atheists are the only ones, they've got the hand, they've got all the cards, and they just walk in there and they just pummel down the theist every time. There's no real show, there's no theater, and they lose half their audience, and the game's over. That's it. So they have to give some concessions. It's a strategy, and I didn't used to understand that, and I was frustrated by it, but once I understood the business, it made a lot more sense. So that's my whole point about that.
Oh, yeah, it's very true. And it still frustrates me. It's also why I kind of moved away from debates. It's kind of why I don't want to be known as a debater. I want a debate to be a special event for me, right?
Yeah.
And even if I debate evolution, I'm not debating as an evolutionary biologist.
Right.
I'm going, hi, I'm an evolutionary biologist, but I'm really here because I'm a YouTube counter-apologist.
Right.
Right? Because as an evolutionary biologist, it's like me debating, evolution deniers is not how you do science.
Right. So we can only give those guys so much time.
Yeah. But as a limited expression of scientific outreach to a community that desperately needs it, and as a YouTuber who's trying to get some new eyes, right? It's something you can sort of maybe justify on those grounds, again, depending on who you talk to.
Right.
So, because some people think, nope, never.
Yeah.
And that's fine too. So it's very interesting. And so I don't want to spend my time, on these platforms where we've got to give them equal time. But yet, even when I go into this thing with them, it's like, I got to know that I've got an opponent in Kent who's just willfully ignorant, dumb, and I honestly think a terrible human being and a psychopath. Like, I think, I say Kent Hovind's a killer. I just mean under different circumstances, Kent Hovind might actually kill people.
Sure.
That's just my personal opinion. Yeah,
I made that same case before. I'm like, look, if an atheist is mean to you, oh, well, maybe that just means you're not a nice guy, or maybe you triggered them, or maybe they're just having a bad day, or maybe you deserved it. But here's the thing. If you honestly believe that there is a creator of the universe who has a literal hell, and anybody who is not signed on to your religion when they die will go to that hell and burn horribly forever and ever. And while you're thinking that, that's already troubling enough ethically. It's already, if you're at peace with that idea, you've already got some serious conscience issues. But to make it worse, if you then, as an ambassador for this idea of God, knowingly push people away from your religion, knowingly bash them, knowingly throw them under the bus and offend them and push them away, the Bible's talked about this. It's called stumbling, right? And so if you knowingly do that, you're a psychopath, because it means that your ego and your culture war meant so much more to you than the fate of that human being, that you don't care. Throw them in a fire. You don't care. If your bullshit is the reason they end up in the fire, you don't care. You ain't owning that shit, right? You're not taking responsibility for that shit because you don't care what happens to the person. That's a psychopath. That's it. So they can't argue away from it. If they're going to sit there and believe in that hell and then knowingly push you into it, they're a psychopath.
Yeah, Amanda said, I hate giving concessions and being calm and still being dismissed as rude and disagreeable just because I don't agree with the theist premise. And this is me with the identity bullshit, y'all. If you think my black ass can walk up in there and no matter how I can behave, be accepted as like a rational, reasonable person, you're wrong.
Right.
I'm going to be with people who are perfectly, you got to remember, no matter what I say to Ken Hovind, I could be the nicest person tomorrow. I could go with the saint, whoever you actually like approach, right? If you think Derek's more reasonable or fucking Rebecca or whoever you think's a nicer person than me, right? Insert them. I could be them. I could take their approach. And at the end of the debate, Ken Hovind would be willing, if he doesn't actually say it, he'd be perfectly willing to say that I have no objective basis for morality, under my worldview, life has no purpose, I'm just a bunch of fucking accidental stardust, right? No matter how nice I am or kind and respectful, he's totally going to misrepresent, and right, that whole spiel I gave about Rebecca and just creationists in general, me not being able to keep my cool with them, to be honest, y'all, it was much more about how I feel about people like Kent Hovind, and maybe some of the interactions I've had with Otangelo. But even in that shit, it's just letting y'all know why I can't keep my cool, not why I hate that person, right?
Right.
Don't hate Otangelo. I don't even dislike Otangelo. I actually like Otangelo.
I feel bad for Otangelo. There's a sadness there.
Yes, absolutely. And that's how I felt. Yeah. And I even considered no longer engaging with him. And it's honestly because I think he's pathetic. And I don't mean that in a sense of like, God, awful, unworthy human being. I mean, like, deserving of my sympathy, empathy, and I sometimes think intervention. And sometimes I want to use him as a punching bag so that there are less people maybe heading down that road. Maybe that's useful as well. But I don't know either. But I sometimes, to the point though, I sometimes think about no longer interacting with him, almost because I'm wondering if I'm doing him harm or something, right? Like, I'm just saying it's a thought, right? And I don't know what the answer is, right? So what were we talking about? Because I got sidetracked thinking about, the idea that that's very different. Rebecca I actually consider a friend. Same thing with Otangelo, right? And guys, I'm an internet person. So let me be very clear about that. When I say somebody, I consider somebody a friend, it means I consider them a friend. I don't really have a lot of in-person friends. And I never have. Well, I shouldn't say never have. I'm a very popular person. I was like the president of the student government at Penn State. So let's not pretend I've never had friends. What I mean is that since I moved to Michigan and left Penn State and left, people that knew a lot about me, like, I've been in Michigan where I don't know anybody, I don't have any real friends or family, and I was in grad school the whole time. So I mostly just interacted with people at work, and then I was like home, And so other than people I date, and like I almost meet people I date exclusively on dating apps. Where else
I stay away from music to play. Yeah, I get it though.
Oh yeah, I want to too, but I literally accepted the reality that I don't meet other people.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like, this is my favorite way to find people. Actually, it's my least favorite. Do you guys know why? I'm a motherfucking performer. So here's what happens on a dating app. I sit there and message hundreds of people out of the few who are willing to match with me, and it's really irritating. And most of them never message me back because I'm nobody to them. They don't even know. Yeah. All right, but here's what my real life is like with if I'm not dealing with the pandemic. I could just be that guy who literally is on the steps of the Capitol writing a fucking rap song I just wrote and rocking a crowd, making them go crazy with a rap song about science in front of 2,000 people.
Yeah.
And then the unfortunate, and then what happens next is I step off the stage, and this is a real life story that actually happened to me. And there's just like a crowd of hot girls just waiting to talk to me.
Yep.
And I'm like, thank y'all so much for watching. And then I turn and I'm like, oh shit, there's one of my students. So I'm gonna go talk to this lesbian chick over here next to me because she's like a world champion, like Olympic trial, like shooter. And she happens to be like, we happen to teach like BTAs together.
Yeah.
So someone I'm totally not attracted to, but I think is just an amazing person. And she's like one of my classmates. So I talked to her for a little bit. Oh, my girlfriend's here. Yeah, my other girlfriend didn't even show up because one of her friends was doing a performance thing, so she didn't even bother. Yeah, I've seen you do music. I've actually heard you make this whole song the last 2 weeks, so I got to go see my girl. We'll catch up later.
Right.
And then we dip, right? Or I go to church and I'm in front of the stage playing drums and like all the girls just want to talk to the drummer afterwards.
Yeah.
So I don't really have these problems in real life.
Right.
But if I find myself confined to a situation and I really have no other way to meet other human beings, it turns out the internet happens to be what I have to do like everybody else, right? And it fucking sucks. Yeah. I'm just saying, y'all, I'm just keeping it real. I'm just keeping it 100. It's fucking ass. I fucking hate it.
Sure, the dating market sucks.
Yeah. It's also lucky, though, because, like I said, I want to be a dating coach. And, the game don't really change, but the forum changes, and you got to adjust to the new forum changes. Like before, it was just... in-person day game, night game, clubs, whatever. Then it was, different type of apps like emails and shit. Now it's on the phones and whatever. But the moral of the story really is that I lived that virtual life. And so my closest actual friend group by default is my club, right? Like the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. That's it.
Right.
All y'all can start watching tonight. When the time comes for me to play with my club tonight, that's what we're doing. I don't know if it's going to be 2 of them motherfuckers on, 18 of them motherfuckers on, but the only way we not going to be doing Sacred Death shit is if it's none of them motherfuckers on or if they're not playing GTA, right? Yep. Because that's my friends. Like, I'm not going to not spend time with my friends. Y'all are just allowed to watch, right? Y'all, so go ahead.
So Amanda wants to know how I meet girls. Now, I've been out of the market for quite some time, and I put on more weight than I realized I had put on during COVID. Like, I just, you don't notice it going on at first. At first, I thought, man, our dryer's broken because it's getting too hot. It's shrinking my clothes.
Yes. James, I love the instincts, though. Must be some other shit. Must not be my responsibility in any way, shape, or form. I fucks with you.
All that junk food I've been eating.
Yeah, it can't be.
COVID was hard on me for a lot of reasons. So I've been out of the market. I'm trying so hard to get back in shape now. And I'm seeing doctors and specialists and changing the way that I carry out my daily routine. But when I'm in the game, how I meet girls is different than I think most people. I won't go anywhere near a date app now, even though I get why some people use them. Because there's a lot of dangerous personalities on there. And honestly, it'll wreck your self-esteem going on there and competing with so many other people. So what I do when I'm in the game is I find somebody, a woman, to be co-wingman with. Like, I'm her wingman and she's mine. In the dating market, in the physical world where we actually interact with other people, women will be more attracted to a guy if she sees him being attractive to somebody else first. So if she thinks you're with that woman, even if you're not. What's that?
I just got to insert some real technical dating coach, anthropologist of human sexuality jargon here. We call this pre-selection. All right, so there are 2 things we call these DHVs. You'll hear pickup artists use these terms, but I'm going to teach you all the pickup artist secrets, and then your job is to use them pro-socially, not anti-socially. Consequences. So we talk about there being 2 DHV spikes, which that means there's 2 ways to set yourself apart from other people in the field and make your value spike, right? The person's thinking about all the people of the population, and if you demonstrate higher value, there'll be a spike. They'll be like, oh, that person's somebody to pay attention to. Also, nothing gets attention like attention, right? I always tell people a lot of my dating success in high school was I was the only black kid in an all-white school, which meant talking to me, dating me, being involved with me, being seen talking to me in the hallway was an instant way to be the topic of conversation all day long. You ain't ever had, you want to be popular, just have me stop at your locker and watch all the girls in your class just be talking to your ass all day. What's going on with you and Jay? So no. Yeah, we know we don't really talk to you a lot normally, but we see, but yeah, you know that black guy that walked up to you that be playing drums all the time? Yeah, what's up with you and him? Can we talk about that? Right, all right, so there's 2 DHV spikes, and one is called being the leader of men, right? That's the Cory Booker DHV spike. He's the mayor. He's the senator You know, the men follow him. They vote for his ass. He's the executive. They like, Cory Booker, what's the marching orders? Cory Booker, oh yeah, I'm gonna need you to do this. And they do that, right? They're like, ooh, that's... Pay attention to him, right? The chief, the captain, the whatever. And there's two ways to be dominant. You could be what we call physically dominant. I used to use a picture of the Ultimate Warrior. You don't want to fight that guy. Or you could be socially dominant. And I'd actually use a picture of Barack Obama. We call that prestige, right? You could just be prestigious. And sometimes it's just a James Apperson, right? Like you just have a great voice and people think you're kind of a wise man type of demonstration, right? People are like, oh, I really like that guy, sharp and high. So if James Apperson says, oh man, I think this guy's really great, people are going to listen to that because they're like, oh, I think James is really good. So, right, it's that leader of men, right? It's respected men respect this person, right? And then the other is what we call pre-selection. And that's what you're talking about. Pre-selected by other women. He's got the stamp of approval from other women, right? And this is why some of y'all need to stop being so concerned about visual appearance and not hanging out and befriending women you're not attracted to. Because you know what? You know, women you're not attracted to are not just because you're not attracted to them. They're not deaf, dumb, or blind. So if there's like a big girl who you don't think is particularly attractive, may not even like men, but she thinks you're super cool, and like will tell other women, yo, that's my man Jay, like he's super cool. Oh yeah, I hang on all the time, he's great friend actually, great guy. Like no, a guy that actually cares about people. Oh yeah. Oh, you think he's handsome? Man, it's fucking Jay. Yeah, Jay kind of cute, but I ain't into him like that, right? Like, yo, that woman's into you now. Because it don't matter how much that other woman weighs or smells funny or whatever. Another woman is like, oh, yeah, so this woman is telling me this man has value, and, like, she sees him too, right? If she thought he was hideous, she would have been like, right? But she didn't do that, so, right? So, like, that's what you're talking about, right? And I used to stage this in part of our campaign, right? Like, when I was running for president of student government, I always had at least 2 women that were like on each arm when I walked into a big frat party. It's just part of the charade, right? And it was totally orchestrated. Like we all gathered at my place and we went over the game plan for the night and who's gonna be on which, right? And all this shit, right?
Yep.
And secretly, these women who are very, very gorgeous are just part of my campaign team. They're just cool women that volunteer. They love playing this role and playing along, right? And really, they've got very serious campaign responsibilities. So I'll give you an example. Yeah. One of them, their job is to get me the fuck out of conversations, right? One of the things you're doing when you're trying to meet all the people and you've got to work the room, right? Politicians have to work the room, right? And it's hard to find a graceful exit for things, right? Yeah. So basically what they're doing is using the fact that they're attractive girls and they're meeting cool people and people trying to talk to them, and then they're watching me. And they're going, all right, he's been over there for about a good 5 or 10 minutes. He seems like he's really jiving with those people, right? And then one of them knows, all right, now come over and tell me, hey, Jay, I just met some super cool people. You need to come over here and talk to them, right? She's giving me a graceful way to leave that conversation, right? And then she also knows how to circle back because I'm going to come to this other group, right? The other girl is going to be there. Now, I've got other people on my campaign team, but they're just all running around doing their own thing or whatever, right? But these two they're on my arm, right? So they're my body people. They're very close to me. They're going to be that way all night, right? So now I'm going to where the other girl is. So she's already still there. So now I can roll up on the new conversation. Oh, Steph, she told me to come over. And she can actually stay with them for a minute and be like, all right, guys, don't forget to vote BUNDY. The election's on blah, blah, blah. We need you to da-da-da. Actually, you know what, real quick? Can I get your contact information, right? Because you're going to be a little bit reluctant as somebody who's trying to get your vote as a student leader to like maybe give me your contact information and follow up and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
But that pretty white girl... See, we got the game on lock, bro. We literally called it the seduction of 42,000. We all went live. We're going full dating Coach Hitch mode because that was the point. The point was to say people are people, and I wanted to use social dynamics and consulting to do politics, to do shows, to consult with. I worked for churches, right? I'd sit them there and be like, no, this is how you market to people, and this is how you make your Jesus song and dance a little bit more attractive to people, right? And so, like, that's why ministries love me, or so I worked at a church and shit like that, right? So I would rotate, right? And now this other girl, she also has a very important responsibility, believe it or not. And that is, I trust her with one of the most important responsibilities that anybody in this fucking team has.
Mm-hmm.
Watch my dog. Before we had Sam, I had another dog named Diana. She's a little half French bulldog, half Chihuahua. She was part of the campaign team. We always had matching outfits on, and like she had a little hoodie that said CIA, Canine Intelligence Agency, and I'd always have a little like bestudded collar, fancy looking collar on her, and then I'd like rock her leash around my neck. So we always kind of were coordinated, right? And so the idea was I wanted to focus on work in the room, and different people would want to play with Diana or see her or talk to her, and she'd be like her own little star of the show, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I got to make sure that I don't lose my dog in all of this, and that when it's time to go or whatever, or if she needs to go outside, or right, I need somebody to actually watch the dog. Somebody needs to kind of be on dog sitting. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And so, but just to your point, the fact that I wasn't actually trying to sleep with these people, and actually, believe it or not, one was one of my best friends, who I actually really trusted because we went to high school together. And we were just stoner buddies. Like, I would just go over his house. We would just fucking sit around smoking weed, playing video games, talking about bitches. Like, we didn't give a shit about any of this, right? Because most of my friends didn't care, so I didn't talk about this shit. I was just like, oh, Jay, your student government shit, nobody gives a fuck. Shut the fuck up. Hit this bomb. Shut the fuck up, right? That's how my friends treated it, you know what I'm saying? Which is great, because it made me feel like a normal kid, you know? And so, but the one girl was actually his cousin. And the other girl was her best friend. Right? So they were just down because they were like, oh, this is my cousin's friend, let's help him out, whatever. And they had a good time. And I actually liked the one girl, but we just kept it cool, right? She's part of the campaign team. We're busy right now. So nothing really happened because we just flirt with each other. You know, she's very affectionate, very nice, but it was, you know, we kept it cool. I had other girls. I was busy. It was never like anything like that. But the point is, right, that wasn't the point, right? They were part of the team, they had a role, but we did play that, and it worked because it made it magic. I was the guy who walked in the room at a frat party with a girl on each arm and an entourage, although one's my webcam guy, he knows to get the photos, to put them on the website, one's my marketing person, she knows to follow. Everybody got a job, right? Everybody got a fucking gig. Ain't nobody in this motherfucker ain't working, right? But it just looks like, holy shit, a superstar shit. Like I told you, I would go to the football parties. Those are the biggest parties. If you get to football parties, you got to be cool as shit because it's going to be the football team, cheerleaders, and they're Penn State, right? The football team's famous, right? And they'd all be like, holy shit, Jay Bundy's here, right? And it's because you just have that larger than life persona that everybody's reading about you on paper, and you're cutting all these crazy promos. But even like I would curse a lot and I would say these rude things. I'd always say, I'll never say no comment. If something's bullshit, I'm gonna tell you it's bullshit. And then I told the newspaper, like, print that.
Yeah.
No, I need you to print bullshit. I need to make sure if I read this and it doesn't say bullshit, I'm not gonna no, it needs to say bullshit. So before we started the campaign, I took my whole campaign team. We all got suited and booted, like real suits, haircut, everything clean as shit, tight, very serious, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I explained, look, I'm in the real politics in Newark, New Jersey. I work for Cory Booker. Like we just did Cory Booker's campaign. I've been with him the whole time from the ground up. I've seen how you build it and take over the city. This is gonna be a new student government. We got a plan. Here's our 100-day plan. Here's my administration. I'm gonna have like when Cory Booker ran for office, we had the whole city on lock, right? He won for mayor. We had 9 council seats. We took over all the administration. We appointed all the people we needed to, right? You either flipped and you came to Team Booker, or we was replacing your ass. It was gonna be you was either Team Booker or you out of here, right? Yeah. So I want to do the same thing. I had a person for every, council seat in every college and, a whole administration. Nobody even has administrations like this. I had a chief of staff, all the shit we had in the city. We just made a little copy paste, same website design, same game plan. I just took, because every person counts, I made it because every student counts. and then changed all the critical issues to be about what was going on in campus. Everything else was a copy-paste job, right? So we sat up, suited and booted. We was like, all right, here's the real plan. We're going to do student-centered policy. We need to focus on diversity. We got a 100-day plan. We need to give students access to information. We need to create accountability for the faculty. We need to get back our ability to have our rights. They were telling us shit like we can't eat or drink in the classroom. We're like, motherfuckers got meds to take the fuck out of here. Y'all ain't helping the disabled students. It'll be, they'll advertise to disabled students, oh, every building is wheelchair accessible. So you'll pull up to a building, there'll be a little logo that says it's wheelchair accessible, but don't tell you which entrance is wheelchair accessible. So wheelchair kids and stuck in a wheelchair be late as shit to class, circling around the goddamn building in a wheelchair and trying to figure out where the goddamn ramp is.
Yikes.
So I'm like, nah, look, we got very clear shit we need to do. All right, let's go. Yeah. And then the plan was we were going to work with the library, right, and archive it so that all this progress from everything we do is documented in the papers, and that's what the point of working with the paper was. So we sat down the newspaper's leaders and their reporters, their government, their local government reporter, and the student government reporter. Those are people we're going to have to work that cover this, right? And their leadership team, and we gave them the whole plan. And then after we laid down, they're like, oh, this is very good. This is very impressive. Yeah, we really like this. It's going to be really something different. We like this. Yeah. And I was like, but look, ain't nobody going to care, and ain't nobody going to read about it.
Yeah.
So what we going to do instead is we about to give you this pro wrestling style shit, right? And I'm going to be full heel mode. And here's where y'all come in. I want y'all to see the vision. The idea was I was the heel. I was the bad guy, but I was the person running for president.
Yeah.
So the idea was you were not supposed to like me. At the end of the day, you were supposed to what? Want someone else to replace me.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got cool, he does stuff, and yeah, maybe he got some stuff done, but he's totally distasteful. And I don't like, he smokes weed and he curses and he's an embarrassment to this university, right?
Yeah.
But little did you know I was putting on this team of superstars around me.
Yeah.
And instead of you ignoring them like you do most student leaders, I'm pulling faces so that I can tell you about them, so you can get to know their names, so that I can move on to what I got to do and put one of them on, right? And so the idea was that allowed them to just be the straight-laced one. Oh, yeah, I'm so-and-so. I'm here to very much reasonably tell you about what we're trying to do on behalf of students.
Right, so in your own way, you're hero support, too.
Right, exactly. That's all I was doing, really, is hero support. I put together the plan. Yeah, of course, I orchestrated. It was my vision, but, like, that was, yeah, of course, that was the plan. The plan was to do the job. Put over the next guy. Make the platform mean something. Carry the title. Make the title mean a lot, right? And all of a sudden, being the president of student government is being the president of student government again, right? It had become, you're the president of student government. Yeah, anyway. And what happened is all the kids used it. They would just get elected to these things because it helps them get into law school, helps them get into, business school or grad school or whatever. It's great for their resume. I call them resume builders. And then what they would actually do is they would sit around debating Robert's Rules of Order all day. This is why I don't like the philosophical community, because what they want to do is a bunch of white boys want to sit around arguing about what the words mean and how you can even start to have the argument before you have the argument, because we can't agree about the epistemology of the word.
Right. Yeah, I don't like that stuff either, to be honest.
Yeah, philosophical circle jerk. Well, the philosophical circle jerk in the world of government is called Robert's Rules of Order. It's what you see in government, the procedure, right? Oh, well, turns out, even though the Democrats got a majority to do this thing, you need 60, and you can't do that, and you got to call a special session to suspend the filibuster, but you can only suspend the filibuster under these conditions, blah, blah, blah. And then the founding fathers said you got to tap twice and step on top of the table and do a backflip. None of the Congress people can do a backflip. So, sorry, folks, you can't have healthcare. It's like and of course, trying to be little junior parents of this, that's what most student governments are doing, right? Yeah. And so we were like, yeah, we're just never going to do that, right? And I was making fun of them. And again, I knew that because I would do what? I'd sit in on their meetings. I'd become part of the social awareness committee. So as part of the social awareness committee, I could go and sit in and figure out what y'all are doing. And I'm part of my student leader. And I'm just sitting here like, y'all trash. Oh, God, this is going to be easy. This is going to be cake, right? Yeah. I'm learning from like serious pros, and y'all are still playing student government from high school, right? They were doing high school student council shit. I was like, oh yeah, nah. We just took over America's 13th largest city. Let me show y'all how this is done.
Right.
Oh yeah, and they hated us. Yeah, we did it from the ground up. Yeah. They was calling us outsiders the whole time. You know what I mean? Like people think Newark celebrates Cory Booker. Yeah, now.
Right.
Man, they took every chance they could to call him gay and a sellout and a Jew bird and an outsider and a fucking carpetbagger and a snitch. Sure. You know, everything. You know, we took over the motherfucking city and did the best job rebuilding that shit. And you know what they say now? Oh yeah, y'all remade the skyline. Let me show you this major city where the skyline looks different. But like, yeah, we cut this ribbon, we cut. Oh, let me tell you about the media. Yeah, when we built that arena over there, y'all like so much. Yeah, let me tell you, that was the Booker administration, you dumb shit. Right? Yeah. Oh yeah, that corrupt ass mayor. Yeah, we put his ass in jail. Right? He didn't put him in jail, but you know, finally, and it was like they wanted the corrupt old motherfucker better than the new superstar hero they had. Anyway, y'all. So you're right. I was doing superhero support, right? And that's sometimes, again, what the heel does. He knows, I could probably do this in a way that would make, people want to hold hands and kiss babies and blah, blah, blah. But I got to pull faces. Unfortunately, and I would say this, we started a war. We called it the war on apathy. And I would remind students, if you want me to play it straight, you're the reason I won't. What do I mean? Oh, yeah, I could tell you about this student leader. I know who they are. I can tell you all about the president of student government you had for the last 3 years. He was a fucking superstar. You don't even know his goddamn name. I can tell you all about how this university administration has worked systematically to strip your rights from you as a university student. And you will have no idea what I'm talking about, although you'll certainly feel the difference in all the shit you can no longer do as an adult in your life. All the university policies we hate, and they don't give a fuck what y'all say. Why? Because y'all are not paying attention. Asleep at the wheel. Oh, y'all like smoking weed? Cool. That's great. Y'all know in the University of Michigan, they could smoke weed legally? Oh, yeah, right? This is how it was at the time, right? Yeah. It's like, oh, yeah, most of the country is illegal as fuck to smoke weed, right? One of the very first places legal to smoke weed was Ann Arbor, Michigan. Why is that?
I used to live there.
Yep, why is that? Because their student government was fucking active, and they made them stop locking up their own students.
Yeah, they called it hash bash. Hash bash.
What do you mean? Actual legalization was led by people's students organizing and being like, wait, we're here to enhance our futures, and y'all putting away in jail for smoking grass that's never killed anybody? Go ahead, James. Tell them what it was like.
Yeah, it was nice. I mean, the cops would be like, okay, this is the way the social and political wind is blowing. We'll go along with that. And they weren't arresting nobody. It was wonderful.
Right. Penn State, Penn State, we're the #1 party school in the fucking world. Oh, yeah, well, y'all want to stop going to jail for partying then? Yeah. Pay attention. So it was like, well, I know all the straight-laced superstar students. You can't even name them. I start wilding out, and they can't shut up about me. You can't shut up about, right? Whoever the person's talking to me is, right? I'm like, I got your ass reading the fucking student newspaper every goddamn day.
Yep.
That's what I do, right? And that's what the collegian realized. I sell papers. I move units. I pull faces. It works. They literally were like, right? There was the student newspaper that year. There was a student-run magazine, one student-run magazine, right? They actually made, at best, when they pulled it off, they could do 2 magazines per year, one each semester, right? But a lot of years they only made 1. That year they made 1, right? I was on the cover. Interview with the People's Champ, right? Full spread. Mm-hmm. That's why. It was because we went in character. And we were so deep with it, like, I met with the university administration. I told the president, I had a good relationship with the president of the university. I knew all these people, right? So I took time to meet with them. Some of them we did photo shoots, right? Like, we do photo shoots, and I'd put them in a headlock, and I have them, like, pose like they're like this. Because we were going to do, I ended up getting disqualified. We were going to do articles that say, Bundy wrestles administration over this, or Bundy fights administration on that, right? And so they were happy to go along with it because again, they don't get enough attention. Nobody ever talks about them. Most of them are actually superstar people. They'd actually love for people to have a more active student body and create a culture that, again, would help the administration recruit and attract more students. So they were totally down to play along. Nobody's just ever tried it with them. You just had to meet. All you had to do was ask. Yeah, Jay, you want you want the local newspaper to come in here and do a photo shoot with us for 5 minutes? Yeah, I think I can schedule it, right? Like, duh. Right. So it was fun. They were into it, right? So again, I know, just like I am now, where I know my advisor loves this and my department loves this, and the director of my program just wrote a letter to the marketing team. Like, I was like, oh my God, you got to see what this guy Jay Bundy's doing. We should write a feature article about him, right? They love this shit, right? Because it's fun. So it is just interesting that there is, once you get the attention, so much demand for you to go back and play it straight and fit inside the box. But at the same time, you know that's why people are here. And so you're going, unfortunately, I just can't do that. It just doesn't work that way.
Right. Yeah. You got to know the game. You got to play the game.
Yeah. But yeah, James, what else has been on your mind, man? I'm willing to talk about my strategy for Kent Hovind. There was something else that you had brought up that made me think of something I hadn't talked about that I really wanted to, but then we just got talking about other stuff. So I'm sure it will probably come back to me.
Dating strategies and.
Oh, so there was the DHV spike thing. That was really important, the pre-selection thing. I definitely think people should think about that. If it's a way you can help your person. And let's get back to you discussing your experience, because that's what you were talking about. But I'll wrap it up just by saying, I think you were making this point about how women like this too. And this is so profound, because I just think, and I want to make a quick plug here, we don't think enough about the other perspective. And I want to give myself a bit of a pat on the back, where, like, when I started my weed organization, right, the reason I ran for president of the government, I was already president of the weed organization. But I made our Constitution weird. We were supposed to have 2 presidents, 2 vice presidents, treasurers, and secretaries. And the reason was, at the time, it was like, there's not a lot of clubs that, when they have, both people there, the leadership ends up both people. You either have a female club with female leadership, a male club with male leadership, or an intergender club with male leadership. And so we wanted to not do that. So it was like, we should have 2, that way there's balance. It was weird. I don't know if I'd do that again, but it was just a way of trying something. Sure. But yeah, when I started doing the idea of this dating coach show thing, I first did it with one of my students. Actually, there was a young lady in my class who'd taken my class, and she was like a broadcast journalism major or whatever at Penn State, right? And so she was already hosting like some of the student shows, right? And I'd run a student show, and I'd seen her stuff. I was like, let me see your stuff, right? And so she showed me. I was like, oh God damn, this girl's good at this, right? Like, and great looking, and totally charismatic, and was really good in my class. So I knew she was kind of like getting stuff, right? And she could talk about this stuff. And so she agreed to do it, and we started the show. I can't even think of what it was called at the time. We came up with some catchy name. I said like Hook Up You or something, but it's not. It was way better than that. Anyway, because I know we did the real hookup, but I think that was what we did when we came to Michigan and had different co-hosts. But the purpose of it was to break down the locker room mentality. The idea was men sit around with men talking about women, and then women sit around with other women talking about men. And, same situation if you get into, other, if you're asexual or LGBT. I'm not trying to exclude people. I'm just trying to say with heterosexual people, I guess. And so we wanted to do this thing where, one, we were getting questions from students, so we knew we were helping people because we were asking real people for their questions, right? What we did was we took these slips of paper. You can think about this for a YouTube idea. We took these slips of paper, and they said, if you had the opportunity to ask a dating coach 3 questions, what would they be? 1, 2, 3. So now a person's going to give you 3 questions for a dating coach, right? Sure. And then the next part was describe a recent situation with a significant other, a person of interest that frustrated you. What frustrated you?
Yeah.
And then we just would go to classes and pass these sheets out. We get a teacher to give us permission to pass these. I still have a bunch of them up in my attic because I can always use them. They're so good. And so we got hundreds of these. We just got stacks of these sheets, right, from students.
Right.
And then we just sit there and go through them. We pick an episode for the day. We're like, oh, what's the topic going to be? The topic going to be is how to approach people on campus. All right, cool. How many of these relate to that? Cool. The topic today is going to be, taking your relationship to the next level. All right, how many of these are this, right? Some of these are going to be about getting back out there after a breakup. All right, how many of these are about that?
Right.
That's what we do, and then we sit there and answer. But the magic that we actually did it in a professor's basement, and even he originally, after we did like the first episode, he was like, "Oh yeah, this is gonna be great," because it was a guy who was very serious about this, and a female who was very serious about this, and every single question that was asked, whether it came from a male or a female, it was responded to respectfully from both sides. So if I said something like, "Yo, as a guy, man, it's a straight numbers game. You can't be hung up with that one person. You really got to put yourself out there, meet as women as you possibly can, but at the same time focus on, trying to communicate, as genuinely as you can, because you don't want to waste time finding and making yourself appealing to the wrong type of person by, trying to be attractive in a way that's not consistent with your personality, right?"
Yeah.
And then she would be like, and ladies, I know it's really hard to hear about this numbers game, because it kind of makes us feel sometimes like, guys are just kind of running through us and they're not really taking time to get to know us. But, it is a really important difference that a lot of times we're being approached and we've got plenty of options from being approached, and guys really do have to sort of make that initial effort. And, most of those situations are inherently unsuccessful. And ladies, you do know that, come to think of it, like when we're first starting to get to know a guy and he's too much invested in us too quickly, it's difficult. Because it's like, whoa, dude, I'm just getting to know you. I might still be talking to a couple other people and trying to figure out how I feel about you. And if you're not even willing to talk to other people because we just, had coffee and now you're, right? She's like, that feels like a lot of pressure on me, right? So you were kind of getting this like, oh, this is how guys really feel about this, and they're kind of validating what you might have to do because maybe this question's coming from a guy, right? And then you're hearing a female hear it and react to it in real time, saying, "Oh man, that's tough for us to hear sometimes." But I think you're you know what I mean? And it was magical for both sides, right? Same thing with. How should I approach a girl? And somebody says, "Oh, I did something super romantic. I brought this girl flowers and I gave it to her in front of the whole class and got on one knee and sang a song for her and she didn't give me her number." Right? And for me to go like, bro, that was just way too much too quickly. Like you can't overwhelm somebody like that. Plus, like man, play it cool. Like you could have just been a little low-key, not drawn so much attention to the situation, and let her get to know you, and save the grand romantic gesture for when it's time for some grand romance between the two of you, right? And then she'll be like, yeah, and, it sounds like this is a really nice guy, and he's just missing, but yeah, you got to understand that's too much too quickly, right? And you might have females calling in about what's the best way to break up with a guy who she's worried about is going to really have a hard time with him. And then I'm like, man, you can't break up with nobody over text. And really, you shouldn't even do it over the phone, y'all. We got to stop being antisocial like that. You've been in a relationship with somebody, like, yeah, you need to sit down and tell them what's going on and have it face-to-face, right? And you got to be like, well, no, remember JC said his temper's a little scary in the description here. Like, you got to remember that she's now concerned that this is going to be it. And when he feels like this relationship is over and he goes, I don't have anything to lose mode, it could be a safety consideration here, Jay. And I'm like, oh, shit, you know what? I got a dick. And when I be worried about my emotions, I don't really normally consider my personal safety like that. And I'll be forgetting sometimes that y'all have to consider your personal safety in every fucking waking moment of your life.
Right.
And I don't. So even as a black guy, just straight up, there's a lot of places right now I'm safe unless some fucking, racist mob is outside my door. I'm literally ain't worried about a goddamn thing. The doors, I have to remind myself to lock the doors. The door's probably locked, but that's only because I remind myself to lock it. I really don't think I need to, but I mostly do it because there's a lot of expensive equipment in here. But facts, right? So it's a chance for me to hear it and go, yeah, you got a really good point there. That, guys, let's think about that from now on, right? And maybe be a little bit more open to different forms of communication because it's hard. These are hard conversations to have, and sometimes people want to have a safe way to have it. Oh, okay, cool, right? And we're all getting something out of this. So I say that to make a cheap plug, which is that I want to start having more of a dating coach show. I did the Hit stream. I might do some stuff like that where once a week I let people come in here and talk to me about dating relationships, give us something else to talk about, mix it up, right? And then, but I'm really want a female co-host or at least, or a panel of females or something. Like I want other perspectives. And I'd love to have an LGBT person on as well. I don't know if everything's going to be relevant to everybody at all times, but even that's kind of great, right? Because then you get here's my perspective from a third's eye viewer, or like I don't really give a fuck about the male female dynamics, but here's what I see going on interpersonally.
Yeah,
and because that's where I get at with stuff I didn't understand. The only reason I really got into poly, James, was because I wanted to coach everybody.
All right.
So. Yeah, because come on. First of all, I didn't want to just do dating coaching. I really wanted to do a consulting business, right? But the social dynamics was what it was, and the dating coach thing was like the thing that was blowing up, and people were making all this fucking money, right? And so that was like, oh, you just do that because it's easy, and then it's help you support yourself and making it bigger, right? And so it was weird, but immediately early on, I wanted to coach men and women because I had got over the whole pickup culture thing. I realized it was antisocial. I started coaching. I started teaching at the university. I had a lot of female students. I was no longer willing to coach guys in ways I wouldn't want people behaving towards my female students or females in my life, just in general. And I was also doing the same thing for me. Like if I got to become this caricature of myself, and like, work this hard. It's like I felt like we were giving guys inferiority complexes rather than helping them. It was the toxic help, right?
Yeah.
James, I'm telling you, the reason you don't get girls is because you're just not a fucking alpha male. You're just not fucking attractive. Now, listen to me, and I'm gonna make you fucking sexy, all right? And I'm gonna teach you the rejection-proof way to get bang bang, all right? And if in 30 days you're not getting bang bang, it's because your dumb ass can't read because I made it so simple because I'm so brilliant and you're an idiot, right? Yeah. And then on top of that, it promoted this antisocial language. Women are targets and there's obstacles. And that's kind of fine in some sense, but we had gotten a little too hard with the metaphors and a little bit too not reminding ourselves that they're metaphors and that these, and then I would show my students this, where I would order the stuff and show them the price, and I'd bring it into class and show my students, because I wanted my male students to see, hey, this is what people are trying to shove down your throats. And I wanted my female students to say, when you guys see these guys, antisocial guys out here on some bullshit, this is where they're getting it from.
Yeah.
And what I would show them is like the cover of this stuff. It would come in, the Trump, this is perfect time because of all the Trump shit. It would come, first off, in totally unmarked packaging. Because you don't want some mail to show up that's like, how to get laid in 30 days, right? James Apperson, how to stop being single, right? Because God forbid somebody see that shit or your mother pick it up or you got some common mail room or something, right? Your business is going to be way out in the streets, right? So it comes in unmarked stuff, like when you order some paraphernalia shit, right? Because it can't be obvious, right? But then the actual high impact packaging, right? They put mad money into the packaging of these products. So you order this ebook or this PDF, this book, and it comes in a thing, and you go to this DVD series, and it comes in a fancy sleeve, right? But a lot of times this shit would say, top secret confidential. And then it would have like targets, maybe even tanks on the graphics of the packaging. So I send you unmarked stuff, top secret, shit that you got to like feel ashamed of for even owning, right? And then it comes in some shit that's like confidential war language and imagery all over it. Wait, are you teaching people to meet other people or how to like pacify the Middle East? Tank imagery to meet women? The fuck is wrong with y'all?
All right.
What had happened was marketing acceleration, audience capture. What happened was, first of all, when it started, nobody was talking about pickup artists or even really seduction. You had somebody like, what's his name? David D'Angelo. A lot of us started with David D'Angelo. His product was called Double Your Dating.
Yeah.
And so it was just like pretty cool. He was like this really cool dude, incredible writer, great speaker, very charismatic. And he was just kind of opening people's eyes to these things, these demonstrations of higher value, how to meet people, how to think about how you present yourself, how to be systematic with your opening, and then really breaking down the game like, okay, this is what you need to think about if you're running day game, right? Like going out during the day to meet people at coffee shops or the mall is very different than the level of stress and competition and expectations in a nightclub.
Yeah.
Right? Some people actually genuinely prefer day game. Some of my best, most fun times are day game because it's easier to approach people. You know, women are not being hit on constantly. There isn't dudes shoving dicks and trying to bump and grind them every 30 seconds, right? They're just chilling at the mall, like, you know. And so you get a lot of instant dates. You chat up a girl at the mall. Yo, you want to run to the food court with me real quick? Get some hibachi or some teriyaki or whatever. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, you want to get some cinnamon buns real fast? We call them instant dates, right? It's a hell of a lot easier to get an instant date in the middle of the day than it is out of a bar or nightclub at 1 o'clock in the morning. Right? So that's the type of thing I'm talking about. And then different things like when we first started getting in online, okay, what do you do communication-wise, profile? Okay, what do you do when you're at a bar, nightclub, right? You know, all of this type of stuff. Okay, what do you do to bridge more into serious relationships, right? If you're opening a lot of people, but now you're looking, right? And so it was a very much like this where you felt like you finally had a community that was here to help each other and do the damn thing. Hang on one sec. I'm gonna just flash this. Boop. I'm gonna just refresh. Just give me 1 sec.
All right.
Boom. I don't know why that shit was bothering me. All right, I'm back, right?
Yep.
All right, we good. So like that was although now I feel like my camera got fucked up. Give me 1 sec, James.
Okay.
Date Coach Apperson. I fucking love that shit. That's what we about right now. How about we turn you off, disable you. Go over here, hit a refresh. Leave the studio. Hit us a refresh right here. Y'all are successfully getting rid of the bot. The bot is just, hang on a sec, let me see. I might just go to another scene here. Let's try this one.
While you're wrestling with that, I'll be right back.
Oh, I'm good. I'm done. But yeah, go ahead. Actually, James, I'm sticking a pin in this. We were talking about day game and the pickup artist culture and David D'Angelo and how we got to fucking warlike fucking imagery, right?
Right.
We pinning it. We both out this bitch. We both gonna take a quick little pee break. I'm gonna play an OG Roddy song real fast and we'll be right back. Catch a vibe.
Yeah. Cool beats.
Yeah. Whoa. keep grinding. Had to check up on my circle, it ain't no rhombus. Still remember mom's call, told me about Johnny. Sitting back in the chair, thinking she lying. Then I listen close here and she crying. Then it get dark, what it's like, cause you know for a fact God do it all in time and questioned it all. But I stopped there, John put me on to some fly shit. Louis V for the baggage, time of heart stakes, we ain't gramming. Should've showed you the plan here. Matching tux at the Grammys. Dog, your family, my family. Look out the plane, still see damage. But now look over the modes. Going down as the greatest. Just to get to the top and show all the gain that you gave me. Y'all in this verse like my mom. Never bye, see you later. Rest in peace, Jonathan T.O. That's my bro, miss you daily. Goddamn, yeah. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog. My bro. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog. My dog. Yeah. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my bro. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog.
And I'm gonna say some shit that, like, this is documented. You know, I got a TED talk. I forgave my brother's killer. And I'm saying it to say this. Nigga that killed my brother, my brother died in my grandma's arms. That house that we grew up in. He shot my brother, he ran to the house. He died in Nanny Hall when she opened the door. So I'm telling you, there's some real shit, man. If I ain't let that shit go, I won't be right here today. I won't be here for my niece and my nephews. Me and Gil won't be doing this. Y'all won't know me. I won't be able to give y'all this game. But I had to leave. I had to let that shit go. When I let that shit go, nigga, I started to grow. And I started to glow. And now I'm here today, and it was harder than man. And I'm talking about this my big brother, nigga.
James, you back? James is still gone. Where did my James go? No? Where's James? All right, here we go. Amanda, this is all new to me. When I was dating, I was so deep in fundamentalism that I was getting courtship requests from the sons of family friends. Yeah. Amanda's dope, man. Amanda, so glad to have you. Yeah, I can really relate to that. And the funny thing is, I'm going to be honest with y'all, when I learned all this stuff, I was a Christian. And so it was very interesting. I've always been like half normal when it comes to dating and relationships, just in the sense that I've always had relationships and girlfriends and lost my virginity at a young age. I've never been the type of person who wasn't, although I would say my sexual maturation and growth was totally stunted by Christianity in so many ways I can't even begin to tell you. Yeah. It just so happens that I guess I was horny enough that it didn't completely inhibit my sexuality. Although they did everything they could, and so did I to try. We'll put it that way. And so, even when I started learning all this stuff, even when I went to meet Neil Strauss in Malibu, I still consider myself a Christian. And to be honest with you guys, I'm really kind of glad. Because it was sort of the source of my commitment to actually sort of doing it very differently than anybody else had done. First of all, it probably was a source of my commitment to, or part of my, well, one was being black, and two was just trying to be marketable in a different way. But it was part of my commitment probably to get my degree and take it seriously and do this type of lab-based stuff. I wanted to be taken very seriously, and I wanted my work to be taken very seriously, right? And I wanted to be able to work with religious people and Christians and churches, right? It was to be a consultant for businesses and politicians, which is what my dad basically did, right? My dad is a political media personality. He's also a university administrator. I'm pretty much my dad 2.0. It sucks. It's a genetic thing. It's a genetic disability I have. He also worked with a lot of politicians and nonprofits, and we helped churches and all that type of shit along the way. And so this kind of just becomes part of what you're interested in doing. And everything I was learning about relationships and pickup artist stuff was really giving me a super interesting perspective on all of that. And I give my parents a lot of credit. Because they were kind of into it and way more encouraging about that probably than they should have been, because it's all pretty creepy. But my dad especially loved to talk to me about all this stuff, and he very immediately saw the value in all these other walks of life. And I think also he saw me putting it to use in all these walks of life and saw me kind of growing up in this stuff. I was like, oh, that's kind of useful. Yeah, it's weird that he's talking about how to get chicks so much, but. You know how to work a room now, so there's that, it's like he saw that, right? So anyway, as I'm dealing with all of this, I think being a Christian really pushed me towards, well, I've got to find a pro-social way to do this. I've got to find a way that I feel like I'm not part of the problem. I want to be part of the solution. And also academics were identifying problems. I remember this department seminar got really up in arms about it because I felt like it wasn't representative of all of us, and she wasn't talking about people like me because she wasn't talking about me. But she had come to our anthropology department and given a whole seminar on the pickup artist community and what a gross problem it was, how it was problems with consent, and it was basically kind of glorifying rape culture, and she called it problematizing the scientific seduction of women's bodies. Woo! Then I look back on it, that's why I was triggered, boy. Ain't that a title? Ain't that a title? Problematizing. And that's how I got it. Well, why are you gonna call it problematizing? Y'all wanna see Jay go full apologetics? This is what I was. Well, see, he wasn't really a problem. See, she came and started with this paper that she calls problematizing. So see, you had to make up this thing and call it problematizing, and it wouldn't be a problem if people like you went out here problematizing. If we didn't buy into this ludicrous problematizing, we see that this doesn't always have to be a problem. I was young and dumb, y'all. I'm trying to find this paper real quick. I gotta get this woman a shout out. She did a lot of great research. Let's at least find the title of this paper. Problematizing the spelled problematizing wrong. It's problematizing the scientific. How do I remember this so well? Oh, because she kicked my ass that day, probably. Scientific seduction of women's bodies. Oh, here we go. Biology as consent. Go fuck yourself, Amanda Dennis. Biology as consent, problematizing the scientific approach to seducing women's bodies. There you go. Close. Unbelievably hard-hitting presentation, right? But it was so valid, y'all, and y'all should read that. It's great. I won't re-preach a sermon, but it was literally saying, hey, there's this pickup artist thing going on. They're doing a lot of this perverting. They're taking, this evolutionary knowledge of human evolution and our fucking, reproductive system and all of this shit, and then they're using this shit to get themselves rich and spoon feed single dudes, and then these dudes are going out and they're just fucking manipulating the fuck out of women, and even if their shit works, it only works because they're fucking Jedi mind tricking women into fucking being attracted to them, and yeah, I didn't really consent to you Jedi mind tricking me into my pants. Go fuck yourself, bitch. Oh, woo! Oh, so yeah, I took a deep ass whip, and plus everybody knew about my shit in the department, right? Mm-hmm. the whole department knows about my shit, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm a up and coming grad student, right? I'm a master's student. I'm not even a PhD student, I'm a master's student. And I'm the only black graduate student in this whole department, right?
Yeah.
And people think this is the #1 ranked anthropology department in the country, right?
Yeah.
And we're the #1 department because of our cultural anthropology, like the archaeologists and the cultural evolution and the Maya people and the pottery shards motherfuckers, all those guys, right?
Yeah.
The biological anthropologists, they consider like us wannabe evolutionists. They don't even respect us as evolutionary biologists. They know those are some wannabe human evolutionists. And so y'all know the whole time she whooping ass about this scientific seduction of men's bodies. Everybody in the department doing this. You know, that look, it means, you hear that, Jay? Oh, Jay, you know that pickup artist shit you've been ranting and raving about since you've been here? Right? Everybody was looking at me. Nigga, I was so hot in the collar that seminar. I felt like my life was falling apart in front of me. Like I'm being accused of indoctrinating people and making them rapists, you know what I mean, in front of my colleagues and shit, girl. Girl, I'm trying to get a master's degree up in this bitch. Like, what are you doing?
Right.
What are you doing? What are you doing? If you're gonna like come and blow up my whole career, can you send me an email or give a nigga some warning first or something?
So now I want to know what happened next. Like how did the situation develop after that?
Oh, it's fucking awful.
How'd you write it out? How'd you get through it?
She was actually really great, and I accepted that she was right, and she'd actually had taken about some things that I really touched on. I did take some things personally, but I realized that we were sort of allied. It's just that I had come so far down my pro-social approach, and most of my colleagues knew. Some of the probably knew I was a good guy and everything. But they were kind of clowning on me because there's this tension between the evolutionary side and the more biological side and the cultural side. And the cultural side likes to, clown on us anyway, right? This is the same department I literally ended fucking seminars by saying, what is culture? Because we would all define these evolutionary approaches to culture and all these other examples through other examples in the animal kingdom, and these fucktards want to basically say that only humans have culture or whatever. So I'm like, okay, so birds learn how to sing and dance and nest build from their parents, and it's passed down from parent to offspring, and it's only learned locally and only practiced locally. And they be like, no, that doesn't count as culture. Nigga, what the fuck is culture then? Like,
right.
It was special pleading, right? I can tell you, I don't like scientists, y'all. You got to pay attention to these scientists. You got to get your bullshit meter out on these scientists. Not creationist Christian apologist level skepticism, but healthy skepticism, right? Scientists do some special pleading. So anyway, it was a hot under the collar moment for me.
Yeah.
And it was great too, because there was another one about this later. This woman wrote a book. I forget the name of the book, but she wrote a whole book, and this book became one of the best-selling books. It was like a real bestseller. And she came to Penn State to give a whole talk and a documentary thing, and her shit was very similar. But me and her ended up talking afterwards and hanging out half the night, chit-chatting. She was fine as fuck, too. Wanted to smash, but just wasn't really convenient. Yeah. But I did like make sure she had herself a very pleasant trip. But Sarah, her and I hit it off because she got that I was the person who was going to try to say, all right, dudes, we have this knowledge. It's out there. Let's get it more in line with our values. And that's what I was essentially doing. And one of the things that she was really helping me with by problematizing was, again, pull faces. Now, all of a sudden, that soft spot we all have for, the progress of women and women's rights and, the sort of heart of feminism that I think most academics have because we understand the hard data of the struggle, right?
Yeah.
And at the same time, we are the people where we study this stuff. We are the people where we study the evolution of sex differences and the evolution of, mating differences and human cognition. And I'm working in a lab that studies the evolution of human sexuality, and we focus exclusively on studying the evolution of sex differences related to mating strategies, right? So she was actually giving us a huge nod and doing us a huge favor. It was a tough seminar. And it took me a minute to calm down, detach, realize she's not attacking me. She's actually saying, Jay, you recognize this problem, right? And you're working to fix it. And so once I stopped taking it personally, I was really grateful and loved the papers. Wonderful paper. I just kind of realized, oh, that means I'm trend setting. I'm out here. And of course, that was what I kept saying. I'm not the weight. I'm not the field. What I'm doing does not represent these guys. The antisocial bullshit is the norm. That's what's going on. And so really, she was saying, no, she was saying there's published literature on this. I'm the author of that published literature. It's a huge fucking problem. It's a motherfucking crisis. Oh, y'all want to talk about rapey shit in the news and the issues with consent? Well, yeah, we should probably talk about how if guys who just like don't want to fucking be lonely for the rest of their lives try to, I don't know, get some advice on how to like not be lonely, this is what they get.
Yep.
And so we was on the same team, right? It wasn't my platform that day to make my case. It was hers to establish the problem, and then I can follow it up and saying, here's what I'm trying to do about it. And everybody had a whole different respect and appreciation for what I did after that. Like, we never had to have a conversation again. Never. Right. After that, we never, right before that, I'm going, we should really pay attention to the way people are using human evolution to pick each other up. Right? This is all a thing that's happening right now. And they're like, yeah, well, let's talk about the sex differences between our primate ancestors and how we have different lumps on our brains and all of this shit. And I was like, man, y'all ain't with the fucking program, right? Even in my lab, we were all focused on traits, right? My master's thesis is on sexual selection in men's voices. So we're talking about the effect that different vocal characteristics have on the perception of other men that you're dominant and the perception of females that you're attractive. And we measure these spikes in sort of the ways I've talked about. So we measure the DHV spike in terms of how socially dominant do you sound to other men. Do you sound like someone other men say, oh, that guy sounds very respectable, or he sounds like he's, a really impressive guy, right? Which is a very different sound than, yeah, you come over here with that bullshit tonight, I'm gonna fuck your ass up. He sounds big and scary. Yeah, I don't think I want to fuck with him, right? Right, that's physical dominance. And so we're rating these voices and all that, and then we're manipulating them. That was what I came up with. I came up with the algorithm to manipulate them scientifically so we could start to vary these measures independently in an experiment so we could actually test what you're supposed to do in an experiment, manipulate the variables one at a time, and you have to use science and multimedia, right? You have to record the voices and then get a program that you can program the manipulation of the audio files, and then work with a programmer to write the algorithm and process the files, and then set it all up in the computer machine so people can put the headphones on and listen to the voices and click the button to rate it, and then you got to collate all the data, right? So that's why, my unique skill set came into play there. But the point being, so they were rating them for physical and social dominance on the how dominant do these male voices sound to you, and on the women's side, female side rather, being rated for long-term and short-term attractiveness. We know women look for different things. They might want to fuck a big brawny guy at the club and take him home and ride his nutsack for a while, but when they get married, they kind of want a guy who seems like he's willing to invest and be emotionally available, right? So that manifests itself in traits that differentially signal that, right? They don't look for the same traits when they're looking for a dominant one-night stand as they are when they're looking for somebody they could bring home to their mother. So given that, we run this system and we do all that and we find all this shit. So that was sort of, but the point is to say, even in that lab, we also did things about, like, we'd measure your body, right? We'd measure your arm weight and this, your girth and all sorts of stuff about your body, right? We measure your physical traits, because then we would do experiments like how does your facial hair play into, right? I thought originally my thesis would be on beards. My first original project was about manipulating people's facial hair so that we could study beards, because it turns out like beards are really interesting. most women prefer guys to like not have facial hair. Like they find, according to the data, at least at this time, the like a 5 o'clock shadow, sort of the most attractive. The thinking being it doesn't obscure any of your face, but it shows that you're sexually mature. Right? You don't literally have a baby face. They know you can grow facial hair, right? So it's like a shadow, just a shadow. And then the next is the baby face, clean shave. So that's what women prefer. But their mating patterns actually suggest a preference for facial hair. That's why men have so much fucking facial hair, right? So how the fuck does that happen? Well, it turns out that facial hair makes you seem more dominant to other men, and there's more status in the male hierarchy associated with more facial hair. And it turns out, and this is going to sound fucked up, turns out when it comes to mating decisions, sometimes the female preference is not the strongest aspect of who the female chooses to mate with.
Yeah.
Because the intersexual competition is the gateway to even attempt the intrasexual. Sorry, the intrasexual is a gateway to even participate in the intersexual. So you have to feel confident enough as a man, or you're high-ranking enough a male, or most importantly, I need to respect you enough that if I see you trying to pick up a chick and I like her, I don't just try to take her from you. I've got to either think, well, that's James Apperson. He's a respected enough, prestigious guy that seducing James Apperson's woman and James Apperson being pissed at me is going to have a lot of consequences. Like, people are going to think I'm a real dirtbag, right? So it's probably easy to just chase somebody else.
Hypothetical.
Oh yeah, in real life it happens all the fucking time, right?
So in real life, if I'm with somebody that like hooks up another guy, as long as she's reasonably safe, right? High five. You go get yours.
All right, we're coming back to that, but I'm just talking about, the fucking evolutionary brain drain algorithm, right?
Evolutionary brain.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, but my point is, right, that sort of the explanation of a lot of sexually selected traits is not the effect it has on the opposite sex. It's the effect it has within your own sex on the sort of hierarchy, and then how that mediates the other shit. Right. It's the same thing with women. Like, if women actually dress for men, they just walk around naked all the time.
Right.
But fashion and beauty, and that's how they sort their own status, and that plays a lot of role in who the football player goes after and who has to, date the loser that nobody talks to.
Right.
Because they sort amongst themselves to make themselves a high-ranking target, and then we sort amongst ourselves to be, worthy of the courtship without interference from more dominant men. And it doesn't really work, because sometimes all I used to do, all I do is make girls famous. I go after them and then everybody wants them. But that's part of the pre-selection that's happening to them, right? When I start dating them, all of a sudden they're being talked about all the goddamn time. So now all of a sudden all the other guys are like, well then, they're paying a lot of attention to my fucking girlfriend. Oh, nah, because me, I had the sleeper pics, bro. I had the fucking gems, you know what I mean? The hottie without the headaches, And then I started dating them, and of course, all of a sudden, it's now a fucking headache. So anyway, this is all really sort of relevant stuff. And so my point is, in that lab, it was all about traits. We correlated that with your genes. We took saliva samples, and we measured your facial symmetry. We took 3D photographs. We measured your muscle strength, your grip strength. We even had stuff we could measure your erections and all that type of shit. With women, we were always coordinating stuff with their biological stuff, their cycles, how attractive they felt they were, how objectively attractive other people said they were. So we knew all this shit about people. We did a fascinating study called the frat study. It was really hard. But we basically worked with this frat. And I say it was really hard because we needed them to come into the lab so we could measure all their shit and do the study. And they're frat boys, right? So you know what they're really bad at? Showing up to the fucking lab on time. So we coordinated the shit with the whole fraternity or two or whatever it was, and then we set all the lab up, and we all showed up with the grad students, the postdocs, and the fucking undergrads, and we're all sitting around all day like this. Well, do you think any of them is gonna show up today? They had to rate we going and given what happened yesterday? Probably not, right? We just be chilling in the office. And so literally to make the study work, y'all, this shit was crazy. We had to go to the frat. And every day we had to, that we collected data, we had to go in the frat, set up our recording booth, our 3D cameras, our photos, our saliva sampling. And we would set up stations, and that's why we couldn't keep it there, because we had to set it all up all around their living room, right? So we could be sitting there, because we had the permission of their presidents and their leadership, like, and everything. Like, we worked this out. They're supposed to do this, right? They're supposed to provide us fucking participants. They've all agreed to, and the blase and the glavinoids, right? So so we had to sit there and be like, oh, great, you on your way to class? Great. Now, here, we going, why don't you just real quick, oh, yep, you might be a couple minutes late today. Look, we gonna need a saliva sample over here, slide on over here, we need a picture, boom, 3D picture over here, voice recording, right? Like, oh, it was fucking epic, man. We was like a fucking well-oiled machine. And we had to break this shit down and go home. But look, literally, y'all, that's what you do for science, right? Shit, you can't get these niggas to come to the lab, you bring the lab to them. That's how we did it. Super funny. But what was great was, the reason this study was so pioneer was we worked with the guys, so we knew the dirt. So we had guys tell us, how attractive do you think you are? What about socially? Are you popular? Are you good in bed? Do you get laid a lot? Right? And they tell us all this shit, dirt, details, right? And then their frat brothers tell us the real deal.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the guy we all really respect. Oh, yeah, we really respect our president, our vice president. Yeah, the rest of that hierarchy shit. And then this little quiet nerd dude, yeah, he helps everybody with their homework. We fucking love him. We'll burn the rest of these motherfuckers at the stake before we let him go. Right? Like, the academic hookup, the cheat sheet, yeah, he stays here every time. Yeah, he gets the royal treatment around this place. You catch him in bed with your girlfriend, thank him, And then they would tell you, this is the guy that gets laid, this is the strong guy, this is the guy the girls go crazy over, all that shit, right?
Yeah.
But then we'd work with their sister sororities. Yeah, so who here slept with so-and-so?
Yeah.
How hot do you think so-and-so is? Yeah. How hot do you think the other girls think he is? Yeah, right. And so now we had all this data. That's why this story was historic, because we've got their cycle information, how their perception of all this changes as they go throughout their ovulation cycle, when they're, because women's preferences change. That's where sometimes that's short-term, long-term. Think about it. When you're not in your cycle, a lot of times you're short-term. You're in what we call the egg-getting stage. You're trying to find competitive mates and, mate with a great male. Well, your body, when you ovulated, is simulating pregnancy, right? So you switch more for like long-term preferences, more security. You prefer to be around your family. As a result of that, you would a lot of times prefer to what we call assortative mating. You want to find a guy that's like you. Oh, we value the same things. We have the same hobbies. We can settle together. We can nest. You're in nesting mode, right? When you in egg-getting mode, you're trying to get something different up in here.
Right.
Yeah, we got to find a different key lock combination, make sure these babies is fit and healthy against all these goddamn diseases I don't know is coming. So, can we get somebody that's totally different than me? But that's why a lot of women like them what? Tall, dark, and handsome. Exactly like they're not. Short, light, and whatever, right? So,
right.
So they're preferring something different, and there's genetic reasons, and all types of reasons we get into that. Just imagine there are 10 diseases that affect human populations. The African populations have immunity to the odd ones, and the European populations have immunity to the even ones. Well, as soon as the world becomes international and global travel and you realize this is happening, of course, it's really helpful to try to get you some protection against all 10 of them bitches, right? So you prefer people who are genetically dissimilar to you, because it's less like inbreeding, right? We all know inbreeding's a problem, right? So when you're too homogenous in a population, so think about the inbreeding suppression, but on a global scale, right? It's better to mix far and wide, right? That's why people say the future is raceless. There's some truth to that, right? At least according to this type of progression. So airplanes made a huge difference, y'all. So, So with that in mind, we're studying all this, right? And so we get how they perceive themselves, how their peers perceive them, and then how the girls who know them best, because their sororities, these are not just random sororities they party with. These are their sister sororities. So they interact with these guys all the time. They co-host events together. They know them really well, right? And then we're getting the public and other students to come in and give us the cold drop. How often? How attractive do you think this guy is off the streets? How you don't even know this motherfucker matter. How handsome is this face to you? How attractive does this voice sound to you? How likely are you to drop your panties for a guy who sounds like this? Does this sound like the type of guy you want to marry? And so now we're comparing how the public, how you're perceived cold, right? Just on your traits. Mm-hmm. So this type of work we did, right? I love this lab, dog. One day I had to watch porn, James, for work. Because we were doing an arousal study, and we needed, sometimes you got to get guys aroused to like see now how does their decision making and their priorities, how do their ratings of things, you got to see how all that changes their perceptions and shit, right? So you have to cause that physiological arousal to study the effect of arousal, right? Like so, but this particular study was being led by 2 females. And so they
should have made it easier.
Yeah. Yeah, right. In the real world, that would have made it easier. When you got to deal with institutional review boards and shit, you gotta get creative, right? Sure. So you have to watch them. You have to have them watch porn, and so they wanted me to like watch the porn to let them know, like, is this the type of shit guys watch, and does it, cause arousal fast enough, and all the shit we need, because you got time constraints and all that type of shit in the lab, right? We don't want them watching 30 minutes of drama and narrative structure before dude gets a hard on, right?
Right. We don't want to hear about the rent that they can't afford to pay.
Yeah, we ain't trying to hear all that shit. You stripping for your tuition and all of this nonsense. Right. And it was funny because I actually came back and told us, like, yeah, that's not gonna work. Yeah. I don't know many single guys that would watch this. Because they found porn that was explicit and it was pornography, but it was not hardcore. It wasn't what most guys watch, right? Which is cool. They tried. Go team. That's what I'm here for. But yeah, it's interesting because it actually worked, right? Their idea was good. Ask the young straight guy, single guy, right? The other guys are either married or gay. So ask the young single guy to take this home and check it out. So I was like, yeah. And people were like, oh, that must be so cool to watch porn. It's like, actually, it was kind of disappointing because normally I just get to watch the porn I want. And this time I had to do it for work. And it really wasn't my best porno session.
Right.
They didn't get it right, y'all. I had to revise the damn porno. That's why I had to give them feedback. The shit we do for science. So you got to think about that as a sacrificial jerk. The things I do for the people, right? All right, so now the point of all this to say was the focus of that lab, James, was still traits. You can't change your genetic profile. You can change your vocal presentation a little bit, but for the most part, your voice is your voice. Yeah. Your face is your face. Yeah. But we know women treat you differently if they think you're rich or poor, if they think you're confident or not confident, if they think, if they think you're a leader of men, if they think you're pre-selected by other women. And these are also things we can study, but they're behavioral changes. So even in this lab where we're on top of the issue and the questions and open, it's still very much not my stuff because as dating coaches, we're trying to take people who can't change their biological traits and find effective ways for them to change their behavior such that it makes them more or less attractive on and on flavonoids, right? Right? And so it's a very different thing. But to my point, that was legitimate. We were the top lab. David put this winning award. So people get that the study of the evolution of human sexuality, how it affects our cognition, how it affects our traits. Why do women prefer muscles and deep voices? Why do men prefer big booties and a 0.6 to 0.7 waist to hip ratio? Because it's an indicator of fertility. If you go to a fertility clinic where women are having problems giving birth disproportionately, right? That's why they're at the fertility clinic. Mm-hmm. Their waist to hip ratio is almost outside of this range, or disproportionately outside of this range, right? It's a physical marker. That's why men prefer big booty, slim waist, big tits, slim waist. And not always those, right? Women have two physical spites. Why are there so many petite, flat-chested women that dudes find sexy, and then so many voluptuous women that men find sexy? Well, they're two different value peaks for women. One is an indicator of what we call maximum reproductive output. James, how old are you?
50.
50. If you marry a woman who's 45, how many kids do you expect her to have?
How many kids? I mean, if I wanted kids?
Yeah, if you wanted kids, how many kids can she have? Let's say she's the same age. Let's say she's 45. How many kids do you expect from her?
I wouldn't expect more than 2 if she's already 45.
Right. Do you think part of that is actually physically harder to have kids at that age and physically less likely?
Yeah, I think though. Yeah, I think it's a little bit.
Yeah, if you guys don't look at a woman's reproductive lifespan, it falls off a cliff, like in the right, as they get toward a certain age, right? Menopause, all that shit. So it's very unlikely for women to have kids past a certain age, and then they're older. It's harder to raise them. So if you're gonna get her and you're gonna commit to her and invest a lot in her, as men have had to do over the course of human history, especially with marriage, get them while they're young, folks.
Yeah.
Right. All their best baby making years are ahead of them.
Yeah.
Right. But at the same time, if you get a young girl, she's not really at peak fertility. Nor is she at, right, like each instance of having sex with her, she's still barely reproductive age, right? She's also probably not going to be much of a mom. Bitch can barely feed herself. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So peak fertility, in other words, being the best mom right now actually comes with quite a bit of sexual maturity.
Yeah.
Right? You don't want to just get the budding as soon as it's budding. Nobody eats the fruit as soon as it's budding. You want to let that bitch mature and get ripe first, right?
Right.
So a ripe fruit female looks different. She has tits, ass, thick lips, right? She grown. Oh, you like, oh, this bitch ready to go right now. You know what I mean? And so it's different. Yeah. So you see that in female populations. You see a lot of people like, that manic pixie dream girl, forever young look, right? Bitch is 30, looks like she's 17, right?
Yeah, but those manic pixies usually have like an A cup. Which is fine with me. I don't
Right, that's what I'm saying. Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's a thing. And there's selection to stay that way because we like, it's like Sam. That nigga's puppy style. That nigga old as shit. Right? But he's still 8 pounds. So he looks like a puppy because, again, some of us like really big guard dogs, and that's selected for mean, ferocious dogs who will, rip a burglar a new asshole, right? And some of us want a really cute, petite dogs that stay small forever and sit on our laps, right? Sam is a lap dog. Like, literally, he fits perfectly in your lap. It's pretty much his favorite place to be. If I let him be in my lap all the time, he would be. If I go on a long road trip, he will just sit in my lap, and I can drive without him bothering me, and I will literally forget that he's there. I'll be laughing through the trip. Oh, yeah, did I bring Sam on the trip? Wait, Sam! Where the fuck is... Oh, yeah, all right, here we go. Like, he's specialized for that niche of my lap, dog. It's crazy. This is wild, right? So it's the same thing with sexual partners, right? And the same thing with men. Women like I'm a real smart guy, kind of nerdy, but got a good job, knows how to solve complex problems and shit, right? Could really talk investment strategies and add up math quickly in his head. That's helpful. Women like that. That's a solid, right? Mm-hmm. But they like a good old football player too. Now, hang on, baby. Put your helmet on. Hang your helmet up. God damn it! I told you when you come in smelling like ass, put your jersey in the goddamn mud room. I know you bought this fucking mansion, but I run this bitch. Now put that right. She'll deal with his ass. I'll do the math, girl. Girl, you know what I'm saying? Look, I got me a football player. He bought me this big-ass mansion. He pounds the shit out of me. So you know what else I got, girl? A motherfucking calculator. We can afford that shit these days. Right?
Yeah.
Right? And if you got the nerdy dude, you probably gonna have to call somebody to fix the shed. You know, it just is what it is. Hey, you know, he got one of them good government jobs, girl. Yeah, we just hired somebody to fix the shed. Yeah, he don't like lifting heavy shit. I don't really want him to hurt himself. We just paid for that shit. You know what I mean? And that's why you see nerdy ass motherfuckers and, you know, musician type motherfuckers and big ass Statue of David football type motherfuckers, right? So all of these things are going on. So I love this. I just wanted to ramble, talk about some shit. We don't get to talk about a lot, man. So this was super fun. But now let's circle back to what was going on about a little bit earlier. Now that we've established the lay of the land and why everybody gets jealous and why you can't be the perfect mate that is optimized on all the fucking shit, right? Which means, y'all, if you got somebody that's smart, good looking, and can mow the lawn, you doing pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
If they got a job too, get the fuck out my face. So, like, what you're talking about is some deeper shit, and it's not for everybody. And we're gonna talk about now some poly shit, and also some different approaches to relationships, right? And some of this is sort of, I don't want to say subverting your evolutionary drives, but it's trying to keep them in check, right? Trying to deal with interpersonal realities that we deal with today. So I want to say we get into the stuff. It's not for everybody, but we trying to have an interesting conversation, right? And James and I are trying to give you some perspective on some different things. And don't feel like we're telling you you're weird if you don't want to do what we're going to talk about. Because I just explained why all that jealousy shit and blase flavonoids is legit. All right? So shut the fuck up.
Sure.
Now, the other thing I want to touch on is I want people to know my interest in poly and LGBT and all that. I was always like an LGBT ally, like in school coming up. You know, I had gay people in my family, so it wasn't even an option. But I always studied women. Like, I came up in the game, like, the first, you know, when I was in high school and I learned about this stuff, I was trying to focus on how to meet chicks, right? But by the time I got to college, I was kind of over that. I was kind of like, yeah, I can approach 100 women in a weekend. That ain't really shit to me.
Yeah.
But I wanted to coach women, like, too. So I was reading, you know, all the date coaching stuff that was marketed to women. I read all their dating experts. I read all the books. I read their pickup expert shit and Cosmo every month and you know, how to the happy whore and all that type of shit, right?
Yeah.
So, but then later on, I realized I didn't really know that much about poly, and I didn't really know that much about asexuality, and I felt like I could do male, female, but I didn't know about LGBT. So I really went out of my way to learn about that stuff. That's where the dating apps were very helpful because I could meet people, met trans people, met asexual people, and I just want to acknowledge them because I told them straight up, hey, look, I'm a dating coach. I'm not asexual. I'm not trans. I don't mess with trans people, whatever. But I see you on here all the time. You know, will you talk to me? I'm a dating coach, and I want to know what asexuality is really about. And I hope you don't mind me asking, but if you help me, it'll help me help other people, right? And so they were cool because I said to myself, I'm supposed to be the most legit person, so I should be able to use my expertise to help everybody, not just people like me. And if I don't help these people, if I cop out, oh, sorry, ladies, I know you finally found somebody who understands all this shit and is actually not a fucking creepy person that you want to put on Megan's Law or whatever. But sorry, I only help dudes.
Right.
Yeah, it turns out I got a dick, so you getting help from me is just not going to happen. I didn't want that. But then imagine if I'm saying, well, sorry, I'm straight, so I don't really help LGBT people. Who the fuck am I sending them to?
Right.
This is kind of your argument with Rebecca. You might be a sweet Christian, but boy, when they walk into any old church down the street. So I really wanted to, take all that on. And so I also work with some people who counsel LGBT teens and people like that. They were tremendous resources for me. And at the end of the day, people are just people. So everything starts with the overlap. Everything is mostly the overlap. Everybody's the same. But then there are these different priorities and issues that you try to understand. So like I had a gay colleague who always told me the reason you see so many gay dudes at the gym and the reason that so many gay men are in shape is because gay men are trying to attract other men. And he was telling me like, well, as you know, Jay, men are more visually dominant, right? That's why women put so much emphasis on their looks, right? Because men are so looks obsessed, right?
Yeah.
Well, it turns out gay men are still men.
Right.
So in the gay world, physical appearance is still incredibly important. That's why the motherfuckers dress so well. That's why the motherfuckers keep in such good shape. That's why they always present themselves incredibly well, a lot of them, right? Because keeping that shit tight is important if you want a man to want to take pride in, making you his arm candy.
Yeah.
I was like, boy, that shit deep.
Right.
Because you got to understand how this man has similar challenges to what some of the pressures that females deal with, because like a female, he's trying to attract men. Now you gotta understand how it's a whole different game because there's no females involved in this whole situation. So now it's just male shit, but it gets fun. And to me, it got interesting, right? Wait, how do I take care of you bonding intimately with somebody if you don't have sex with people because you're asexual?
Right.
But asexual people don't necessarily want to be alone forever just because they don't fuck.
Right.
So that shit was new to me, and then, of course, you're wondering, well, have you had a really great sex life? Have you ever had this BBC champion sex god laid down for you? And then, of course, you realize, that's, of course, the whole shit that they hear when people are insulting them and invalidating their worldview. Everybody's telling them, you just haven't done it right.
Right. Yeah.
So you learn, right? And then you learn because somebody's willing to teach you. Sure. So super humble about that. But it helped a lot. And so what happened was some of my counseling friends would joke to me, Jay's a tranny chaser. Because I was into it. I was watching the RuPaul Drag Race, and I was into the drag culture, and I had, I follow a lot of tranny content creators on YouTube, and I was into the makeup. I'm trying to learn, and I found some fun motherfuckers along the way, bro. I used to say I want a straight bitch that beats her face like a drag queen. You know what that mean?
What's that mean?
So in drag culture, where they do crazy makeup, right? Way more over the top than most straight women do, right? The colors and extended lashes. They call that beating your face.
Oh.
Right? So now imagine a dope, pretty girl who, for the most part, they keep it kind of natural tones, kind of subdued. Right? They sexy as fuck. They might be wearing something sexy, but for the most part, they don't go crazy, crazy over the top with their makeup or their nails and their shit, right?
Right, which I think looks better for most women.
Yeah, me too, right? But the shit that the drag women do is like art. It's like taking it to the next level where it's like, oh, your makeup and nails and shit is like a whole show today, right?
Right.
And so I used to always joke, I want a straight bitch that beats her face like a drag queen, right? I don't know, whatever, right? But that's where that came from, because I was really into the makeup culture and how they used to show out. I'm like, oh yeah, let's get it. So yeah, I just say all that to say that's how I got into that, and then that's how I got into poly, right? I thought poly were weird, freaky people. I was like, I don't know what y'all doing sharing your partners. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a common misconception about poly.
Yeah. So I thought they was freaks. And then I started talking to a couple online, breaking it down for me. No, actually, it's very healthy. This is what works for us. And because I was just asking straight questions. How the fuck you letting your partner sleep with other people? I'm sorry, I need to ask. And they were cool about it. Don't ask people questions like this, y'all. Just unless you're a dating coach, they're gonna just think you're an idiot. They probably thought I was an idiot, but at least they be helping other people, right? By making one dating coach less ignorant. Pretty much. Thanks, folks. I appreciate that. So So they really started to break it down for me. I had a lot of respect for it. You see what I'm saying? And then when I was going through periods of time where I was single and seeing multiple people anyway, because like when I was single, I just would be dating different people and, you know, I've never been against monogamous relationships, but at the same time, if somebody ain't trying to step to me like that, or I don't have anybody I'm with that's really happening, then I'm probably seeing multiple people, right? And then the opportunity came to meet a poly woman and date. And I told you a little bit about that story, but that's when I ended up dating a poly woman, right? In the whole situation with her husband, and that was my real first like experience. But I would have never got that if it wasn't for people just normalizing it for me through friendship, conversation, to the point that I would even take something like that, an opportunity like that. And then even when that didn't work, I was incredibly grateful for them. Like they were great for me. It was kind of the first time for them. It was kind of like I was their first. They were my first. And so, you know, we've all moved on since then, but we were all still cool because we all appreciate each other for like giving it a go together, right? So we're kind of all friends just for, hey, we tried it and everybody's still happy and healthy and we all really still like each other still. So it's all love. And then, you know, then I ended up in a poly relationship, which was weird because it was like this monogamous relationship nested within a poly relationship. So one of my partners saw other people from time to time, and the other one was just exclusive with me until she became exclusive with just me and the other girl. But then it was weird because the chick that was poly was actually pretty chill and low key, and the chick that was monogamous was like the one who always was the life of the party, center of fucking attention. So she was the actually attention slob or whatever, right? It's just like, yeah. Now I'm in a full-blown messy poly nightmare, but it was great, you know. And again, y'all, here's something, James, you'll appreciate this. Mm-hmm. My mother got married a few years ago. Love my mother, love her new husband. Y'all, my mom's a crazy Christian, but she's a fantastic woman, great mother. But very hurtful when she uninvited me to her wedding. And the real reason I think somebody said Kent Hovind is being a transphobe right now. He does that. I've come to expect that from him. It remains disappointing, but it's a little bit less disappointing because I have absolutely no hope that Kent Hovind will become a decent human being. So I hope people just see trash from him. Go ahead.
Yeah. A lot of people on the left will virtue signal. Well, people on the far right, they'll anti-virtue signal. They'll say the trashiest things just as a way to like say,
yeah, oh yeah,
one of these guys.
Absolutely, 100%. So the poly relationship thing was cool, right? But here's what's interesting. So my mom uninvited me to her wedding because of it, I think. Because she was talking to me about it and the plan, it was going to be destination, and also she helped a lot of people. It was kind of like a destination wedding, and it was a little bit pricey for most people. And so there was a lot of people she had to like help them get there, right?
Right.
And I was no longer on that list. And then she called me one night and literally like basically told me she didn't want me there.
Right.
My mother.
Same kind of shit she had done.
Yes, right. My grandparents had done this to her because she got remarried and they don't believe in divorce, so they didn't come to her second wedding.
Yeah.
So she does the same thing. I think because I have two girlfriends, right? Now I said earlier I'll fight you over Rich Lensky, right? Yeah. Because that's my mentor and he paved the way for me. Blase Glavinoids, right?
Yeah.
When I was in a poly relationship, oh, hey, Rich, you're having people at the house. And he'd always say in the email, hey, y'all, I'm getting everybody for beers and drinks. We're going out, you know, blah, blah, blah. You're always cool. Bring friend, family. If you want to come +1, go for it, right? Hey, guys, any of you guys that don't have a place to go this Thanksgiving, come to the Lensky household for holidays, right? So my favorite memories of grad school has nothing to do with science. It's being in the Lensky household for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Because tell that story. How many scientists have that story, right? You might know Rich Lensky, but you ain't family like me, right? But anyway, every single time I asked Rich, I actually only asked him once, Rich, is it okay if I'm +2? Oh, yeah, Jay, absolutely. So here's real life, y'all. My mother, not okay with me showing up anywhere poly with two girlfriends. Rich Lensky, bring them both, Jay. Can't wait to meet him. Every time. And that meant paying for another mouth and shit. Never cared.
Yeah.
Right? So, again, when you talk about this man who's treated me better often than my own family, I will cut you.
Sure.
Because how much more accepting is that than my blood, bro?
Right.
My own family made me feel like I was doing something reprehensible by consensually having sex with more than one person.
Right.
My advisor treated me like he couldn't care less.
Right. He respected that your journey and your life, that belongs to you. That's your thing.
Yeah. So just wanted to put that out there. All right, so now let's circle back to James's thing. I done given y'all all types of deep evolutionary anthropology. I done officially worked on my day off. I done officially jumped back into my previous life and all of the I'm not even an anthropologist. I don't even do that no more, y'all. So I hope y'all appreciate it. Actually, this has been a super, super fun stream. This has been fucking amazing. But let's circle back to now this new game, because you're laying down this other thing where you're really cool with the chicks. I've had chicks like this too. Some of my longest lovers were like this, because they knew, I hate to say this, I liked them, but they just weren't girlfriend material to me, or we weren't going to work as a couple, and we knew that, or we were just friends. And some girls, I didn't want them to cross that line because I have bad relationship history. So sometimes when I really hit it off with a female, I'm like, man, I would love to date you. But if that ends like all my other relationships, this friendship thing ain't gonna work no more. So let's just keep this, you know what I mean? And if we hit it off, then we good. But anyway, some of my longest lovers have been like that. And we've been able to help each other, and, you know, we don't mind going out together. And, you know, I don't mind if they see somebody else or whatever, because the feeling is not that strong either way. And what I'm really getting at now is it really does help. You having these females that come out with you, go to things with you, tell other women how cool you are, helps. And if they want a little dick from you, and you down, you down. I'm going to tell y'all something, too. Y'all may not know about me. I've dated a lot of super hot women. I've also fucked a lot of girls I'm not really that attracted to.
Yeah.
Check that. I fucked a lot of girls I'm not physically attracted to. I've never, ever, ever in my life felt like I had to fuck somebody I'm not attracted to. What's the difference? There's some women I have sex with just because we're friends. I think they're cool as shit. They end up hanging out with me. I end up horny. They end up horny. I don't find them repulsive. I just don't want to marry them. And so if they want sex from me, I'm like, oh, yeah, sure, here's sex. And I'm like, all right, cool. Yeah, I'll see you later. You can come back. Yeah, all right, bye. I fucked the football buddy for a while. I just loved her because she smoked weed and actually came over and wanted to watch football. Oh, you cool? Yeah, get on over here. Yeah, all right. Oh, you want some dick? Nah, Jay, I don't want to fuck today. I just want to watch the game. Bitch, here's the joint. Shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck. Nigga, I jerked off before you got here anyway. Let's go. Let's watch this game, right? And we be into the games, right?
Yeah.
Other days she come over, you know, we make out at halftime, you know, fuck after the important game before we start watching the second one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess we just had sex today. Well, whatever. And then you're getting that really helps you, even though meet the people you really do want to meet, because again, think about where these other people are coming from. They don't know anybody. And so they don't know whether a guy is safe with women or worth hanging out. And so to see that somebody knows you, and that somebody that knows you feels valuable with you, feels safe, really likes you, is having a good time with you, laughs at your jokes, you know, loves to, you know, be your arm candy at a party or whatever.
Yeah.
Other people see that and they go, man, if I hit it off with James, I bet you he like me being arm candy, you know, and then it's all good. So go ahead, let's talk more about that. But for all y'all monogamous people, y'all good. All y'all people that could never help somebody you're involved with, see them with somebody else, I get it. I'm a jealous motherfucker. Partially because I'm just naturally that way, and partially because I've been betrayed a lot with relationships, and so I have very little room for that type of tension. I don't enjoy it. But James, we talking about your approach, so let's get back to that. And thanks for bearing with all the sidetracks and diatribes and lecture, unrequested, unsolicited advice and unregistered lecture. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean, I totally get it. Some people just aren't wired for a certain way of relating to other humans, and if they're not, they're not. The problem really happens when people just assume that everybody's wired the way that they are, or assume everybody should be wired the way that they are. Dr. Robert Sapolsky and you probably recognize that name, but a lot of people might not. So, world-leading cognitive and behavioral scientist. He talked a lot about this. He's got a big think video called "Is Moral how do you put it? Like, is moral disgust just bad evolution?" So basically, the part of the brain, because of the way we evolved, we didn't evolve in a way that's exactly the ideal for us. The evolution is kind of a messy process, and sometimes there are bad side effects left over from the way that
it's not really that hard to imagine. You're building a machine with the currently available parts, right? And you don't get to just request a revisit to the original blueprint millions of years ago.
Right. And so what happened is the part of our brain that developed visceral disgust, so that handles things like just disgust at rotten food, for example. Well, having a sense of disgust from even the idea of eating some visibly rotten food, it makes you feel like sick to your stomach. Well, that's a protection mechanism to keep us safe, because the ancestors that didn't, worry about that, they ate rotten fruit and they got sick and they died. So here we have this evolutionary protection mechanism to keep us safe, keep us from wanting to eat visibly rotten food, for example. And the same part of the brain that developed that ability, that mechanism, is the same part of the brain that now handles a sense of moral disgust. And we can't tell the difference if we're not.
Can I intersect right here, James? I got to add one thing I've learned over the years, and this is going to sound crazy, but I want to give some advice to all single people everywhere. It doesn't matter what thing you are. And this is hard for me because I'm not a super clean person. I'm not the cleanest person. I try to keep this area reasonably constructed because it's on camera. I think a lot about where the camera is. And I tend to, other things I don't like to invest time into until I really need to, right? But I try to stay better about keeping a clean place. And even though I have some flies, it's kind of a mission thing. Everybody has flies, but I've got fly traps all over this house. So nobody's gonna come in here and think I'm gross and that it's not something we did. It's just a Michigan thing. And at least I've got shit to handle and keep it in check. Right. But if I have a girl coming over, especially if you're, the two things I focus on: clean kitchen, clean bathroom, clean bedroom.
Right.
Because like what you're suggesting, that vulgar reaction of disgust becomes such an obstacle to comfort. Some of us talk about the game being played in 3 stages. Like there's 3 phases of any successful courtship. The first is called attraction. It's getting a person interested enough in you to pay attention to you, to talk to you, to hang out with you, to spend more time with you. People spend too much time on attraction. Right. Everybody's so worried about how to attract other people. Well, a lot of people are already attracted to you. What really makes the difference is the next phase, what we call comfort, right? Building comfort. A lot of guys who know this shit talk about, we call it babysitting. That's kind of a derogatory way to put it, but it's kind of a fun way to think about it. It's like my job, once I know I'm attracted to somebody and they're attracted to me, is just spend enough time together that we're comfortable with each other. That's why you go out on a date and you sit around talking and you watch movies together. You're already attracted to each other. You're just getting used to each other's presence and And usually there's just time that needs to elapse where that comfort continues to build. And then you go into the third phase, which is what we call seduction. That's just when you start touching each other and sex happens. The people who really know always remind people the game is spent in comfort. There's only so much attracting you can do. A person's either attracted or they're not. Seduction only happens if it's on the other side of comfort, and the comfort is what decides how simple or straightforward the seduction part is going to be. If a woman's really comfortable with you, she'll start touching you, grabbing you, take her shirt off. And you're like, oh, right. In other words, she'll make the sex part very easy for you if you do your job in the comfort part, right? If she's not comfortable with you, you could be casting over. It ain't happening. To this point real quickly, and I'll go back to what you're saying, a lot of this stuff is just getting out of your own way with comfort. So when your house is a strange place to somebody, especially the first time they come there, you want to just make it a very comfortable place. And so if it's interfering in you getting laid in any way, just try to make your bathroom as clean as possible. It don't have to look like something out of a Martha Stewart catalog, but just clean, right? Toilet clean, toilet paper stock, wet wipes, your bed's made and nice and is comfortable and everything's clean and your kitchen is clean, so she can grab a snack, grab a cup of water, all this type of shit. I've just noticed a huge difference. Because now it's like, I'm chill, the person already liked me, they showed up here because they like me. Now my job is to just make them not like me as a result of being here. So all I care about is them being comfortable. I'm not trying to plan what we do or plan no wild seduction tricks or put flower petals all over the bed or some wild sex escapade. I'm just like, oh, a date's coming over, clean the bathroom, clean the kitchen, put all the shit away, make sure there's snacks, food. And then here's the trick. I always ask a date. I don't always, but if I really like somebody, I ask them the simple question. What's your favorite candy? Yeah, it turns out I picked up this here stock of Twix. Yeah, I heard you like Twix. Yeah, girl, here's some Twix. Girl, boy, we trying to make it easy for you. We trying to make it easy for you. A lot of y'all don't want to listen because you like to do things the hard way. Go ahead, James. Tell them about helping out your friends. I just wanted to insert the power of clean related to... I'm not saying you got to be a neat freak, but when you're trying to make somebody comfortable, am I right, James?
Yeah, that's important. They got to feel comfortable. They got to feel safe. They got to feel like, they can navigate, that they have a certain amount of power reserved to be able to navigate the scene the way that they want to be able to navigate.
Yes, and what I'm speaking to is just pushing down their disgust reaction. Because what your point is, if they feel disgusted at a nasty bathroom or they feel disgusted at, they don't feel like, oh, there's nothing to drink here. You want me to spend the night? Bitch, get hungry at night. What am I eat? Right. So just feeling that comfort of, I tell you, no time somebody's here, they may not eat or drink a single thing. They may just say yes if you offer them a glass of water. Right. I got soda, juice, candy, bread. I can make you a snack. You want dinner? I can make you a steak. They'll be like, no, thank you. But they're super comfortable now because they know they can stay here. They know they can relax. They know there's plenty of food. Right. They know they could use if they got to take a shit, they could take a shit. Take the shower. There's extra towels. I got comb for you. You want to brush your teeth? Go ahead, brush your teeth. Right. All of that type of little shit. And y'all, I just go to the dollar store. I call it Girl Day. I go to the dollar store and I just be pretending I'm a girl. When I need my toilet, says, I'm gonna need a new hairbrush. And a lot of that shit is cheap. So if your ex-girlfriend used it, just throw it out, go to the dollar store, get you a new comb, a new toothbrush, a cheap, right? And then it becomes, I trust this guy and this is really cool. If I end up spontaneously spending the night here, he's got a clean pair. I got plenty of leggings they could put on. I can throw in a pair of leggings and a t-shirt and they cool, right? And they can take a shower, they relax, there's plenty of food, right? So just throwing that comfort in there and again, suppressing the disgust response, because if someone's disgusted, it's hard for them to be comfortable. And what I'm saying, it's not that they don't like you. It's not that they don't think you're cute anymore. It's not that they didn't enjoy flirting with you. It's just that they had this, I had a girl, man, this girl is so bad. She could sing, I loved her, sexy as fuck, internet, I loved this girl. Her apartment smelled like shit. Like banana, some people it's like you have bananas, you never change the garbage and you just bananas and then you become nose blind to it. It just threw the whole thing because I never wanted to be at her place.
Yeah.
Right? And I just didn't want to deal with that. And then she'd always be coming to my place and it was a real strain. It works both ways. I just didn't feel comfortable there. I didn't like it there.
Right.
All right, go ahead. Go back to the moral disgust and the thing you was talking about. I just wanted to interrupt and say quickly, that's a really good time for me to remind people. Some of the reason it's like keeping your house in order is a real big deal is because you're just trying to not trigger that disgust. But I didn't mean to, totally sidetrack us. So go ahead.
No, I'm still on the same page because I'm thinking about, this is why I don't talk about controversial issues.
Sure.
Or even when we're chilling, if they bring it up, or I already know that they have a certain amount of agreement, then okay, we can have those discussions, and hopefully everyone's best discussions. But if you make somebody feel uncomfortable by expressing views that they don't agree with, or that aren't even comfortable for them to think about, then it'll create a certain kind of vibe that they don't like. It kind of reminds me of that video with Little Dicky, where he keeps talking to his brain and he's on this date. Remember that?
No. Tell me about it.
Oh, so it's it wasn't it Snoop that found him that backs him, Little Dicky. So the white guy with the afro, you know what I'm talking about. He's oh, what the hell is that video called? That song called? But anyways, so it's he's narrating his experience on this date, and his brain is like the third person in the setting. So he's having a certain conversation with the woman, but his brain's having a certain conversation with him.
Right.
And so he ends up really ruining the vibe with this woman because she starts talking about deep shit, and he goes in a completely different direction with it that she doesn't agree with. And the moment he realizes that, he doesn't back up and do damage control. He stays the course and just ends up alienating her so much because of his divergent views. It makes her feel uncomfortable and that she just wants to go home.
Yes. And I want to tell you guys something about me, and this is an important thing for you guys to understand. There's no way getting around what James is saying. None. It's human nature. So something I understand full well, that my advisors understand full well, that my program director understands full well, there are real costs to my approach to doing things. There are people that will never watch me. There are people that will never take me seriously. There are people that will be offended and turned off. I've had it. Why do you think our Twitch accounts got suspended for a month? We got a complaint for like hate speech or some shit.
Oh, yeah.
Some religious fucktard reported us. They spent literally, I remember the day. I remember who it was. They watched the stream for like 5 minutes. They saw somebody drop like a monkey thing in the chat, and I was calling somebody a monkey ass. Oh, why would you call somebody? Right? And then they reported me for hate speech. Twitch ain't gonna play with that. They suspended the account for 7 days. I tried to appeal it. They don't care. They just let it ride and let the suspension
too many people.
Yeah.
They don't have time to review
They don't have time. They don't have time. So what I'm telling y'all is, if you're going to give me guidance and be part of this community, you got to understand that we know that. And the same thing was true when I did this at Penn State. There were costs to it, right? People thought the newspaper shouldn't print that. People thought I was really bringing shame and shit to the university, right? Now, people that mattered to me and people that mattered to this whole thing didn't agree with that, but we certainly all knew that that was what was going to happen, right? And so we understood that, and ultimately those things did happen. And so I not only am aware of the risk, I am confident and assured that there will be a price to pay for my approach. And the thing that everybody has to understand is I am simply willing to pay it. That is the difference between me and most people.
Yeah.
I'm fully aware of how people will respond to me, and I do it every day anyway. And so the people, like me and my advisor don't have these conversations where he goes, Jay, I really think you need to clean up your act. Because listen, Jay, I know that you're trying to do something interesting and fun, but it would really help you get through and make a better case for science communication if you like toned it down, you know, no more tires, no more word wrestling entertainment, just focus on the science. You built your little audience, but now focus on the science, right? And play it straight, or else you're going to turn off a lot of these major universities and they could be giving you a lot of money, right?
Yeah.
Man, we kind of had that conversation like way long ago, maybe at the beginning, but not kind of really, right? Because I was like, Mike, you don't get no shits about the rules. And he was like, Jay, you know I don't give no fuck about the rules. I'm like, Mike, all right, look, we got to find the right job for me, right? So I got to kick this whole thing into high gear. And yeah, a lot of these universities ain't like it, but they go fuck themselves. If they don't want to hire me, that's their problem. He was like, absolutely, yeah, that's the way to go about this, right?
Right.
Right? So we know, we just know that's not the job we're looking for.
Right.
We trying to find that job that's going to celebrate me, you know, offer me a very competitive package. To be honest, y'all, I'm not really worried about my job. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to tell y'all something y'all should know. I'm really worried about Cliff's job. You know Cliff, my guy that I collaborate with?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm worried about Cliff's jobs. What I mean by that, Cliff is a graduate student, and he's going to graduate in the next year or two, which is going to be when I finish up my postdoc. Cliff's going to need a new job. And his roommate, Jory, is a postdoc right now, and he's on like a temporary, Beacon contract. And those guys are so powerful to the research I do that I want to hire one, and ideally, if my dream came to, both of them on like a full-time basis. So I'm trying to find myself in a faculty position where they're going to understand this and like pony up not just money for me and my shit, because I know that's going to happen, but I'm trying to, who's going to pony up the money for me to get some permanent postdocs up in this bitch. Right? I also really need it because I'm doing all this science communication stuff. I still teach. I want to keep teaching because that's got to be part of my research, because I got to do research on how me teaching at the university while teaching the public at the same time is doing and evaluated and all that stuff. So that's going to all take time, as y'all see, away from programming and away from my lab and away from, coding brains, right? So I need to have people in my lab who know that shit, who are churning out papers and research all the time. That way, when I go up for tenure evaluation, my research productivity is still what it needs to be, right?
Yeah.
So if I could hire Cliff and or Jory full time, that's a guarantee. Now, I'm not even worried about it. I'm automatically getting tenure, right? And they don't really give a shit. Like, Jory might become a faculty member. He probably will eventually. He's taking his time, and he'll get there. Cliff will too, but Cliff's not even really interested right now. Cliff's already got his money from his previous careers and shit. Owns a great home. Cliff is good. Cliff's just trying to get some health insurance. That's all. He don't want to spend his money on health insurance. That's literally Cliff's motivation. Doesn't want to spend money on health insurance. Just wants to do experiments.
Yeah.
But Cliff don't give a fuck. Cliff is just in his little house around the clock, ain't bothered by nobody, giving no fucks about. Cliff could have finished his PhD years ago. He has plenty of papers, plenty of work, so much more than I do. He turns them out like nothing, right? He had a whole dissertation worth of papers, and he was just like, yeah, but I kind of want my dissertation to be about something else. Cliff, it don't matter. You could just graduate and then do other stuff as the next stage. But Cliff's like, yeah, I don't really care about the next stage, so I'm going to just chill here. Well, I still got health insurance. I'm going to just write another dissertation. Cliff, that's not how any of this works, but you're a real one, right? Cliff literally is a real one. He gives no fucks. He just wants to do the research, have a little health insurance. Gives no fuck about career, funding, grants, being a faculty. No shits. None of that, right? Experiments in his shop, being an actual blacksmith. Cliff, you are such a badass. You have no idea, right?
Right.
It's some real man shit right there. It's just amazing, but like that will put my career on, I don't want to say autopilot because I still got to do a lot of work, but it would be such a boost, right? So I need a university that understands that's how you get my lab established. That's how you get my research productivity up. That's how we really build this thing, strap the boosters to it and really get going, because now my lab's going to just be churning out all this fucking meaningful research. Whereas if I don't have that type of help, now it's just me. And now I got to split my time between research and teaching and streaming and outreach and writing and this and that, and then I'm not going to get a lot of stuff done. So that's going to be a problem. Then on top of that, I'm going to have to recruit grad students and postdocs from scratch and then handle babysitting them, training them, everything by myself, right? Whereas I get Cliff or Jory in my lab, I just go, bro, here's the deal. Here's your health care. Here's a full grown ass, $70K a year, whatever we work out, right? Whatever it is, I got to make sure they're on the high end of the scale, because if they're going to stay there, then they got to be on the high end of the scale. And then I also want to create pathways for them to take faculty jobs where they could be in a department. I'll train them up. They could share a lab with me. We'll all be a group, and then y'all could end up stop fucking around and get them faculty jobs, right? Just give it to them. Stop fucking around. Just give it to them. And then we'll all stay together as a research group. So that's the real plan, right?
Yeah.
So that's like what all this is hopefully, leading towards me. So again, I'm in hero support. Like I'm just trying to be a mouthpiece and get eyes on these people, because I'm not the 10x A+ programmers who built this shit from scratch and maintain and develop the system. Cliff and Jory are.
Yeah.
Right, and they're dope. Like I'm just trying to start from which is useful, right? Because y'all could come along with me. Y'all can start from scratch with me, and then you'll get it, right? But Cliff is like, yeah, I did this over the weekend. Yeah, I did that over the weekend. Then I'm over here. Right. He's just a next level superstar. So I'm just trying to put him on. Right. So that's what I mean. Right. I'm worried about Cliff's job because somebody going to give him one. And then that's going to be another digital evolution lab out there that recruited the talent I've been working with all these years. Right from out from under my nose. I don't want that to happen. That's what I'm scared of. All right. So yeah, man, we do what we can out here. But yeah, let's talk about this. There was a question that was so good. The reason I didn't bring it up originally because it didn't go nowhere was what does this sort of moral disgust have to do with dating? So keep on the conversation about moral disgust and where you were talking about, because you were talking about a particular scholar and their work, but then also maybe touch on that, because that's kind of what we want with the clean thing and all that. But yeah, let's kick it back to James, y'all. We tagging James in.
Thanks. So yeah, it's an interplay in different facets of people's psychology, and sometimes they're not even aware of what's happening in their own mind, like in a conscious way, right? They just know how they feel. Most people aren't thinking about what sparked that feeling and how does it relate to their other feelings. But to really be on top of your game, you have to be aware of what's happening there, so that you can, create the responses that you want and avoid creating the responses that you don't want. So it's very important that we don't alienate the people that we're trying to connect with, and that we don't disgust the people that we're trying to connect with, that we don't trigger any kind of negative response that might reach deep. Because if it reaches deep, then it's going to affect how they feel about
yes, right. And if you're somebody like me, all I was getting y'all to say is I want y'all to really understand this, because a lot of people, I do hear y'all when y'all like, Jay, you have to this to just be less abrasive. Jay, you have to do that to be less abrasive. I'm like, yeah, you're right, but I don't want to be less abrasive. Instead, I'm willing to pay the cost of the risk you're acknowledging. I'm going, yep, I see that risk. And we gonna do it anyway, right?
Right.
But you're speaking to this, so continue. But I just wanted to, I did a whole diatribe, so I wanted to sum that up. But go ahead.
Sure. Like, as far as risks here on YouTube, I take a whole lot of different risks too, and it's tricky because I want to be outspoken and true to how I see things, but at the same time, I don't want to alienate or disenfranchise people that are part of our community, and so I got to be. It's a work in progress. So I make mistakes and I learn from my mistakes. And I'm like,
absolutely.
How can I go about this next time? So whether it's Rebecca or whether it's Peter that stops in here, he's part of our community. I don't worry as much about that with Otangelo, because if you can give him the beatings that you give him and he's coming back, I don't have to worry about it.
I'm very worried about Otangelo.
In what way?
I think there's really something wrong with him.
Well, sure, but that's part of that whole cultural niche. See, certain people are attracted to certain demographics or niches within Christianity, right?
Yeah.
So, if there wasn't something profoundly wrong with him, he wouldn't be a fundamentalist. Now, he might be a Christian still, right? Because you can be a sane person to be a Christian. You can be a good person to be a Christian.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's how I feel about my family, right? Yeah, they're totally rational people, and y'all, I give them credit, y'all. My mom be getting through to these motherfuckers. My grandparents said they're actually going to retire now. Hope will they catch COVID in the meantime? Trying to say bye to everybody, probably.
Yeah.
Right, they're gonna drag their feet, probably. Right, but just holy shit, y'all. They literally blew my mind with their miraculous, almost reasonableness.
Yeah.
Right? Like I went full gasket blown on their asses and they were receptive about it. They took it in love. Crazy. Yeah. They surprised me. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I'm glad that they did. I'm glad you had that experience. You took that chance and that risk. If it's catch-22, because if you take that risk, it could go badly. But if you take that risk and it goes well, it was well worth it. And certain kinds of relationships can't grow past where they've been, right? Unless you take some chances with that, unless you try to push those boundaries and explore any territory with people. Those relationships can get stagnant and just not grow. And so I'm glad that you not only took that risk, but that it paid off for you.
Sure. And I accepted, again, willing to pay the cost. I accepted they weren't going to like it. I accepted that it probably wouldn't work. I accepted the criticism when I was told that the tone wasn't good, and they tried to hear it in love, but they don't like the way I communicate. I took all that and was like, yep, known fact, anticipated, right?
Right.
And I did it anyway because I felt I had to. And honestly, I still feel like that's on them. I'm very nice, especially the people I love for real. I give a lot of hints. I'm very gentle. I've done plenty of, hey, family, you know, here's nice, Jay. Just wanted to drop in and remind you we're still in the middle of a pandemic, you know? Right?
Right.
And so when I give you honey, it's my fault now because I won't stop feeding you honey no matter what you do. So here comes the vinegar.
Right.
All right, go ahead, James.
Boundaries.
Yep.
So with all that in mind, I mean, when it comes to this community, like, I have to accept that there's some people that there's not going to be a really healthy and productive way or we can arrive on common ground. Like, there's just a limit to how we can connect. And so for Nate, for example, Nathan was on Derek's channel the other day, and he was up there with some big heavy hitters. He was up there with Apologia. I should call him Pologia just to be fun.
Nerdy Rodent said, as an introvert, I fully aim to alienate people. Nerdy Rodent, I'm with you. Y'all know I'm the virtual visionary, y'all. I decided it might be a little late in the game, but I'm about to get my COVID on. You know, everybody got their COVID on and use isolation and take their shit to the next level. That's right, y'all. I decided y'all might get on from this COVID. I'm still in COVID mode in 2022, and we are taking over the internet. You know, look, James, if we gonna be stuck up in this bitch, y'all gonna be stuck up in this bitch for real, man. Yeah. People be asking me stupid questions all fucking day. Jay, how the fuck could you be in that studio live all day? How do you do it a 12-hour stream? Nigga, I'm streaming and I can't go no goddamn where. What the fuck y'all think? I'm gonna be if I wasn't live, I'd be sitting here like a bitch.
Right.
What's Pine Kick doing today? Oh, Derek is on. Is Otangelo in here? Nigga, Otangelo, what the fuck is you talking about? That's my nigga James Averson. What up, James? What up? What up, Fan Mully? You know, what up, Lena? Right?
Yeah.
What the fuck y'all think I would be doing all day?
Right.
And then they be like, Jay, it's late. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'd be like, am I sleeping yet? Well, no, you're not asleep yet. Then nigga, why the fuck wouldn't I be live? What you think? I'm gonna end the broadcast and go somewhere? You think it's a whole bunch of people out there? What? I'm like, y'all, I gotta go. I'm going to the bar. Nigga, it's COVID. I ain't going nowhere, so that's why I'm live. Y'all, I love being live, and I'm here. I live in the studio. I'm in the workhorse phase. Look, when I get rich and famous and I blow up and I'm tenure and I've achieved my dreams and I don't really need y'all help like that no more, I'll probably just be a much more reasonable content creator. I'll probably just drop a little podcast here and there, keep y'all around. We'll do some fun gaming streams. I'll probably start like all types of obscure, weird channels 'cause I don't give a fuck anymore, right? Hey, welcome to rock collecting with Pocket. Rocket with Pocket. Like who cares, right? We won't give a shit no more. I'll be trying to play a game where I'm trying to be live and avoid you guys. Like I'm trying to, people is trying to like find and they got to like use the algorithm to figure out where I'm at and shit because I'm trying to come up on channels and shit and without people really knowing it's me. Whatever.
Yeah.
But like, the point is, y'all, it's we're here, right? And it'll be a phase where maybe I just have different things going on in my life. Actually, I really want to play music, right? I want to be a drum streamer, pocket lock. I want to play music. I want y'all to show me practicing all week, getting ready for gigs, and then playing live. And then I want the band to come rehearse here, and then we stream while we rehearsing. And then y'all be making so much money that when I'll be like, y'all know we just made like $500 on the stream tonight just rehearsing. And so then the bar will call and they'll be like, yeah, Jay, can your band come? We want to give y'all like $50, so we'll pay you $250 for the night. We'd be like, oh, we'd love to. But yeah, we make more money than that when we just are rehearsing. Yeah, and it turns out we ain't got to go nowhere. We ain't got to set nothing up. We don't got no strangers throwing shit at us. We don't got no people yelling at us. So what we're proposing is you're going to have to pay us at least $1,000 to lead a fucking house. That's how it's going to work. Oh, well, I guess we'll get, here's $1,000 because y'all are really good. We saw you on the stream. That was pretty good. You're right. That's a pretty good point. Well, if you're making that kind of money, yeah. Oh, yeah, and matter of fact, and we're going to have to stream it too. Yeah, we're going to have to stream it too. Yeah. So then we walk away with like $2,000 that night because they paid us $1,000 to leave the house, and we got like twice as much in this fucking live chip because we was playing live. And people was going crazy. We was shutting the shit down live, and the fucking golden plate was overflowing, you know?
Yeah.
So that's what I want to do on this channel.
Yeah.
But again, we're not in that phase right now. We're in the phase where I still feel unsafe around other human beings, so I'm stuck in the goddamn studio all day, and I decided to be live. So we just live all the fucking time because I'm here all the fucking time. Y'all want me to get back out there? Stay the fuck away from each other. Wear a fucking mask. Stay the fuck home unless it's absolutely necessary. Oh, yeah, I just described a bunch of shit you're not willing to do. Well, then go fuck yourself. I'm stuck here with James, tagging him in, because I ain't got nowhere to go. I'm stuck here with James, tagging him in.
Right. So I sent you a 10-second video clip, but you get a chance that like relates to what you were saying.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So.
Oh, you sent it already?
I sent you one in private chat.
Yeah, let's get it. All right. Let me see. I should be able to see right here. All right. Hang on a sec. Let me.
It's my favorite scene from that movie.
Let me get the share screen real quick so that you can see as I play it.
None of you seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
That's right. Exactly. Oh man. I love
like one of the most epic movie lines ever. I just love it so much.
I love when Tuck comes through and he's like, "Yeah, I was, hoping you'd be out getting laid tonight instead of streaming." You and me both, my friend, you know?
Yeah.
I know I've earned a night off, y'all. Trust me, I'm not unaware of this fact. I just literally, well, y'all know, when I have a night off, I'm stuck here with y'all. I'm talking to James, you know what I mean? Like, y'all, is this a work day or a day off? You don't really know, do you?
Yeah.
Go ahead, James. I'm trying to smoke some weed. I got to roll up some weed, so I'm going to step up here, but go ahead. I can hear you.
All right, man. So, yeah, Richard Madison says his favorite movie line ever. So, nice selection. Yeah, I've got a list of ones that I think are wonderful, and that's pretty much at the top. It's just an epic moment. Anybody that hasn't seen that movie should see it. Basically, these are people with superpowers. Some are more powerful than others, but it's basically they're real people with real human feelings. So it's kind of like the one Will Smith did. What's the name of the movie?
I Am Legend or something?
No, that's the zombie movie. Hancock.
Oh, Hancock. Yeah.
Okay. So I love that movie, but it's they're that dysfunctional, but there's a whole bunch of them, and it's interesting how all that interplays. It's definitely some of the violence is a little over the top. So if you're squeamish, I don't know, but if you can handle that, then it's well worth seeing.
Yeah, I can handle it. Also, cheap plug tonight coming up. We've got Gaming with Sacred Death Motorcycle Club, and also subscribe to the Casino Theater and Arcade channel in the description. Say his name 3 times, and of course he shows up. Oh man, James, I'm leaving it up to James. James, do you want to talk to Otangelo? Pastor Apperson is in the pulpit, so
I don't mind talking to Otangelo. It goes a little bit differently when you talk to Otangelo audibly than it does in writing. Like when I try to talk with him, like on his Facebook page or whatever in writing, like he doesn't get me at all. Like I say a thing, but he thinks I mean a different thing, so he responds to the thing he thought I meant. And then I spend the next 3 or 4 posts explaining what I actually meant. And it just feels like the language disconnect is just so extreme we can't get past it.
All right, Otangelo, I wanted to talk about you, so you're free to call in so I can tell you how retarded you are to your face. But no, it's a labor of love, Otangelo. Also, again, mixed feelings in doing business, guys. Imagine if I yelled at LPP the way I yelled at Otangelo. There's a couple of things. Number one, I know he would have muted me and probably kicked me and maybe even blocked me. But number two, people wouldn't even hear my fucking amazing going off on people rants, which, trust me, lots of people were hitting me up like, oh, that shit was legendary. Right? But Otangelo had to sit there. Right? And he took it. And he didn't do any of that. And I want to say something else complimentary about Otangelo. And James, you were there firsthand as a witness.
Yeah.
At the height of when I really, really, really went off at Otangelo and really, really gave him the real rant, right? Like went fully in 150%, right? Yeah. He sat there and he took it and he listened. And here's what motherfuckers need to pay attention to. As soon as it was over, and James, I'm dying if I'm lying. Tell the people if I'm wrong. For almost, it felt like 5 or 10 seconds after that, he said not a single word.
Right. No, that's true. He slow motion turned that other cheek.
But
all right.
Yeah, but respect, right? Because how many times do we criticize each other for you're not really listening to me? You're not hearing me out. Every time I say something, you're just trying to jump down my throat and tell me why I'm wrong and while I'm lying. Y'all never actually listen. Y'all never actually take time to think about what I'm saying to you, right? I was demanding his attention. He gave it to me. He sat there and listened. And then afterwards, he didn't say shit because he actually took the time to sit there and think about what I was saying. He didn't jump to a response. He didn't jump into an apologetic. Now, of course, he probably said some bullshit after that, right? But that's respect, y'all. That's progress. Yeah. And again, say what you want, but if it was LPP or Bible Research Tools or probably Donnie from Standing for Truth or any of these people who want to pretend that they're much more respectable than Otangelo, how many of them are actually respectful enough that they would let you do that on their channel? And then would just sit there and listen for a moment and take it before they jump into their thing and actually listen about what you said. So again, it's, we gonna scorn when we need to scorn, but then we got to pay respects and acknowledge when people are making what we would consider progress or stuff we would like to see other people do.
Sure. Even with videos, if you go on YouTube and look up a bunch of atheist content creators, their contents are enabled. If you go and look up a whole bunch of Christian apologist channels, most of those comments are disabled because they don't want to hear what you have to say. They want it one way.
All right, so I don't know if Otangelo's calling in, so I guess we can circle back around to the moral disgust thing because I really like that.
Yeah, so moral disgust is a big thing. It's a brilliant video, that Big Think video with Robert Sapolsky, and he's got a lot to say on the topic of free will too, but it's a different topic. But yeah, he's talking about how it developed over time and how evolution is such a messy process that it sort of did us a disservice because ideally we should have a different brain section that handles moral disgust so that we can think of things more objectively. So what happens is because the brain can't differentiate between moral disgust and visceral disgust, this is the reason why a lot of times if people see that you're from another culture and you eat different foods or you dress a different way, or you believe a different thing, they think that that their sense of disgust is a good moral barometer. They're wrong. But that's how it feels, and a lot of religious people are the same way. So if it makes you want to puke, I must rebuke. It's that kind of a thing. So they feel like that's wrong, because they're mistaking visceral disgust for moral disgust. They can't tell the difference. The reason they can't is because the brain really needs two different parts to process those two different things.
So this overlaps with what we're saying about dating, because a person's just going to have the disgust reaction, and they almost are maybe even reject you because the moral disgust or even an aesthetic disgust, right? Like you said, if we see the rotten food or we see the, whatever it is, right? We just have this gut reaction because again, people who didn't pay attention to how dirty things got, bad shit happened, right? So it was better to avoid them, right? Which we always criticize the Bible for. Why didn't Jesus teach us about the goddamn germ theory of disease? Guys, let's pin this and bring in our next panelist, if that's okay with you, Pastor Apperson.
Absolutely.
I'm going to do something I really like to do, which is play a little Jesus music. I love this drummer, Bryce Taylor. I don't think there's any lyrics here because it's just a clip he made from band rehearsal. But it's called Awesome God, band only. Oh, that's the drums. Here we go. Woo, what a boy's a badass. This fucking band, we gonna introduce our guest, but this band sounds so motherfucking clean. This is when you get worship team envy. You be like, God damn, y'all sound so good. I mean, we sound good, but y'all sound good. I want to sound more like that. Oh, and this drum set is so goddamn good looking. And the whole worship team got the swag. Everybody getting their fucking lean on. They all got their flannels on, but they all swagging it out and shit. That's how I like to get my shit. Let's get down up in this bitch. Motherfucker, this is about to be a concert. All right, now, please welcome a man who you think you already know. But you don't know what you think you know because you don't doubt your doubt enough. A man who has come to steal the show. I am talking about the Shroud of Turin believing, young earth creationist, Bible thumping soldier of God himself. Give it up for Otangelo! Don't try that shit at home, folks. You might hurt yourself. What up, Otangelo?
Well, I feel almost like Mike Tyson.
Otangelo, you know what? I'm going to tell you something. I might actually buy that you are the baddest man on the planet. I think you're what we call a heel's heel. I'm pure bad guy, but Otangelo, I think you're a bad guy. I think you're as a full-time professional troll of humanity whose job it is to make people not like me. You making a lot of people not like you, Otangelo. You're getting a lot of heat in this community.
Yeah, that's true.
So maybe we should give you more of the Mike Tyson treatment. Speaking of which, Otangelo, who likes you? Because here's the thing I was going to tell you. I think I'm comfortable being antagonistic towards you, but I was trying to think if I still want to be friends. And it's because it's too hard for me. I don't like when people close to me. I got a lot of super religious people in my family, and it just sometimes hurts because I feel like they just so hopelessly like lost in this stuff. But then I feel like we need to keep you around because I think you need community and like friends and like support. And at the same time, I don't really think you're that dangerous because I feel like as atheists, we don't really accept your stances on things, but a lot of us actually on an interpersonal level think you're very friendly or we like you or we think you're a really good sport about these things. And I think as a content creator, you're incredibly valuable to our community. We're in a community where it's all about coming together, having discussions and fun with people who think differently than us. And so we're batting around all these ideas. And to me, we do kind of have a run-of-the-mill perspective. We have a certain ideas of Islam, certain ideas of Judaism, and certain ideas of Christianity. And a lot of us are dismissive of certain perspective. Young Earth creationism, Child of Turin, whatever it is, right? But these are very realistic and, I'd almost even say important viewpoints or things that help us understand why we live in a world where people still believe these things or think the way they do or understand these things the way they understand it, right? And so, in a sense, we're lucky to have people who we think, to the best of our knowledge, genuinely believe the things you do, or at least genuinely represent that perspective, in a way that is believable. Let's put it that way as an entertainer, right? We either believe you or think you're believable. And we can accept that either way. And at the same time, I don't really think you're that dangerous because I think a lot of us are really concerned about a Christianity that I think is practiced at whatever level in mass. Like, what is the Christian movement right now? Because we're all dealing with different forms of, like I said, the sort of mainstream ideas that we think are part of the way, practicing Christians are doing whatever it is that bothers us. Go ahead, James. You were going to say something here?
Yeah, I would like to.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
After you left the stream that night, this other guy which came in, he made an interesting distinction between being a Christian and Christianity, and between what Christ said and what organized Christianity today represents. That was quite interesting for me. And he said, well, you don't represent organized Christianity.
Yes, that's exactly where I was going with this. Continue.
Yeah, so I think, why is Christ dangerous? He taught us and told us the first command, the golden rule is that we love each other. And if everyone would follow that command, then we would have more human well-being. Isn't humanistic morals not about human well-being?
Yes, yes.
I heard about. And
yes.
If Christ teach that improves human well-being, how is that dangerous?
Sure. Yeah, no. I'm with you on that because that's kind of where I was as a Christian. And I went so far as to say even if Christ didn't exist, which would mean he didn't preach that, right? Let's just play that along with that. It was just, that would still be to me the takeaway or message of the gospel, right? So you could take a physical or historical Jesus out of it. And that's how I was as a Christian. That's why it took so long for me to officially leave Christianity, because everything that went out the window just wasn't essential to me. People are like, oh, well, you're an evolutionary biologist. Okay, what does that have to do with my faith, right? Nothing. Oh, well, what if Jesus wasn't real? Okay, I just kind of it was a curiosity to me. I was curious as to whether or not I think there's evidence for a historical Jesus, but I'm not going to stop being a Christian if Jesus didn't exist. Like, that's just how I felt about it as a Christian, right? I was a Christian. I was like, oh, okay, so if there's no Jesus, right? There's a lot of religious figures. I happen to have been born into this religion. It was a big part of my life, hope, meaning, and purpose. But not even that. It's just a big part of my identity. I didn't even have to talk about hope, meaning, and purpose. I just be like, it's just an important part of who I am. So I'm kind of with you on that, because I would say it was the message of the gospel, and the point of the Bible was to deliver the gospel. So we could argue about the vehicle of the gospel, but go ahead, Otangelo.
I don't know if you've seen that recent outrage, let's say, of several YouTubers in regards of what William Lane Craig said. And he said, I think it's warranted to lower the epistemic level. And even if Christianity would just be true in 1 in a million, it is such a wonderful message that it would be warranted to believe it, even if the epistemic truth would be so low. And then everyone jumped at it, and they made several streams. Yesterday there was one at Midvision and so forth.
Sure.
And I actually said something even more outrageous, let's say. I said, even if it would be proven that Christianity isn't true and that Christ isn't even a historical figure, and even less that he resurrected and didn't do all these miracles, it still would be good to live as a Christian and to hold up to what the first command, which he said, which is to love our next as ourselves, because that improves human being.
That's a very Jordan Peterson point, and in principle, I agree.
No, you're good, James. I was just going to say that I felt that way as a Christian. So go ahead, James.
I mean, I see what he's saying. The basic point that he's making about, I mean, Jordan Peterson makes this point is like a core part of his worldview is even if there isn't a God, you could get everybody agreeing to submit to certain ethical and moral principles, and yield to that structure of principles as an authority in their life, then we can really have a healthier world, a safer world, a more harmonious society. And in general, like, I agree with that. I don't see Christianity as representing that or as necessarily the best set of ideals in order to pursue that.
Yes. Interestingly, I am in the weird position of thinking that evolution can provide the basis of a social worldview, and it offers us, to me, the only currently viable option as the basis of seeking that world. And that would require us not to consider evolution as a religion or a new religion or even superior to religion, but rather as essential to science, right? As if we're going to tackle the issues of life, we should first acknowledge the nature of our lives. Let's put that as a simplified version. But yeah, go ahead, Angela.
I had a debate with, I forgot the name, about the consequences of Darwinism. And if you analyze it during the history in the last 160 years, the consequences that it had, they were devastating. But besides that view, I mean, how can evolution account for moral values? Because moral values, they are not something physical, they are abstract. And when we are talking about evolution is something which happens in the physical world, in biology, where it promotes change. But it doesn't promote change in the sense that suddenly it evolves moral principles which are not physical whatsoever. So I don't really see the connection in regards of that.
I see the connection, but go ahead, Jay.
No, you're good, James. Go ahead.
So, I mean, the whole reason we have morals is because of physical evolution. Physical evolution results in the evolution of societies and ideas. So they're absolutely intrinsically tied. We wouldn't have an evolution of moral and ethical ideals if we hadn't physically evolved. They're not separate at all.
This is something which I would severely dispute, because there is a hard.
They're also physical. I mean, that's what we're talking about, Angela, right? What we're talking about is the way this morality thing is not immaterial. It's very physical. It's very local. That's what we're saying. When you have a moral reaction, when I think that oh my goodness, to be an anti-evolution is immoral, It is the same brain response that responds to, oh my God, there are maggots and fungi all over that piece of cheese and I shouldn't shove it in my mouth. That's exactly what James is describing. So the evidence actually says exactly the opposite. It's essential to our survival. It's essential to our social nature. It's located and physically indistinguishable from the very physical, sort of parasite avoidance responses that are hard baked into our survival. So again, you're just not aligned here with the best understanding of the current research. And part of the reason I love for people like James to do this is because I'm in hero support. I can put my credentials out there, pull in the faces, but then again, I can actually just tag team in James, who's not an expert in this thing, but just a simple person who understands these things at a very reasonable level and is a wonderful communicator. And his explanation was beautiful.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, if everything is just about survival of the fittest, then there wouldn't be any reason whatsoever that we should have evolved consciousness, free will, and moral duties, because in the animal world, animals, they act upon instincts and not free will, and they survive just fine. So seen from that perspective, I see no reason why
all right, check this out. This one I'm going to give you a direct quote, powerhouse quote. Check this one out. David Sloan Wilson. David Sloan Wilson, one of the world's leading expert in social evolution. Also one of the best science writers ever.
Yeah, send me a link.
Right, so here I will. So here's the thing. So now she's got to write whole books on this topic. So here we go. Very easy to remember. Selfishness wins within groups. Cooperation, cooperation wins between groups. Everything else is commentary. That's the quote.
Yeah, but you can have that. You can have that without having free will and morals. I mean, animals, they are also
no, we don't believe in free will and moral. We don't believe in like free will, and then again morals. And again, they don't have to be morals. Like you guys do this with everything. Here's what you guys do. You have this, and again, it's too much philosophy. Just because your brain is working hard doesn't mean you're learning. Just because you're memorizing things doesn't mean the things you are memorizing are worth memorizing. You guys have this thing where you take a philosophical concept. We all know what philosophy is. Human word salad to help each other understand concepts. We use these philosophical concepts to help us linguistically. They just help us talk to each other and communicate ideas. The idea is to the goal is to transmit the idea clearly. Philosophy is only useful in helping us transmit ideas easier. What you guys want to do is take those philosophical tools and misuse them and weaponize them. Instead of using a screwdriver to help us drive screws and a hammer to help us drive nails in the wall, you want to take a screwdriver and stab us in the eye with it. So when we say, oh, well, morality is sort of an abstract concept that may not necessarily exist in the physical world the way an apple does. You guys want to go, well, morality ain't really real, right? And so it's just this shit y'all made up. It's just this thing you made up. It has no physical basis. And we're like, nope, nobody said that. Actually, we all understand that morality is a product of, brain states, which are incredibly physical, and their thoughts, and thoughts are totally 100% localized in the brain. There's not a shred of evidence to counteract otherwise. So we might say that there's, the idea of a fairy has no physical manifestation, but most of us realize that that's not actually true, because the concept of a fairy is a thing we all very much understand what that means, and fairies are a thing in that way. And again, thoughts about fairies are a phenomenon of human brains, which are very much localized, and some very real primate, some funky looking monkeys walking around talking about fairies. And so the same thing exists for morality. And so this whole line of thought that begins with, let's have a discussion about how we can't even begin to discuss real morality under your worldview because it's not even a thing that's physically located in the material world, is a non-starter. It's like, if that's what you want to talk about, save your breath, don't. I'm not saying that you're stuck on it like that. I'm sure you probably have other things to talk about, but that's just how we feel about that. But go ahead.
No. I wanted to before I leave, to raise another issue. Let's suppose that you would completely debunk our objections in regards of evolution, and it would be proven with no shadow of doubt that common ancestry and the tree of life is true. Okay?
Sure.
Let's suppose this were the case. Would that eventually disprove God's existence?
Sorry, I got distracted. I think we have a new subscriber. I saw the thing go off. I heard the alarm. I went to look at it, and I didn't quite have my screen big enough to see the name. But we do have a new subscriber. I don't want to take up too much time away from this. But thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for subbing, and hope you enjoy the content. Please repeat your question. Also, Nidamos, go ahead and call in if you'd like. But yeah, go ahead, Otangelo.
I love Nidamus. He's brilliant.
Let's suppose that evolution would be proven without a shadow of doubt to be true, which would include the common ancestry and the tree of life, and we all would know this is in fact what happened.
Okay, Otangelo. It's definitely been demonstrated far exceedingly beyond a reasonable doubt. Literally, I'm going to be honest with you. It's on par. Hang on. It's on par with Flat Earth, QAnon, Donald Trump is still president. There's a firmament over the earth, all of that stuff, and not accepting the evolution narrative, which is a natural origin of human beings that requires absolutely no supernatural intervention, is that serious. Go ahead.
Okay, so my question is, would that disprove God's existence?
Nope, not in any way, shape, or form.
Why the entire dispute?
Because you're not being honest about what it does tell us.
Because that's what's all about in the end.
No, it's not that. It's not that. Go ahead, James. James had it.
I mean, how many times do you have to be reminded that most Christians accept evolution as fact? So that's not what it's all about.
Yeah.
That's precisely my point. So why the entire dispute? Why are we trying to
So Otangelo,
even if you are right, that doesn't mean that you can then say, well,
because here's why. Doing evolution and believing evolution is the scientific reality. And so just like chemistry, just like physics, just like math, we wouldn't be debating it if there was nothing to debate. If y'all would leave us the hell alone like you do for all these other people, if y'all would stop protesting us and holding debate. Imagine holding an anti-grammar debate. Hey guys, we're going to discuss whether or not you should use punctuation or not use punctuation. Oh, you think we should use punctuation? Yeah, punctuation is part of a satanic conspiracy, right? If y'all didn't do that, we wouldn't be here. Go ahead, James.
I mean, I'm not sure I get what Otangelo's point really even is, because we like discussing reality, therefore we like discussing evolution. It's not complicated.
Oh, yeah, that too.
There's our reason.
Yeah, but you know that for us, the entire thing is to actually be testifiers of our faith, right? And that is, I mean, I mean, in the end, I don't care if you believe or you don't believe in evolution.
Okay, so here's the thing, Angelo. Hang on. You said testifies of your what?
Of my faith.
Testifies of your
My faith in Christ.
I didn't hear you. You said something about testicle. You said something about a crush on a girl named Faith.
No. I said that for us, the key point is to testify our faith.
Oh, okay. So then, why the hell are y'all talking about science then? Because faith, if faith has nothing to do with science, then why don't you debate people about why your faith is right or the value of faith or what you because when okay, go ahead.
And here is the point. If you are telling me I do not believe in your narrative because I know that evolution is true and evolution falsifies the Bible, Genesis, and everything else, and therefore it falsifies the claim that God exists, then we have a reason to talk about evolution. Because if I can convince you that actually your narrative is wrong, then once that has been proven to be so, you would have to become actually a Christian. But since you said, oh no, even if it is proven that evolution is true, that doesn't mean that the biblical God doesn't exist.
Wait, you said, rewind. Sorry, I responded to somebody in the chat. You said if evolution was disproven, I'd have to become a Christian. Is that what you said?
No, I am saying, I asked you previously, let's suppose that there would be no shadow of a doubt that common ancestry of life is true and that evolution is true. Would that disprove that God exists? You said no.
No.
Right. So that is not actually the reason why you are an atheist, or is it?
No, it's not the reason I'm an atheist.
So what is the reason that you are an atheist?
Well, it does undermine a particular version of God that I believed in. So I hate to say this, but I feel like for a lot of people, you don't know all the religions, right? That's Angela?
Of course not.
Yeah.
Of course
so not. You mostly know the religion probably through conversion experience. Maybe there's a couple other religions right? So I primarily was interested in one specific narrative of God, right? Now, very specific to that particular concept of God that I believed in. He was the creator at some level.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And being honest, for me, that meant some things. It meant, one, that's what really gave him this power over life and death. And so if it was even possible for creation to happen without him, then he wasn't necessary to creation. And if he created in a way that made it look like or possible that he had nothing to do with it, then the particular concept of God that I believed in was grossly undermined. He no longer had the power over life and death. Matter of fact, now everything seems like people wrote this. Now all of a sudden, all this seems like ritual. Wait, what's with the blood magic? Well, I certainly wouldn't. I certainly would answer poof or drown poof. I wouldn't even made people so evil if they were just gonna need to be wiped off the face of the planet. But then you said it'll be better the second time. But then they were evil, so then you had to send your son, and then you kind of forcefully impregnated through a virgin. That wasn't really easy for her. So I kind of think you're a monster. Why didn't you make one of the 10 commandments? Don't enslave other people. Where's the cure for COVID? My particular miracle working God, who was the best thing for humanity, just poofed, right? He poofed. Them poor babies, then they drowned, but that guy poofed. And so what I say, when I say, absolutely proving evolution beyond any reasonable doubt, which we've done a long time ago, doesn't make God impossible because, again, it's science, and science doesn't say anything about God, right? It's not ontological naturalism. It's not the statement that the natural world is all there is. It's the statement the natural world is all we can test, and therefore natural explanations are the only thing we can hope to demonstrate to the satisfaction of the scientific method. So, but for me to be honest with myself, I had to say part of the scientific mindset is what we call parsimony. And you guys out here in the Bible nerd philosophy land call it Occam's razor. You don't add extra stuff you don't need to explain stuff. And so now I had to say, wait, we can explain this whole thing. We have this model where it all works, and it all works without importing any sort of supernatural thing. And matter of fact, according to this method that's been so great at finding truths we can all accept, we don't have any real evidence of anything supernatural at all. So all of a sudden it's like, yeah, technically I'd have to examine all the other conceptions of God, right? So I'd have to sort of disprove all of those gods, and then I'd have to include that a lot of people's theology just includes naturalism. But go ahead. Yeah, good.
Let me stop you here. In reality, the teleological argument or evidence in creation doesn't lead you necessarily to a specific deity. It just leads you to an intelligent, powerful creator as the cause of everything.
Sure. So
that question, which God that we are talking about, doesn't come even into the picture.
Agreed.
When it comes to elucidate what best explains our existence.
Not true. Right? But I heard my man react. That's the call for the hot tag. So I'm gonna let James Apperson get in here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you could hear my frustration and disgust. I didn't mean to make that audible. You know, I respect what Otangelo's trying to accomplish. I get it. I really do. But, like, Otangelo, and I mean this with love, pretty much everything you say is wrong. Like, even the little pieces of things that you say in order to build up to a thing are almost always wrong. And so you say, like, 10 wrong things in a row to build up to a wrong conclusion, and the whole time I'm just sitting there saying, nope, 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 nope. And then you finally arrive at your conclusion, and that's just like bigger nope. And like, I feel like I would need hours to even cover a single topic with you because you don't know what you think you know. We've got to go back to basics with you and walk you through and build a new structure of ideas so that then you can reach the right conclusion.
Okay.
Because until you have that, but
for sure. I was just gonna try to give a quick and dirty version, and James, I'm gonna tag you back in to lay it out and see if I've helped, or if you just need to begin the beat down again. I think a quick and dirty version is, first off, you're finding the wrong audience. You're finding people who really do value science, empiricism, and quite frankly, in a way, we sort of distinguish from philosophical arguments, right, James?
Yeah.
And so you're kind of hanging with the wrong crowd, because we don't ever think we're going to compare our scientific evidence-based theories to philosophical arguments. We're like, well, we have this empirical evidence, and you're like, well, we've got this argument you can't disprove. And we're like, yeah, that's the problem with arguments, right? And then also to what James is speaking about, not knowing what you think you know, or at least will present yourself as being, able to demonstrate awareness of, is even if we're going to be philosophically sophisticated. And Otangelo, I'm giving you this because I consider you a friend, and I've seen so many apologists get this wrong. E.A. Dowa gets this wrong. The list goes on and on. But I'm happy to share this with you. It's when they start talking philosophy, they demonstrate how little they know about philosophy. If you guys pay attention to my class, I'll break down philosophy of science with you guys this semester as Rob and I teach our students this. And Rob is a genius, and philosophy of science is his field of expertise. But what he makes very clear to our students is what these philosophical people want to do. They always want to say, oh, well, philosophy is superior to science because philosophy is the nature of science. It's the foundation of science. And then they want to go on and then be science deniers and prove that that's okay because they've got some philosophical argument that provides the basis for them to ignore the science. Is that a fair assessment of what a lot of us perceive? Hang on. James, would you agree with that?
I mean, I agree with you, but at the same time, I realized that Otangelo doesn't realize he's a science denier.
Okay.
So that's the only qualifier.
Okay, sure. And so, hang on, Otangelo. I'm going to let you respond, but I want to finish this thought. So hang on. I also realize you don't deny realize you're a science denier. I don't think you're an active, intentional science denier in my view. I'll say that. As a matter of fact, I'll say you try to go much more out of your way to back up your claims than a whole lot of other people do. Right, James?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah. But from...
Yeah, let me respond to that. Let me respond to that. First of all, I completely disagree that I am a science denier. Quite in the contrary. Sure. I am a science supporter in the sense that I acknowledge everything which science is unraveling. This is unquestionable. So if for example, I am studying CRISPR-Cas right now, and why should I deny that CRISPR-Cas exists? Quite in the contrary, I try to absorb as much as I can in regards to what science is teaching me. So this is completely false.
All right, so let's talk about the argument then. But hang on.
I don't deny science.
But here's the bigger thing I need you to understand is that it's not even about science. One, I think you're being honest with what you just said. But I think your actual commentary and the content of your opinions demonstrates that you lack scientific sophistication to make heads or tails of this. So that's the first thing. It's like if I had a student in my class, right, and I was trying to teach them a lot of science stuff, and they came to me and I was like grading their papers, and I just said, this is like a D, or maybe like you got a lot of this, but you missed out key concepts. So this, you got to do better than this, right? I'm not saying that they're a science denier. I'm saying they're making their best effort, as far as I know, to understand the science and demonstrate their understanding of it, and it just isn't adequate yet, right? So there's a huge difference there. The other thing is, hang on.
Adequate in what sense?
Not coming to the right answers. My job is to tell you whether or not you're getting the right answers and you're not getting the right answers.
But what kind of right answers? If you are giving
one that is in fact accordance with science, one that actually recognizes and demonstrates that you understand the scientific method, you understand how it generates its consensus, how that consensus has privileged knowledge state, how scientific knowledge is privileged, meaning better than, privileged over philosophical arguments. So when you say I have an argument you can't refute, when you say I have an argument you can't refute, and I think that allows me to challenge your science without equal and superior scientific evidence, you are, hang on a second, this is the key part. One, you're demonstrating you don't have the scientific sophistication. And two, and this is James's point, you're also demonstrating you don't have the philosophical sophistication. Because hang on, let me explain this, because I got to explain this to the audience. I can't let you cut off time because I got to educate the audience and the viewers and the people who watch later. So here's the difference, folks, that we're trying to draw attention to. A lot of people in this community, a lot of apologists especially, will try to tell you that their philosophical arguments and opinions are relevant and just as relevant and maybe even more relevant than data, because philosophy is really what undermines science. And so you'd have no science without philosophy. You heard this before, James?
Yep.
Great. Continuing. And then what they want to do is be very undermining of the scientific method and go on. And while you should not trust the scientific consensus, often on the basis of a philosophical argument that they find hasn't been adequately addressed. Am I on to something, James?
Yeah, you are.
All right. And then here's the last step. They forget that, yes, science is a product of philosophy. But there's a reason philosophy matured into empiricism. There's a reason that critical philosophy and trying to improve philosophy led to the scientific method. It's because people realized it's better to only consider testable hypotheses. It's better to make sure we can repeat the observations. It's better to make sure things pass peer review of other experts. Right, James?
Yeah, it works better. You get better results, proven results.
So what they're demonstrating is that they don't have the philosophical sophistication to understand why a philosophical argument no longer even is weighing or has any consideration in the balance anymore. It might be in the complete absence. If we just have I don't know how to decide if it's more reasonable to assume the universe exists inside the shell of a turtle, or if there's infinite space-time continuum, or if really we're all just living in a simulation. I mean, if you have nothing else to go off of, then you could sit around and have that idea. You're not really necessarily testing ideas or doing anything scientific, but you could sit around and have philosophical arguments about which one is consistent and not, and all of this blasé and the flavonoids, right? But ultimately, they're all equally not demonstrated. But once you start to have a model of reality that doesn't require any of the mechanisms of the other ones and is unique to that one, right? And then you have all these mountains of empirically driven, scientific-based evidence, you no longer can rely on, well, you haven't totally disproven these other two that you can't test, right? So you're unreasoned and justifiably accepting this one as the explanation. And it's like, it's funny, I'll never say that about anything other than these special little emotional arguments that you can't seem to grow up and let go of. Tag team to my partner, James Apperson, hit him over the head with the chair.
Great. So philosophy can help you come up with good questions to ask. Philosophy can help you communicate whatever answers you have come up with. But philosophy by itself is not enough, because in order to have enough facts to communicate, to even be worth talking about, you have to have science. You have to have facts. Otherwise, you're just looking for new ways to communicate a lack of facts. And that doesn't really promote growth. Of course. That doesn't get you to scientific advancement.
Well, I agree with what you just said, James. The thing is that, and I said this before, when we are talking about operational science, then, of course, whatever operational science will unravel will be undisputed because it is scientifically tested, and these are things which are not disputed.
Otangelo, you just pulled the toxic... Hang on. I got to point this out before you move on. You just pulled a very rookie apologetics 101 amateur mistake. Oh, now I'm going to... use special Christianese apologist language to make a special pleading case. Oh, well, when you talk about operational science, which is that which we can observe, and no, there's only one type of science. Putting biblical in front of the word truth doesn't get you able to escape what the word truth means, and putting observational or operational or empirical or whatever word you use in front of the word science doesn't get you to create a special category that then you get to dance around. And again, people also don't have to listen to you, because when you say these things, it just demonstrates very publicly in front of everybody, on video, on YouTube, recorded, watch it now, watch it live, watch it later, ask other people what they think, and then all say, this guy has no idea what he's talking about. We have undeniable evidence that he has no idea what he's talking about, and we really don't need to listen to him until he demonstrates that he's learning something and that he's willing to change his growth, right? Again, I'm the teacher. Other people who don't have the expertise in this field are the students. If I say they're wrong until they can demonstrate to me or my superiors that they have a better case for their case than mine. And until then, they're wrong, and everybody else is going to say they're wrong. And even if they don't accept that, we're just dealing with, it's really unfortunate that this person is just completely unwilling to accept, hey, I might be wrong. And then, hey, I might have to learn some things.
Yeah, so let me quote here Gold.
I'm going to let you go, and then I'm going to go back to James. So James, please pin your thought for me. You're a real pro at this now, so I appreciate you, James.
Same.
Go ahead, Otangelo.
Yeah, I quote here from Gold. He says, historical science is not worse, more restricted, or less capable of achieving firm conclusions because experiment, prediction, and subsumption under invariant laws of nature do not represent its usual working methods. The sciences of history use a different mode of explanation rooted in the comparative and observational richness of our data. We cannot see a past event directly, but science is usually based on inference, not unvarnished observation. You don't see electrons, gravity, or black holes either. So what I want to say is there are two different distinct questions. One is, which is asked in operational science, how does something operate or work? And the other is, how did things come to be? These are two distinct different questions, and both are tackled by science. So when I talk about historical science, then I include with that archaeology, evolutionary biology, geology, astronomy, physics. There is a whole bunch of scientific faculties which deal with questions which are related to the past. And I said that many times, we do not have a time machine to go back and see what happened. And there it is perfectly justified and fine to use philosophy to make the best
Nope. And that's not what he was saying.
have.
First off, Otangelo, I just wrote a dissertation completely based on actually testing Stephen Jay Gould's ideas. So that's the nature of my dissertation, is all about history and evolution. So thank you for pumping up and cutting a promo for my dissertation work, but that's a complete misrepresentation of Stephen Jay Gould, who's literally claim to fame is his historical approach to evolution. So why you think he's somehow a good person to quote trying to undermine the evolutionary account baffles people. And again, it's a wild demonstration of how much you don't know this. And again, his entire point was, yes, we have historical questions that we can't observe directly. And then we have observational matters that we can, and we have to rely on these operational ones to infer what happened in the past, and it works, and it's how we know anything about what's happened ever. Tag into my main man Apperson.
Yeah, I can't even imagine somebody with Otangelo's view of science doing forensics, criminal forensics. How could they even? You know, the way that they separate science into parts where you have to, I mean, how much philosophy does he really think is part of it?
We didn't get full video of the guy shooting him, although if we do, we'll just say, well, we didn't know that it was a fake. We weren't actually there at the scene. Well, we were at the scene, but then how do you know it wasn't an impersonator? It could have been a doppelganger. Well, you know, and so, but then you go, well, let's go to the other stuff. We got the blood print, we got the blood spatter, we got the, we tested the blood. It was his blood. We got the threatening phone calls. We got the text. We got the receipt where he went to the marketplace and bought the crowbar and the illicit guns, and then he went on Facebook. He's like, I'm gonna kill this bitch, and he was like, then he sent her some shit. I'm gonna kill you, bitch, right? And then we're like, but maybe he didn't do it. You know what I mean? Like,
let me quote you here from Rational Wiki. They say historical science is a term used to describe sciences in which data is provided primarily from past events and for which there is usually no direct experimental data, such as cosmology, astronomy, astrophysics, geology, paleontology, and archaeology. Historical science covers the Big Bang, geologic timeline, abiogenesis, evolution, and the nebular hypothesis. So they basically just confirm what precisely I said. And if you want to make sense of
Otangelo, again, there's one science. What they said, all they said there is there are different specialties within science. First off, notice how you're oversimplifying things. What you're not talking about, what most people know, is all the intricate ways in which all of those fields you just named overlap, in which none of them get anything done without the results of the others, including the others from the other category. What you're also misrepresenting is the fact that as science learns more, guess what's going on all over science? It's called integration. Do you know why I'm in a program called EBE? It stands for Ecology, Evolutionary Biology, and Behavior. It's because people who study ecology, people who study evolutionary biology, and people who study behavior all realized they were studying the same shit and competing for the same pots of money. They should get together in the same department. I graduated from an integrative biology department. It used to be called zoology. What eventually happened, there was a whole bunch of motherfuckers in zoology who didn't even work with animals and didn't want to be zookeepers. There was biologists and geneticists and ecologists biologists and soil people and fucking DNA people, like, right? And so all of these sciences are integrated because, again, there's one science. There's just different specialties, just like there's one medicine, but some people are dentists and some people are forensic medical people and some people are emergency paramedics, right? And yes, sometimes they tend to have more of one type of question or the other in their particular subfield. Again, I got a hot tag in my partner, James Apperson.
Yeah, I mean, I can't find fault with anything Jay just said. Here's the thing. Otangelo, you've fallen for a scam. Because the people, the quote-unquote specialists and scientists that are on your side of the fence, and there aren't many, of course, you know that, they had to give different answers to pass their final exam, to pass their classes, to get their degrees. They had to give Jay's answers to the questions. So they give one set of answers in order to pass the class and get their certification, and then they give you, poor saps, a completely different set of answers.
Absolutely.
That makes them bad faith.
Absolutely.
Bad faith actors, you've fallen for a scam, period.
See you later, Amanda. Thank you so much for coming through. Amanda's one of our new people here. We really appreciate you. Wonderful comments. And of course, my regulars are here. Of course, my man Jerome Robinson is in the house. Cameron, y'all. Cameron is strong enough to do all that thought shit you see on the internet and then hold up this community on his shoulders. And he's camera shy. So, damn, what's your excuse? All right, go ahead.
Let me answer here.
Hang on. Go ahead. Hang on, Angela. Go ahead, James. Give Cameron some love.
Man, if I look like Cameron, I'd be like...
Oh, I'll be all over. Yeah.
I know, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna just tell y'all think it's cool. It's crazy that I broadcast live all day. Imagine being live all day shirtless. With some cutoffs to like here. You know what I mean? If I look like Cameron, it'd be all flesh. Yeah, all flesh. I'd be like, what I need to do, YouTube? Hang on, let me make sure this mic stand is covering up my nipples. Yeah, all right, we good. Let's go. All right, go ahead, Otangelo.
Yeah, Amanda, she wrote here an interesting comment. Truth is that which correspond to reality has adjudicated by predictive power. And I agree completely with that. You can make predictions and then test them and see if they actually fulfill, if they are corresponding to the hypothesis or not. And when we are talking, for example, in regards of abiogenesis, many predictions have been made and they have not been confirmed. And the question, of course, is when you have a repeated sequence of hypotheses which have not been confirmed by empirical tests, where do you go from there? There is a point where you need to say, okay, the hypothesis simply doesn't fit the reality. We have to search somewhere else. And that is precisely what science has done in the last 70 years with abiogenesis. The proposition that life can come from non-life has been tested ad nausea on all levels, and science has precisely reported zero positive results in regards of these hypotheses. We know with certainty that only intelligence can make blueprints, can generate language.
Hang on a sec. Go ahead, James.
No, I would like to finish my...
Okay, Angelo, here's another thing you got to understand about ignorance. People don't owe ignorance the same platform as knowledge, and responsible people won't offer it one. Go ahead, James.
I mean, this is not that hard to Google. I didn't even go to school for it, and I can tell you.
See you later.
See you later. There's been a lot of progress in the field of abiogenesis. That's why it's still taken credible, because it's not unsupported. It's well supported. They just don't have all the details yet. So it hasn't reached the same level of scientific theory that evolution has. But first of all, there's nothing else on the table to compare it with. There's not some alternative to abiogenesis on the table. Genesis creation mythology is not science. It's not like, oh, well, we'll be working on this abiogenesis thing over here, and you guys should set up a lab to test Genesis creationism. Like, that's not a thing. It's not science. So there's just how did life begin? And there's a lot of people that are chemists that have very plausible theories as to how it happened. There's people at NASA that are corroborating a lot of what they're saying. They're like, look, all these different necessary components to a functional protein structure have been found on rocks that have fallen from space that did not originate from Earth. So what they think is, what NASA thinks, is that it's a transpermia kind of thing, where different environments create different components that are needed to start life. And because the galaxy and the universe largely, but even just the galaxy itself, is so darn big, so many variations for different environments, that we shouldn't even be looking at just what's here on Earth, which already is a credible place for life to have began. But if you think about how many different planets there are, and how many different variable environments there are, and how many rocks are colliding with each other and getting shot off into space and landing on other planets, they're like, this is very credible as far as how life began, because it's no longer a mathematical unlikelihood when you talk about all the different variable environments. It becomes mathematically highly probable. And so they don't know exactly how it happened yet, but they're pretty sure that chemistry is how it happened. The chemical processes that sort themselves out, because order does arise from chaos. And this is one of the things that creationists get wrong all the time.
All the time.
All kinds of examples in nature, in science, where order arises from chaos naturally. And, if people would have thought like you, like hundreds of years ago, if we would have had microscopes back then, they would have made up stories about snowflakes. Look at how intricate these patterns are. Look at how well balanced these patterns are. Look at how artistic these patterns are. There must be 10 million.
And they still do, right? People will tell you he knows every snowflake. So certainly, if he tends to the needs of every butterfly, then how much more worthwhile is your attention to him?
Yeah, like crap. So they would have made up stories about angels in tiny workshops with tiny chisels, handcrafting each individual snowflake, because you can't get that kind of order and pattern and structure and harmony and artisticness from a natural process without guiding intelligent hands designing them. That's what they would have reasoned, and you today would be amongst those people. If they would have come up with that theory back then, which they would have if they would have had microscopes before we had furthered our sciences, you today wouldn't just be talking about the Shroud of Turin. You'd be talking about how we know for a fact there's a billion tiny angels in tiny little angel workshops handcrafting snowflakes that they drop down to Earth.
Right.
Because that's the same kind of thinking.
This is part of why I tell people Kent Hovind's fucked. Because Kent Hovind's going to beat me, and people keep warning me. He's going to beat you, Jay. He's going to claim he's better. He's a rhetorical master. Then he's going to put you on whack and atheist and be worried about this tactic and this tack and this tack, and I'm going to have to sleep on you because I'm like, I don't care. Well, Jay, make sure you don't trigger him, because if you trigger him, you'll lose him, and then you'll lose his audience, and then he'll say you're awful, and then he'll be righteously and dignified and all of that. And I'm like, nope, he'd be feeding right into my hand, right? Because what we're about to do is teach you this Darwin's Law class, right? Which again is a evolutionary biology class that's also about Darwin's, theory as a universal law of nature, right? And we start that course with, again, expert witness from Kitzmiller versus Dover, going over what? Why intelligent design creationism isn't science. And the whole issue that we're going to be teaching our students is this was all their bullshit. First, their whole shit was, they wanted to ban evolution from the classroom, and we had to argue about that in court. Then they wanted to put a warning sticker in all the evolution books, and we had to fight over that in court, right? Then they wanted the consideration of alternatives, and so they wanted to give equal time to the creation narrative, and we had to fight over that, right? Then what Rob's area of expertise was, then they repackaged that creationist biblical bullshit as intelligent design, started calling it alternative scientific theory, started the whole shit you was talking about, getting a bullshit experts, Doctor Who, so-and-so this, Institute that, bullshit journal this, right? Alternative textbook that, right, of Panda and People, that's what the one we'll be getting into.
Right.
And so Rob was the guy who was the philosophical, right? Because he's a philosopher of science, right? This is why they didn't turn. They could have turned to Rich Lenski, could have turned to Stephen Jay Gould, or any of these people who do the field work or the lab work or the bones work, right? No, they went to the philosopher of science, right? Yeah, we need you to break down philosophically for us how evolution is science and how intelligent design is not. That was the whole shit the court needed. The court needed the philosophy of science, right? And that's what our students need. And so then we'll get into the whole equal time argument, right? And so Rob will be and I will be showing y'all how this is what they do. These are the tactics they use. They demand equal time when they don't deserve it. They feign ignorance, and then when you won't listen to their ignorance or play the game on their terms, they act like you're being rude, and they're righteously indignified, and then they, right? We go all of that. Oh, and then they tell you you're a Satanist, and then they tell you that they're right? We teach our students all of this. So they're literally just playing into my hands. I'm like, oh, if I could just, the more I trigger them, the more content I'll get per minute. Right. The more bullshit they spew, and the quicker, the more reasonable we'll get to our students, and Rob will love it because it'll be like, oh yeah, remember that shit is boom. There's a argument from ignorance, and boom, cherry pick quote there, and then boom, citing bullshit people who aren't expert. Boom, there's a God of the gaps argument. Boom, there's the I'm indignified. Boom, I demand equal time for pseudoscience and science.
Right.
So me and Rob just sitting there like, that's why Rob is really like my advisor, Rob, right? That's why I literally like when I be meeting with him lately, like this week, he was like, man, Jay, you really doing this, huh? Because he's starting to get it, and he's like, yo, Jay, it's all good, baby. We doing an experiment. I'm just out here learning with you, right? Like, because he's seeing it, right? Like, I told him, Rob, this is gold. One, we have a community that's actually passionate about philosophy and science and learning this stuff, right? And they support scholars and shit, right? And they buy books and they go along with courses and they do a YouTube class. I'm like, Rob, this is that community right here. He don't even know, right? And I'm like, Rob, you don't know, boy. I get you on Myth Vision, your whole life gonna change.
Right.
I'm like, Rob, you don't even know what I'm cooking up for you, boy. But again, I'm told Derek's on the same shit. Derek's like, bro, as soon as this move is over. Right? So, but no, seriously, it's super cool because they're literally playing into our hands. So I want them to do all that shit because that's what we're going to teach our students. And also, y'all, I may be putting it stern name. I like the way I hear it, but I'm right. Rob's going to say, here's the problem with YouTube debate, students. Remember, this is not science. It doesn't deserve equal time. Real science, most scientists don't do this. Jay's giving you an unbelievable real-time demonstration of why most scientists don't do this. We say these people are not even worth paying attention to. Here's a real-life example provided by your instructor of why they're not. Oh, yeah, and we ain't talking about no unknown people. We got Mr. Dino up in the house. And we on Gutsy Gibbon with this shit, right? And now we on Myth Vision with all the fucking scholars of history and scholars of the Bible and scholars of all this shit. We up in this bitch called to the Flying Man. They can't do shit about us now.
Right.
So it's just beautiful. Literally, dog, I just want the Ken Hovind debate to be over. I just want to roll up in there, get some clips from my class. All right, y'all, we've been fun. After party on Pocket Locker 86. Can't you dumb as shit, bro. See y'all later.
Right.
And no, I'm gonna be respectful. Donnie said there's no profanity, so don't hit me up. There's already a no profanity rule, so relax. But yeah, we're gonna have a good time with it, y'all. So they're really playing in our hand, and I like when they do all this stuff, just like Otangelo did. Like, it was all of this stuff that's wrong with everything. And y'all know, because y'all in the chat. Y'all do it all the time. Y'all be sitting in the chat, calling them out. This fallacy, that fallacy, oh, he rage quit, blah, blah, blah. You know, y'all know. So it's just gonna be so amazing to see this community. Ooh, here's this, y'all. When y'all do this Darwin's Law shit with me, and by the way, we gotta set up the channel, because it has to be on its own channel, right? It's like y'all are really going to be helping us educate these students and show them that these issues are not historical. That's what I keep telling them. It ain't like Rob did this all them decades ago in the courts and now it's a done deal.
Yeah.
Right? It's not over. That's what Rob's realizing. I'm like, Rob, you didn't just beat these niggas in court and then they went away. Right? They started YouTube channels, Rob. And then they started homeschooling. Yeah, and the government right now, as of today, ain't even trying to do shit about this homeschooling problem we got on our hands. And do we ever have a homeschooling problem, boy? Right?
Right.
Because a lot of our students is coming out half retarded before they even have a chance to go to college and learn something. So we got to figure out a way to deal with that. Like, to me, if you really want your kid to be able to get into like most colleges and stuff, you should have to have some sort of homeschool curriculum accreditation. And then you should only have to, and it should be a choice, fine, if you want to do the whole unregulated thing. But look, it's going to be this new thing that's becoming really popular, that if you really want to be a homeschooler and get anywhere respectable, certain standards that homeschooling curriculums have to meet per level, and y'all going to have to do this. I'm sorry, y'all, I hate this. I hate standardized testing. But as of right now, it's the best we got. Y'all going to have to test into this shit. Right, you're going to have to show us that you're teaching biology at biology. And if you homeschool for, let's say, grades 3, 4, and 5, and by grade 5, your student's education is still at grade 3, we got to intervene on behalf of that child. Sorry, they're going to have to go to public school.
Right. I agree.
Yeah. If you homeschool grades 9 and 10, and we give you this 10th grade biology exam, and you tell us evolution is not science, sorry, we're going to have to intervene on behalf of that kid. You failed. Yeah, because I could fail, again, I could fail as a teacher, right? I don't have the right to just unadulteratedly fail students and be the reason that they can't do shit in life, right? So that's what I'm very much supporting. So we got to regulate that, right? Then we got to do something about this internet shit, y'all. This shit is fraud. Part of the reason we started a church is to point the finger at them. If they could be bullshit YouTube channels that are basically churches, for lack of better expressions, right? PragerU and shit like that. They're basically a church, right? Hateful one.
Right.
But they represent themselves as a university and a place of scholarship, right? Yeah. Oh, well, then my academic ass is going to start a fake church with a YouTube channel. How you like that?
Right.
Yeah, welcome to the Call to the Flying Man. I'm Pastor Bundy. How you doing today? Yeah, I got 2 very legitimate. I got 2 PhD too. How you like that? Welcome to our church. Everybody get ready for communion. Right? Like, so we'll play that game. We too could play that game, But yeah, so that's what they do. And I think we got to do something about that because, again, I think a lot of this is fraud, especially like the creation institutes and the museums that are not museums. Again, like if you want to make a religious theme park, call it a religious theme park.
Right.
But when you want to call it a museum, people protest that. So you get it registered as a theme park and then call it a museum anyway, just so you could, not deliver on the financial promises for the tax abatements and all that shit you got. Yeah, you should go to jail for that because that's called fraud.
Right. I mean, Christianity is just one big scam anyways. The whole thing's a fraud.
And I think
fraud.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think RICO, like treating it like organized crime, is the only way we're going to get serious about this. Go ahead.
That's what it is.
And to me, that's the James Apperson argument. Because you laid it out. That first blog post I read of yours, that's what you was talking about. Say some more about that your whole thing, because that's real big for you. You said this whole thing is a scam, it's a con. And you tried to tell Otangelo today that he's falling for it. And I say this all the time, the true believers, if you want to convince me you're a true believer, fine, I'll gracefully accept that. But then I think you're the real sucker. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, it is. So on so many levels. One, they're selling fraudulent, not just fraudulent insurance, fraudulent afterlife insurance, so that they can't get in trouble or get busted for it because you're not supposed to even be able to collect it until after you die. So, they're hiding behind that, oh, we'll prove they didn't go to heaven instead kind of bullshit. So, and then another level, the whole thing's a racketeering scheme. The whole entire thing, the whole offer of grace and salvation is a racketeering scheme. Nice life you have there. It would be a shame if something bad happened to it. Our mysterious boss who owns this town and everyone in it doesn't want to have to hurt you. He loves you. All you have to do is yield to his authority by yielding to ours over every meaningful aspect of your life. We can talk later on about the money we're going to need from you and all the other sacrifices and work we're going to need from you. Right now, we just need you to agree it's not worth the risk of saying no to our proposition. We're offering you protection from the very same mysterious boss who sent us with this offer. He wants to protect you from himself, but you got to cooperate with it.
It is the old mob trick. I don't know if you've ever heard the characterization of the old mob trick. We come around, oh, this is a real nice mom and pop's delicatessen you got here. Would be a shame if somebody smashed in your windows and broke up into this bitch. But we could really offer to take care of that problem for you to make sure that doesn't happen. Right? And you're like, man, whew, what a blessing this place has been provided for my family, man. Yeah, this is my child. Come meet my daughter. Yeah, man. Hey, man, we really appreciate it. This is your first time in the shop. Have a sample, take something home. Like, you're trying to be nice, make some new customers and shit, right? And so you're like, yeah, man, this community has just been wonderful so far, man. No problems, man. Everybody's been great. A couple times, man, I've even failed to lock up at night, but, came back. Everything was just fine. Now, you go home that night, you do make sure you lock up, do your rows, and then all of a sudden, a week or two later, somebody mysteriously breaks in all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And shit's missing all of a sudden.
Right.
Couple days later, somebody comes by, man, read in the paper about what happened to your shop. It's really unfortunate. Right? I hate to tell you this, but I want to do the show called Sacred, right? The idea is that there's this thing called machinima. It's like computer-assisted animation. So think of it as I record scenes from video games. I say, I was hanging out with my motorcycle club, and I record a scene of me hanging out at a motorcycle club in GTA. And then I was on the road because I started driving a truck part-time. And so I cut to a scene where I'm driving in American Truck Simulator, and I'm doing a monologue from there. So it's like I'm going over the highway. Where are we going? Oh, we're setting up the ring for our Los Santos Championship, our little wrestling shit. And then I cut to a wrestling scene, and that's from WWE, but it's got all the custom, you know what I mean? And you're putting this together to tell this like cinematic story, right? And it's supposed to be like one of them biker gang dramas, because that's what we are, sitting in a motorcycle club, right? And so it's the story of how this science nerd ends up, in this whole motorcycle club world, right?
Yeah.
But the point is, it's kind of similar. I find myself in the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm coming home late from lab one time. I had to come to the University of San Andreas at Los Santos because that's where Rich Lenski works, right? And Rich Lenski runs the longest experimental, the longest evolution experiment in the history of science, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's telling my real life story, but through this fictional world of GTA, right? But at the same time, it's a real fictional world.
Right.
So the idea is you don't know where the reality and the writing, you know what I mean? It's like blurred lines type of meta shit.
Right.
And then there's parts that are scripted just to make it dramatic, right? So here's one of the scripted parts is I've shot this scene where I'm walking home late at night, I'm in the wrong neighborhood, mistaken identity, and I get shot up by some gangsters. I survive, right? I have a pro wrestling dream, which foreshadows when we're getting into wrestling, right? And because I'm laid out, and and then when I come to, I'm sitting there playing 2K with my homies, which is really how I got in a motorcycle club. I was playing 2K with a homie who started running with the motorcycle club, and he goes, "Hey man, you ought to start hanging out with this motorcycle club with me." Why the fuck would I do it? Well, you always said you wanted to ride a motorcycle and your ass just got shot up. And if you're going to, live in Los Santos for grad school, you might want to learn how to protect yourself out here, right?
Right.
So I joined the club, hang out with the club, because my homie's trying to get me to, not get shot up again. But it's the same thing, right? I had to create an artificial reason to need some protection from some fucking violence, right? I had to construct a very violent scenario to justify me needing to be with these violent ass motherfuckers all of a sudden, right? Because why would a scientist be hanging out with some motherfuckers? Y'all see my club, they don't want to do nothing but shoot at shit, right? Why the fuck would you be hanging out with these? That don't make a whole lot of sense. You're going to have to work some story magic. You're going to have to do some storytelling to make this shit make sense, right? Oh, your ass was walking home from the lab one day, got shot up in the wrong part of town with some real thugs, and you decided you might want to have some protection next time. That makes sense. That makes a little, it ain't, you got to spend a little bit of disbelief, but it's workable in the story, right?
Yeah.
So that's how he becomes a hang-around, and then he goes through the whole thing, and then it turns out the club decides it's useful to have a nerd around. Right? Somebody to document our story, help us figure out nerdy shit, fix our computers and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of where the mutual, we actually like him. You sit him in the office and he'll handle shit while we're, getting pissed drunk and fucking strippers, right?
Right.
But yeah, I'm gonna kick it back to you to talk about religion, but that's where I'm going, right? They do the gangster thing, they do the artificial, you need help with that, and then club you over the head with the solution to the problem you didn't have before they showed up and told you were headed for eternal damnation.
Right. And one of the ways that they do that is with the shaming gimmick. And I don't know who here has watched Ray Comfort do that in college campuses.
The Christian shakedown. Sorry,
Yeah,
I said that, yeah.
Yeah, so he sets up this little staging area, and he's got a pedestal for someone to stand on across from where he talks. He's got his big, loud microphone and everything. And he looks around and he tries to pick on the youngest looking kids there because they're not used to the world yet. They don't understand all the different con games that are being run. They've come from a family. They've been protected all their life from all the con artists and the bullshit. And so now they're vulnerable in this stage, and Ray Comfort knows that. So he goes there, he calls them over, and he starts asking them these loaded questions. And Ray Comfort's good at reading body language. He can kind of size people up to know if they're vulnerable or not. So, and of course, if they don't fall for it, that he just doesn't include it in his video after he goes back and edits it out, right? Like he only includes it in the videos. The one that
right, and this is what I learned about pickup artists, right? They were doing a couple things. Number one, a lot of them were doing that. Like I could do this. I could go to the mall, approach 50 women, get rejected by 45 of them, and give you the 5 highlights, and you would think I was fucking Casanova. You know, you thought I was fucking gold, right? Because that's what people want to do. Anything is count the misses, count the hits, and ignore the misses. And honestly, as a dating coach, that's what we were telling you to do. Ironically, right? That's the game. The game is literally that. So I could just say, "Well, I didn't want to show you all 100 times I flubbed it," you know.
Right. So that part's fair enough. Sure.
Yeah. And then a lot of times they would do other shit like the pre-selection shit. So they have a couple. I did this too, like, you know, because I did this during my campaign. Right? I told you that was the point of having the hot girls with me. Well, you're a lot less likely to get rejected. There's already 2 hot girls on each arm, right? Even by other girls, right? And all this other shit, right? So, hang on. So as I'm kind of dealing with that, right? That's kind of just, I think, what you were getting at, right?
Yeah.
So the pre-selection thing works, and it provides a lot of leverage for people. Yeah, man. This is crazy. But yeah, let's keep talking about the shakedown and the scam.
Did we lose Otangelo?
Probably did.
So, because I got 2 tabs open. One of them is...
Oh, I know what I was saying. The other thing I was going to say is just like in the church. Sometimes, so one is the pre-selection thing, right? Mm-hmm. But a lot of times they were also just fake.
Yeah.
Like they were just fake. Like you could talk to a girl, put her on camera, and say, "Hey, I'm working on a YouTube video. So I'm going to come over. I'm going to say some bullshit. I need you to like give me a number. I'm going to ask you if you want to go get some lunch right now. Do you mind if I touch your shoulder?" "Oh, you can touch my shoulder. I don't give a shit." "All right, cool. Look, I'm gonna put my hand on your back like this, and it's just gonna show. I'm trying to show people how to do. I'm trying to show people how to touch a woman in like a, you know, kind of a safe, pro-social way when they're first meeting somebody, right?" And so you could just agree to that ahead of time and say, "All right, we're good. All right, go and do it." And then people be like, "Oh my God, you're no, you got to buy this guy's stuff. Yeah, that other guy, he wrote a book about what he could do, but this guy, right? He does it. You could see him. He's the real deal, right?" And that became the thing, right? To do was to show that your product was the best one because you could show people the videos. That's what happened when they started moving like everybody else from just books and seminars and talks to, "Oh shit, let's make YouTube videos. Oh, well, let's make man on the street shit," right? Everybody's trying to get that edge. And this quickly ties back to, remember I told you about the weaponized materials?
Yeah.
Well, that's what that led to, because you started with something like Double Your Dating, David D'Angelo, pretty reasonable. He even did a whole series called Cocky Comedy, because his thing was like women like guys who are cocky and confident. It's just not in a playful way, like a little bit confident, a little bit too full of themselves, but they don't take themselves that seriously. It's just a little, you know, I'm kind of a big deal, but not really, you know what I mean? And then playful, right?
Yeah.
You know, that makes her feel normal. Again, right? Like if you're constantly worshiping a woman, you make her feel like she's got to live up to being a goddess, right? When you're like, bitch, did you just fart? Right? No, you just farted. Get the fuck out this bed. Nah, you can't. Nah, we ain't had. No, I don't give a shit how pretty you are. Your fart stink. Get the fuck out the bed. And the bitch, you're supposed to go to the bathroom, right? You know, and then just give her a kiss or whatever and laugh it off, right? So anyway, like, eventually it had to keep accelerating. So everybody went to so next it was like, well, the mystery method, the 10 steps to foolproof seduction or whatever. Everything had to get accelerated. It had to get quicker and faster. If somebody said 90 days to a new you, my shit had to be 60 days to a new you. Right? And then the next one was 30 days to a new you. Next one was 4-hour work week. I remember that 4-hour work week. That was a part of that, right? That was that whole thing. Yeah. Everybody was selling you, I can help you remake your lifestyle. I could be a self-help guru. That was the whole era. It was the same shit. Some people was doing it with your career. Some people was doing it with your money. Some people was doing it with your whatever, right? Everybody was trying to get in that guru game, right? It was the era of the guru game. You remember this shit, right? And that's where that whole 4-hour work week came. You're going to make all your dreams come true. You're going to pass everything off to people around you. You're going to work for like 4 hours and fly around on a private jet dating supermodels. And people brought into that shit, right? Or the law of attraction. Just think it hard enough. Just think it. It's not God, y'all. Just think it.
Right.
Just actualize it, y'all. That's like the Fogain, right? Oh, the Fogain ain't working for you like it worked for me. You don't believe hard enough, you know? That's your goddamn problem. You don't believe enough. But you remember that shit, right? Law of attraction and all that bullshit.
Yeah, that's bullshit stuff floating around.
Right, so that's the boom of this, right? And everything had to be faster, quicker, easier, foolproof, rejection-proof, right? Because it had to keep stroking the people's ego, right? And what it created was, this is my point, is that tying in the cat, because that's how we got started on this, the toxic help, the help that hurts, because it was giving people an inferiority complex, and it was giving them an addiction to products, right? Because what happened here's how I got people. Mm-hmm. James, look, I know you're busy. I know you don't got a lot of time. So look, I got a 10-minute video that's going to totally change your dating life. Yeah. And I know I do. I'm going to just break down attraction, comfort, seduction for you. 10 minutes, real quick. Here's the beginning, the middle, and the end. And then we break each of those down into a beginning, middle, and age. It's like an old school M9 model. There's 3 stages. Each of them has 3 stages, right? Cool. Give you that cool little 10 minutes. You're like, God damn, this dude knows what he's talking about. This is some shit. I ain't never heard nothing like this ever, right? So you're good. You're like, he knows what he's shit, right? And then I'm like, yeah, but that's just the basis. And now you got to know, how do you actually do this? And what do you make use of this, right? And I'm like, well, luckily for you, I've got a book. It's only 90 pages, right? Look, you could probably knock it out in a week or so. It'll totally teach you what's really going behind all this. Yeah, all it's going to do is going to cost you a little $50, right? It's no big deal. It's just a $50 book. It's a quick read. I promise you it's going to change your life. So you're like, well, I did watch the 10-minute video. That was pretty good. So, man, I'm going to just buy this little $50 book real quick, right? Yep. And it delivers. It's jam-packed with goodies, couple techniques, couple approaches. I even brought in some new of my friends. I got some other dating coach friends. I got little snippets from them and some fresh shit, right? It's some of my newest techniques, right? And then right when I get to like page 89 out of 90, I'm like, but we're really just getting started, because you got to realize there's day game, there's night game, there's how to talk to girls at work, how to talk to girls at church, how to talk to girls that you're not sure are girls. And so I'm really trying to get you into this consumption cycle where now you got to go, you've been reading my book, James. I appreciate you reading my books, but you still having issues on your own, James? You still haven't made all your rock star dreams come true? James, it's because you don't have no community, James. So what you got to do is you got to come to my seminar. Yeah, you got to fly to Vegas. Look, I'm doing 4 seminars this year. I got one in New York, one in San Francisco, one in Miami, Florida, and one in Buenos Aires. All nice destination places. Listen to y'all. Here's the business model. I'm gonna show you why Pocket Locker wanted to be a pickup dating coach. This is the business model. Check this out, James. Here's what I do. I go to like a pretty reasonable hotel, nice looking place. Nothing too expensive. I ain't gonna stay in this place. I just need somebody, a decent conference room or banquet hall or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So I rent that shit for the day. What's that? Couple grand? Here it is. What's that? $2,000? Yeah, I ain't had nothing going on. Yeah, here's $2,000. All right, give me that room for the day. Set up all them chairs. Yeah, appreciate it. That's all I need. Just a room, some chairs, right? Here's what we do. I'll put a camera in the back of the room. One camera, don't have to really be all that nice, right? Now, here's what I do. I have a bunch of my pickup artist friends come through. Yeah, James, I'm gonna throw you like a couple grand, and I'm gonna pay for your flight and your stay, and you're gonna come out here, tell the people all about your system, push your product. We're gonna hang out, we're gonna chill, we're gonna do our thing. We're gonna make this little seminar real quick, and then we're just gonna do it like that. Oh, Jay, got you. Yeah, of course. Always trying to push my stuff. Always want to meet some new people. All your events is dope. Jay, I'm coming out. All right, man, cool. No problem, right? So I put on this seminar. Right, and I'm gonna just say I'm gonna open it up. Then all morning I'm gonna hit y'all with powerful seminars. Then we're gonna take a little lunch break. And we're gonna come back after, give y'all some more. Ooh, boom. Then bonus, we're all going out that night. Yeah, you're gonna hit the streets with me. I'm gonna take you to the clubs. We're gonna try it out together. We're gonna all go hit the field together, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but to attend this seminar, well, James, only like 250 people could fit in this room, right? So given the demand for all these top flight pickup artists out of here, it's gonna be $5,000 for the morning, $8,000 for the evening, and $10,000 if you want to be here all day. Right. You could get the all-day package bonus for $12,000. Includes going out with us that night, and we'll buy you a drink.
Yep.
Sold out instantly. Can't book enough of them. Right?
Wow, yeah.
People love it, right? So you see the money is already easy, right? The money we laid out is back in spades. We laughing about this. Easy shit, right?
Yep.
But boy, we ain't even getting started yet. Because really what I did, remember I told you put up a camera in the back of the room?
Yeah.
Well, we recorded this, right? So everybody that missed it, that couldn't come out, we know some of y'all really couldn't make it. Y'all missed the seminar, man. Man, guys was getting so much pussy with us out in Vegas, man. Holy shit, they thought we was the fucking Rolling Stones. Women kept coming to us, y'all some kind of famous rock band? Because y'all just got pussy falling all over you, right? And so we say, for $500, we got CDs of all of that.
Yeah.
And this is the shit people would buy, right? I remember this. I bought it because I was studying this shit, so I had full license to drop real money on it, right? Like, so I was, give me that. Yeah, I need to see it because I'm trying to figure out what the business model. We trying to figure out what the fuck these niggas is up to, right? So I went to some of these events. James, it might too, because you could do little classes. You could do, I'm gonna be here on Wednesday. It was almost like a comedian, and you could just do little workshops. I went to little workshops. People charge you a couple $100 for a workshop. They meet up in a room. You give them like a presentation for like an hour or so. Dip, right? So there was all sides of, but yeah, you would order the CDs, right, and you could then listen to it, right? Now you could hear it and take notes, right? And then. Oh, but for $800, we'll send you the DVDs. That's why I put the camera in the back of the room.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, it was like, but for $1,000, we'll include our special. I had everybody sit down, come up with a couple of exercises, throw in a couple of bonus content, and so we wrote a little book that comes with it. So for just $1,000, we'll throw in the book, the workbook, the CDs, the DVDs. We'll subscribe you to our newsletters, and we made some exclusive radio interviews. Some of it's just our best and worst times, and others is just some super secret, top secret ninja seduction techniques.
Yep.
Motherfuckers were printing money.
Yeah.
Printing money. Ain't cost shit but a conference room, putting up a camera, and inviting your homies to hang out somewhere exotic for the weekend.
Yep.
And I was like, I'm about to be the first motherfucker of all y'all to actually know what the fuck he's talking about and I've gone to an actual university to do this shit. So step aside. And they loved it, right? Because that's what Neil Strauss got. Yeah. When I went to meet Neil Strauss like, Jay, ain't nobody on your shit. Oh, you about to throw down. But then I got bored. Because everybody's just repackaging the same shit. And then when I started doing the research, I was like, oh, we doing the real shit. And then we ain't had to sell nothing. Right, David Puts his tenure at Penn State. He got a 6-figure salary, beautiful wife, beautiful home. He ain't know none of that bullshit. He just chilling, running the lab, doing the real shit. You know what I'm saying? So you'd be like, man, they snake oil salesmen. A lot of them really, you know what I mean? And you realize like, holy shit, I invested in this. I put my academic, my degree on this shit. And I literally became, people would joke that I was the anti-pickup artist, but y'all now understand why, right? I was like, I got to stop doing that. And so, but I used it. Like I started doing the science education stuff. I used the good stuff, right? Because the same knowledge undergrows something like Think and Grow Rich or, how to win friends and influence people, right? Stuff that's really to help people improve their lives and does. Like we could talk about, real life coaches and financial coaches that use this stuff and really help people, right? There's a reason that industry exists because there's a lot of help out there, right? Right. And so it's a lot of great shit out there, and I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And so helping people see that, and even like I would get stuff and I would bring it into my classrooms. I'm basically telling my male students, don't fall for this shit, right? And I'm telling my female students, come on. And then I'm like, y'all, is this how we really, this the world we want to live in, y'all? Where we tell shit that's top secret confidential and we speak about each other like we're the enemy and we draw tanks on each other to talk about, arming ourselves against one another in the battle of the sexes. I don't, personally, Right. And giving them a chance to really think about that, especially because they're young and they're horny and they're trying to figure out who they are and what their relationship values are. So they're vulnerable to this shit, like I was as a young man, right? That's what happened. As a young man, you're vulnerable to this shit. You're trying to figure this shit out, right? And here's what ties it to our conversation with our chat. Religion don't help. And I think about this with my religious friends. They really became a source of really a lot of inspiration and people I really wanted to help because religion doesn't, it tells you to ignore all this shit, but they expect God to take care of it, but God never takes care of the human part. Right. So you might trust all your faith in God to find the right person for you, but then at the same time, you're not learning the social skills that you need. And then you end up wanting to get married or feeling like God really would like you to have a holy marriage in your life, right? And you still got to meet people, learn how to relate people, figure out your boundaries and other people's boundaries. And, you still have to do all the human work, but now you got like a 7, 12, 17, 37-year lag, right? Yeah. Everybody had a 40-year head start, Right. So that's a real problem. And I think that's what religion does to people, right? And it really fucks it up. And then, tying it to what Kat said, going to try to correct this thing, you can find a lot of help that hurts. And I realized that's what Amanda Nunes was talking about in the problematizing the scientific seduction of women's bodies. It was funny because I used to say to people, notice she didn't say it doesn't work. Yeah. Right? But she said it's nevertheless a problem. Sure. Right? And I was on the same shit. Right? Yeah. So yeah. And I just wanted to touch on that, y'all. Just to wrap, when as a broadcaster, you can wrap things in a nice bow for people. You tend to do that. It pays their investment listening to us wind our way through this path. But yeah, James, I'm tagging you back in. I'm chilling. I'm smoking a little weed. I think I'm maybe about 40 minutes or so. I'm gonna switch over, see what's up with my club on the game because I told them I'd jump on around 10 o'clock on Wednesday, and then we'll just play it from there. But James, I'm gonna kick it back to you, and then whenever you kick it back to me, one of the things I have to go over is talking a little bit about my reflections on Otangelo, and then also the plan for the debate with Kent Hovind. And maybe, James, I'll let you kick on whatever you want, and then you could touch off and start the Otangelo talk, unless you want to go there.
So, I mean, I think he left.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about him being here. I'm talking about him. I don't care if he's here or not.
Yeah, he doesn't listen. And
true facts.
So when you're talking, he's only listening to on the surface, like for a chance to respond. He's listening for buzzwords, for keywords, for something to bounce off of and refute. He's not taking any of it in as something to seriously consider or something to like try to more deeply understand. He's not interested in that.
Hang on one sec. Wayne, I dated a non-binary woman and it was fucking crazy. All right, so here's what happened. She was a fucking model, right? And like an ace model, because she's weird looking. She's like a redhead, fiery, super thin. So even amongst the models, she does like the feature shit because she just looks fucking like a weird maven from some sort of fucking fantasy shit, right? Pale as a fucking porcelain, right? And so, but she identified as non-binary. And she loved me because I accepted that about her. Right? Like to the point that she cried. Like, oh my God, nobody's ever made me feel accepted like this way or whatever, right? So she loved me because I was like, I don't really care. Right? And it was weird because you normally think when you date a model, it's going to be a certain way, but you got to remember when you're the partner, right, you date the non-binary model and she's in tomboy mode.
Yeah.
I'm like, bitch, whatever, you hot naked, it don't matter.
Right.
But it ended up being an issue because, and she accepted this. It was just a thing that ended up being an incompatibility. She accepted I was straight, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as a straight guy, I just saw her as my girlfriend.
Yeah.
And there was never going to be a time where I saw myself as dating somebody who was non-female.
Right.
It wasn't not recognition of her identity. It was, but to me, you're my girlfriend because I date girls and you happen to be. Right. And she was fine with that. She knows she's a girl. She's a model. She's perfectly fine being told, right? She identifies as female, but she also, and so it ended up being some like, she wanted a little bit something deeper. Like she realized, oh God, you helped me open the floodgates. I really appreciate acceptance. But now I'm looking for somebody who actually maybe is looking for non-binary rather than non-binary accepting or non-binary friendly or non-binary, right? She just said, I need to go explore what else might be there, right? So for all y'all out there that's, really looking for non-binary people, shout out to you and shout out to the non-binary people. And I learned a lot from her. I think she learned a lot from me. And it was never like a bitterness thing. It was just like, we both realized we were looking for something different. But yeah, I want to go back to what you were talking about. It's just we don't get a lot of opportunity to talk about the non-binary thing. But let's go back to Otangela.
Yeah, all that makes sense to me. I'll just say first that it never occurred to me that makes sense, but I never thought of it that way either. Like, I just would have thought of her as my girlfriend too.
Right.
And so,
And she was cool with that, ... for a while, right?
For a while.
Yeah.
So, all that makes sense. So, I have a history of dating women that identified as straight women, but I had a bad track record of dating tomboys, and it's because most of what's out there really is tomboys. And it's hard to find a feminine woman that identifies, in just that traditional way. And I know I sound so conservative when I say that because that's their whole shtick is,
where are all the women? It's hard.
Yeah. Right.
Women, yeah. But no, you're not. You're describing just like, quality women get snatched up. We all know this. Like, I mean, come on, right? Yeah, and there's real limits. There's limits to their biological times, and they trying to start families, and they ain't gonna wait around forever for your ass. And they get lots of attention and you know what I mean. So it's just you're just saying. And women would say a good man is hard to find, right? It's just hard in a different way.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's different relationship paradigms that people are looking for, and I totally get that. And it's weird because I lean left on pretty much everything. I'm hard left on some things, not everything, but on some things. And so and I've always in the past preferred the company of equals, because I really want that. Like I want a badass bitch superhero kind of woman, but who has a feminine quality.
And that's the only reason I can't be involved in a poly relationship with another guy formally in the relationship. So even when I had a poly partner and they have other men, right? They're not considered part of the relationship. They're like, there's priorities in some poly relationships.
Yeah.
And so some people are like partners in the relationship, and other people are like, oh yeah, you see that one person once in a while. They're not like they don't make decisions. We don't listen. They don't, right? Like if we wanted to get up and fucking move to a different part of the world tomorrow, like we would spend zero time discussing what that meant for them and how they felt about it, right? And so part of that is I'm just a straight male. So it's not that I'm not open to giving my female partners equality and stuff. It's just that when I tend to be with a woman who's open to other women, that tends to be okay for both of us. And then we're both fine considering that other woman. But they also accept I'm straight. And so I'm never going to emotionally invest romantically in the interest, priorities, needs, wants, or thoughts of another man because I'm straight and I just don't do that. Right? And I'm not ever going to, right? So, yeah, go ahead.
So, it's trade-offs. All that's trade-offs. You get one benefit and you lose another benefit. So, I've thought a lot about that in terms of poly. Like, because, if you're in a relationship, a poly relationship, and there's a third person, then you got to factor them into all your decisions. And, there's pluses and minuses. Like if another guy's in the relationship, great, because now somebody else has to take out the trash on Tuesdays, right? And there's that redundancy there, not only of income but of responsibility. So if somebody gets sick or somebody dies or somebody struggles in some way, you got other people there to take up the slack. And but at the same time, it's like it doesn't always work because sometimes I just want me time with the other person. But then, then you got to factor in the other person. That's why some people say that polyamory is really just for people with a scheduling kink, because that's what it comes down to. You're
absolutely, yeah.
Trying to,
yeah. Matter of fact, there's a meme about this. There's I gotta pull this up. This is where it's taking a gander at. Let me see. Poly meme schedule. Let me see if I can find it on Google.
So while you're looking for that, big thing flying Wayne, I kind of want to hear more about what he says about that. He says the cis male is raised to be trash and cannot do a poly relationship with another man. Don't feel bad at society.
Oh, here we go. Can you see my screen real quick though?
Yeah, see it.
All right. Sorry. Open image and new tab. All right. So it says what your mom thinks, right? You're all sitting around holding hands with this weird, awkward, thing. What society thinks. Constant orgy.
Yeah.
Right. Shit. What Hollywood thinks it is. Fucking Sister Wives with their madness. And then there's one, this one says what it actually is all these people sitting around. Well, this is a positive one. So somebody remade that into one where it goes into this square where it says what it actually is. It's just a person sitting there frustrated looking at a fucking schedule with no room in it.
Right.
And it's just exactly what you were saying is that it's really a scheduling kink.
Yep.
And so for us, how that worked is, this is how it worked. It was so crazy. It was how do I even describe this shit? So at first, it was just a little bit of relationship chaos. I started dating people at the same time. I was used to seeing multiple people. So I started dating people at the same time. And I was like, oh, yeah, this is other person I'm dating, whatever, blase, glaive, noise, nobody cared. And then they kind of got serious at the same time. I was like, oh, yeah, this is probably going to be a thing. Oh, but that's probably going to be a thing. And I might have to pick one. But then eventually they were interested in meeting each other. They already knew about each other, blase. They were, what's the word? Hetero.
To describe, tell me the definition, I'll tell you the word.
You're mostly heterosexual, but you'll do bisexual shit once in a while with girls? Heteroflexible. Bingo! And so it was fine. And then they met each other, liked each other. Oh, let's do dinner. Dinner led to threesome. Oh, we could do this again. And so that led to once in a while, right? And so then that was a period of chaos because it was just like whatever, whoever, scheduling, fucking, or you did nightmare, right? And then eventually got into a schedule. It was like this one has these nights, the other one has these nights, and then these are community nights. Right. That was nice. Believe it or not, the reason it's the scheduling kink is because the schedule helps, especially for the hinge. Whoever has to do all the whatevers with everybody, that's that person. Ooh, that schedule helps. And then it was funny too, like because if ever neither of them was around for a night, it was like a party.
Yeah.
Just to like fall asleep and veg out, and God, it's been 3 months since I've. What do I even like to do? What do I want to eat when I'm by myself? I don't remember.
Right.
So.
Yep. These are amongst the reasons that I prefer relationship anarchy.
Yeah. I got you. And then it's funny too because I had a third girl who was like my side girl. I actually still know her. Her and I are still friends. I mean, we still all know each other, right? I'm not friends with my exes. Don't really like talking about them, but it's relevant to the poly discussions. And I'm still friends though with the girl who was my side chick. And I think it's because we never really got that physically super involved. Because what happened was they met her. And so, just so like I want everybody to know each other, and they've come over to her the side chick's house to hang out with me a couple times, just smoke weed. Oh, y'all want to come hang out with Jessica? Jessica asked me to come hang out. Y'all should come with me. Yeah, we ain't doing shit tonight. Let's go sit on Jessica's couch and smoke weed, right? So it was funny. Like they were totally cool with her, and like if I did anything with her, they didn't care. It was like that's fine, that's allowed, right? Yeah. But I almost never did, because literally when you have two full-time partners and a lot of times you're entertaining two people at the same time. Yeah. When I came over, Jessica's just on some lab shit. Like I just finished the lab day. I'm just chilling for a minute before I have to go pick one of them up and get on with the rest of it. And me and her just sitting here chilling. We would just smoke a lot of it because she grows weed and sells weed. So she would just, she wasn't even my hookup, but she sold a lot of weed, grew weed. And she would just kick it. We would just kick it, smoke a hella blunts and like watch music videos and shit, right? And we ain't hardly ever do a damn thing. Because even though we had the green light and shit, niggas tired. Yeah. And nigga ain't really trying to fuck right now. Like, there's plenty of that. Niggas actually just trying to kick it. She rolled blunts like the way they didn't, she was always hooking me up with the shit and she was cool as shit, right? So it's just like, look, this is fun. I just unwind here for a minute. She Jessica, you cooking something in that kitchen? Girl, yeah, let me get some food, girl. Go ahead. Yeah, that was like, so you just end up like friends, right? Because you're literally like your plate is full. Let's put it that way. So that's kind of interesting. But yeah, and then eventually the schedule got irritating because it got super flexible. So once everybody got comfortable, I could be with the one and be like, the other one wants to come over tonight. Do you care? Of course not. Whatever, sure. So then the schedule got loose, and then it was just done. And then it was just full blown. I'm going home, and either or both, no longer my concern. Figure it out amongst yourselves. Y'all know where to find me.
Right.
So, and then that was super nice. And then anything important, I was just +2, right? Even though you might be in relationship anarchy and you might have two primary partners and they might give you permission to take one of them to anything where you need to keep up appearances or whatever, but don't do it. It's a trap. But the other thing is, this is another interesting to talk about with poly, right? Because there's hierarchical relationships, right? And there's a primary partner, there's a serious partner, but then some of these other people are side pieces. They're not part of the relationships, even though they're part of the poly technically, because somebody does something with them or whatever, right? Now, the other thing though is sometimes it's mixed. Because what we were practicing was sort of a form of relationship anarchy. It's just anarchy that led to structure. Anarchy where people finally agreed upon a goddamn structure, But it was messy structure. So, for instance, primary partner normally in most poly relationships means your main person. Like you might have two other side pieces, but your primary partner is your main person, and they take priority over others. So when I was in my first poly relationship, when I was with a married woman, I was her secondary partner. There was no question about it, right? We predicted if this didn't work out, she would stay married, happily married, as she had been for 20 years. And I was the side guy. And that was fine, right? Because I had other people on the side, so it was fine, right? She was my side piece, too. And so that was cool. But now in this thing, I actually had 2 primary partners. People are like, well, primary means first. I was like, yeah, it's a little weird. But it literally meant I don't put one of them before the other because that's what they agreed to. And so I've got to try to figure out, you know, they're different, but separate yet equal.
Right.
And that's why I didn't do things like bring one to things and not the other. Because that would have been a signal that there really was a hierarchy between them and which one was primary and which one was not.
Right.
So I couldn't do it. Right? Because if it's really important, I'm 3 as company. Now, if I have something like Julia, or one of them, I shouldn't have mentioned her name, but one of them dicks off and does other stuff and, you know, doesn't show up to my gig and the one does, then I'm free to hang out with that one because that wasn't my choice, right?
Right.
But yeah. But then at the same time, it's a hierarchical relationship. So they're both are primary considered to say the side chick at the time. She's definitely not a part of our, right? You see what I'm saying? Just like the, you know, like one of them saw other people. So just like anybody they saw, and it was the same rules like you've heard other people talk about. I don't want to know them. I don't really want to know what goes on. Here's the parameters. Here's the safety protocol. Here's what I'm allowed to do that they can't, all that other shit. And then the rest is, you know, let the chips fall where they may.
Sure.
And then, so again, it was a mess, right? Because you have a non-hierarchical primary relationship nested within a hierarchical, anarchical one, where one's mono, it's a mono poly. There's a lot of overlap on that map, right?
Yeah, that is a mess. That's why I don't prefer it. My whole...
It was a mess. Fun, great time. Wouldn't trade it for the world, but it was a mess. Go ahead.
Sure. So my ideal, I don't want to live with the woman. I don't want that. I want my own house, my own space. So, but it'd be nice if she lived nearby, right? So the thing
I'm with this. Go ahead. Also, doesn't Doug talk about sleeping in separate bedrooms, so that type of thing? I like cohabitating at some level. I don't know why, but I'm flexible. And right now, I love living alone. And I did, during the pandemic, I was dating someone who lived like a 10-minute walk from here. And it was, mwah. Yeah. Now, what happened was I met somebody I had much more explosive chemistry with. I ended up dating that person instead. And then she ended up being a psychopath. But the point is, the separate but close thing was...
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Exactly.
It's like separate bedrooms, but cheaper because you don't have to pay for a big ass house. I don't need separate bedrooms. Right. You could just have your own place, and this could all be my shit. That could all be your shit, and then we visit and stay where we want to.
Yeah.
Go ahead, continue. I'm just validating it. Yep, you're on good shit. Very smart. Very smart.
So Nidimus is, I think.
Cameron loves cohabitating. Oh, Nidimus tried to call in. Yeah, what y'all got to do is tell me you're gonna call in, and then after I ignore you, tell me you called in. All right. All right. Hang on a second. Let's see if we can get Nidamos in here. We did also have some. We had some Christian music on. We can't. Oh, I got an idea. All right. I got an idea.
Introduce him and bring him in. I'm gonna go make a sandwich or something.
All right.
I'll still be listening. I just won't be.
All right. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see if we can get away without getting canceled with this. But if it gets us canceled, who cares? All right, the man I'm bringing up is spits harder than Notorious Big. He's so fly, he's so amazing, you don't know what to do. I know what you should do. You should like, you subscribe, you send a super chat, you give him all your money, and you worship him and you give him praises. All right, that's who we're talking about. We're talking about a man who is helping the cult of doubt and calling out the Christians on their garbage, is helping us take over the internet. So I need you to get up off your feet. I need you to give a thunderous round of applause to the man I am about to introduce us to. Don't you understand? Nitty, 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 can't you see? Sometimes the words just hypnotize me, and I just love your flashy ways. I guess that's why they broke and you're so paid. Nitty, 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 can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me, and I just love your flashy ways. I guess that's why they broke and you're so played. Oh, it's Nittimos! Yes! Oh, we got him doing the dance, doing the jig. Yes. Yes. Nittimos. Also, y'all, we gonna have to step up our prop set game. Do you have WWE officials? I swear every time I see you, your background is completely different. Do you live in like a bat cave with like 1,800 rooms? Oh, you use backgrounds and stuff? You be green screening on us?
No, so like the animated background with like the wispy shit, that's just for my cartoon. But my HD camera, I used to actually be in the corner.
Oh yes, the corner. Okay, I'm used to that corner. I recognize the corner. Okay, so you moved up out the corner.
I moved here so that I'm more accessible to my kids. And I'm not. No one puts Nitty in a corner anymore.
No one puts Nitty in the corner anymore. Nitty, religion may have tried to keep us juveniles forever, but we are in fact grown-ass men. Even though we're a little behind, we're still trying to figure out this whole adulting thing, but we'll get there.
Yeah, I mean, I am buried in Legos and Marvel shit. Much to Hoven's chagrin, right? Oh, they got all the cartoon characters around them. And
Yeah. I just say, if you really want to be respectable, just make sure your collectibles are way more expensive than they used to be. You know, I don't know if I've all the way grown up, but when I compare this right here, Championship, to what I used to have when I was a kid, that shit's a lot more. That shit's a lot heavier. We'll put it that way. The 10 pounds of gold is a lot more heavy than that foam plastic. I don't know what the hell we were playing with as children. You could tear it like that, and then the whole thing would be gone. So that's how I know that I've made it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a couple of things. One is I linked a while ago this comedy YouTube video. It's like 15-20 minutes called Wrestling Isn't Wrestling. Have you ever seen that?
No.
Oh my god.
No, link it.
It's hilarious.
We'll watch it.
Let me find the reel. I find it funny. Maybe some people won't find it funny, or maybe you won't. But this guy got all these chicks to play like 90s pro wrestlers and spoof like what this saga that happened in like
the Lord 90s. All right, yeah. Did you drop it? Oh, here it goes. All right.
Yeah.
Hang on. Let's see if
let's get back to the beginning.
You guys can see my screen. The following was made without cooperation, endorsement, license, or knowledge of the WWE. Good luck. Good luck with that. Good luck with that defense.
You do know it's fake, right?
To which I say
More
no.
real than any other TV
No, I'm 35 years old and I've never figured that out. I had no idea. No idea. Also, I keep telling people pro wrestling's not fake, it's worked. Please break this down for them.
WWE Raw features live death-defying stunts performed in front of...
Sorry, yes, I'm triggered already. Worked as in fucking professional. That's why it's called professional wrestling, because it's worked.
Mm-hmm.
Gods are fake. Notice the difference?
audience of thousands every week. People who feel the need to tell you that wrestling isn't real clearly don't watch wrestling, because
Obviously.
the show features an undead wizard, leprechauns, an evil group of male cheerleaders. This show does not pretend to be an athletic competition. Instead, it's a TV show about a wrestling show. It has more in common with Game of Thrones than it does with UFC. And if you follow one character all the way through, you can see that this format allows the telling of interesting, diverse, and compelling stories.
That never ends.
There's no better place to start than with probably my favorite wrestler, Triple H.
Let's get it! Woo! He got my attention. We're going to delay the little sacred death thing, yeah, because I'm a scholar. And he said we're going to start by discussing how the ultimate student of the game, who became the King of Kings. See, now you got to understand that you got to be the ultimate student of the game if you're ever going to become the King of Kings, because you wouldn't be in line. And the character arc wouldn't make any fucking sense for the King of Kings to be somebody who wasn't the ultimate student of the game. See, y'all got to pay the fucking attention. Go ahead, Nidimus.
I feel like I have bestowed upon you my graces of all the corners of YouTube. Go on, play it.
All right, y'all.
Roll the tape.
This is fantastic. Roll this fucked up ass tape.
The character Hunter Hearst Helmsley is introduced in the mid-90s. Basically this snobby Connecticut blue blood character. He's from this super rich family.
By the way, who was a fucking monster. On the independent scene, was known as, he was called Terrorizing in WCW, but before that, he was really like, I knew about Paul Levesque coming out of Killer Kowalski's training camp, right? Because this was the early days of the fucking internet, right? And his body shots made it around, right? Just the look at this guy posing down, right? Triple H was built, right? Like a bodybuilder, like next level from most wrestlers, right? He's a big guy, right? Bodybuilder, really big guy, right? Even later, he was known for his crazy physique, right? So what I'm getting at is to play this Connecticut blue blood, he had to slim down tremendously. He had to look like kind of a thinner, toss around, pompous asshole, right? Not a hulking Hulk, right? And so even just that type of physical transformation, looking back at it, and then it was incredible to me. But now it's like, wow, right?
Someone who his whole life has just been told, like, you're the best, you're the best. And for reasons we don't really understand, he's decided to become a professional wrestler. This fancy, pretentious guy rolls up his sleeves and he gets in there and...
Yep, gets Ultimate Warrior in 30 seconds.
So for a while, Hunter Hearst Helmsley is just getting his ass kicked week in, week out. At around the same time, a guy named Shawn Michaels is on the top of the mountain. He's a main eventer. He's challenging for the heavyweight title. He's kind of an effeminate male stripper, gyrating, pretty boy, weirdo. He and Triple H...
Y'all already know the vibes. Let's go.
Kind of become friends. Triple H is a lower level guy. Shawn Michaels is a higher level guy. And Shawn Michaels is like, my hair. Oh my God, Triple H, my hair. And then Triple H is like, my hair too. I'm pretty. I could be pretty. Now at this point, wrestling is basically like wrestling is always portrayed. So you have these like big cartoony muscle guys and they go, I'm from America and I'm American, and then the guy comes and he says, I'm the Russian guy.
Yep.
Wrestling was basically a Saturday morning cartoon. You see, this is where Shawn Michaels and Triple H...
God, these are great pro wrestlers too.
This is wonderful. Triple H and says, I have a plan to get us both noticed.
Are you ready?
And it's a crazy fucking plan. They get this big goon woman called Chyna, and they pop out like, oh, suck it, suck my dick. Yeah, what up, wrestling?
All right, hang on. This is just so goddamn good, y'all. All right, hold on. Let's do a little backstage... We kind of do a little backstage work here. All right, let's get this out of full screen. Let's go here. Let's get Nitty. Let's get it so you guys can see the panel. Let's pull them up on the smaller screen here. All right, let's go.
Rated now, titty, dick, sucker, vagina. And these two guys are going crazy on live television. Ooh, look at my butt. My butt can talk. Ooh, I'm gonna take out my balls and see what happens. There hadn't been characters like this.
And y'all, so funny thing is I haven't gone DX yet. Have you guys noticed that about my HBK gimmick? I haven't gone DX yet. But if you guys notice,
to that.
Yeah. If you guys notice, I have the. You notice I wear the HBK tights all the time, right, Nitty?
Yeah.
So I've got like, I don't know, 4 or 5 pair now of HBK tights, right? With the heart design, right? And the heartbreak and the whatever, right? These. But people don't give me enough props for how deep I go into the archive because I have the old school Rockers tights from when he was with the Rockers with Marty Jannetty. Do you remember this shit?
No.
Have you heard about when he was with Marty Jannetty and the Rockers?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, so basically I have these tights. And I wear these. These are, I wear. So you'll see me wear these. I wore them the other day. I didn't put them on today because I think I wore them yesterday, literally, right? And they're like a leggings version of these. So now you guys are seeing the character art, right? I give you the old school HB tights. I give you the new school HB tights. I've got the WrestleMania 13 tights, right? The white and golds. I got the classic black and red. I got the black and blue. And then I've got the JFK version. And then next I'll get the DX version. I actually strategically, it's the character arc, right? That's what we're talking about. You gotta also Nidimus.
Yeah.
Do you think it would have been believable if I said I was the world heavyweight champion of World Wrestling Entertainment when I had like 30 viewers?
No.
And nobody knew who the fuck I was?
I don't know, maybe.
But are you a wrestling fan?
Not majorly, no.
James, were you a wrestling fan?
But I love this video. That's all point.
Where's James?
I'm glad that you're loving it. He's making a sandwich.
Oh, all right. So guys, the purpose of titles like the Intercontinental title or the United States Championship or sometimes what's called the television title is that they're mid-card titles. They're meant for up-and-coming stars, right? And they're meant to say, pay attention to this guy. We want to see what he does with the championship. We want to see what he does with his name on the marquee. We want to see what he does in primetime matches and carrying the main event on non-pay-per-view events. You get what I'm saying, Nitty?
Oh, yeah.
It's the star in a making title, right? Mm-hmm. And then it's called the Workhorse Championship. They expect that guy to have pretty much the best working matches night in and night out. They expect the main eventers to sell the most tickets, right? But they don't want the main eventers to kill themselves night in and night out, right? They just want them to pop tickets and, maybe have a little light match here and there and then save their best for the big events, right?
Yeah.
They want that. Go ahead.
I said roll the tape.
Oh, yeah, let's get it.
So the show completely changed.
I can't believe John Morrison did this shit.
Suck it! They're talking about sucking dicks right on TV!
This is amazing.
I want to say suck it to all of my friends. $5 for the Dick Sucker t-shirt, please!
Yes, had to have it.
So these two idiot douchebags run afoul of Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Unfortunately.
And Stone Cold beats the ever-living shit out of Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels disappears.
It was a sad day. It was a dark day.
Oh, my neck hurt and my back hurt. And for the first
I lost my smile.
Triple H is alone at the top of the card. This is my time. I can do this. I didn't need Shawn Michaels. He was holding me back. I can become world heavyweight champion. Wrong. Mistake. You see, Triple H is
it was totally wrong. But Triple H, you just got to go with it. It's now or never, right? Shawn's on the shelf. You either pick up the torch and run with it or fold.
Doing this right at the time that wrestling is filled with some of its most memorable characters. Guys like The Rock, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Mankind, Chris Jericho, the biggest ass kickers of a generation. Triple H is buried under a pile of people who are better than him. He needs to figure out a way to change the game. Because even though he's like a vicious psychopath, he's not quite as tough as the really tough guys. I think it's fair to describe him as a B+ player.
The ultimate B+ player.
So what does he do? He finds a bunch of losers. He finds them on the side of the road, and they're just idiots.
The New Age outlaws. Literally, they were just wasting away in fucking obscurity. He was like, y'all are raunchy. Y'all like to get fucked up and drink. And here's what's funny. Triple H is going with the party guys, right? James, you know how we talk about being hero support? All right, so this is how deep Triple H's hero support is. He gets with this clique, right? This is how he ends up with Shawn Michaels and Razor Ramon and Diesel, all the main eventers. And the reason he gets with all of them and then becomes the catalyst for this sort of second wave of DX is because this is the clique. And these are the guys that like to party, get fucked up, and get wasted. They're kind of like the best in the ring, but then when the show's over, they're like legendarily unprofessional, right? And so do you know who he became to them and why they loved him and he became indispensable to that whole group? Sober Sammy over here, the ultimate student of the game, made himself useful. He was a designated driver. Let's roll tape.
Billy Gunn, I'm Mr.
Isn't that epic, though? Right? You get yourself in this position because you're the designated driver, right? Ultimate student of the game. Make yourself useful to the boys.
My thing is, I have a butt.
I have
I'm
Mr.
the road
Ass.
dog.
There you go.
My thing is, I spell my name.
There you go.
I'm X-Pac. My thing is,
See you later, Tux.
I'm X-Pac.
Yeah. I used to be the 1, 2, 3 kid. Suck it.
Triple H is like, great. You guys seem great. In fact, why don't you all be in D-Generation X with me? The guys are like, titty, dick, sucker, vagina. We love D-Generation X. And Triple H is like, yeah, you're my bodyguards now. He builds an army. He's turned what was a friggin' movement in wrestling into a group of stormtroopers who he pushes in front of him whenever a real fight comes around.
Brilliant.
Having an army isn't enough.
And guys, this is real heel shit. I did this in my, when you guys see my story of Sacred, when you hear the story of the Outlaw Prince, right? The subtitle of Sacred is The Evolution of the Outlaw Prince. You putting it all together yet, folks? It's brilliant. So
is this what we do when we're all watching a Pine Creek stream, but Cam starts streaming, so we all go over there?
Yeah, exactly. But I'm not gonna go play. We're not playing poker or watching poker. So have fun, Tux. Tux is part of the poker club, so he has to do this like twice a week. He has to, hand over his ties and offerings to dogs. Exactly.
Hey, I do it too.
Yeah, exactly. That's a sucker's born every minute, y'all. What's funny is like I did this with his characters. I finally got him to this big time promotion, right, where I wanted him to be a new up and rising heel, right? And so I have this character arc where, of course, y'all know me. I can't shut the fuck up. All I do is ramble and cut promos, right? So with this character, all of a sudden, all he does is he does the whole sexy boy gimmick, the Shawn Michaels tights. It's the same character, right? But he has this cast of characters around him, and so he actually never cuts a promo. And the idea is that he's not going to talk until after all these other characters are over, right? Until after you hate him so much and now you've bought into the whole heel stable and that's all these people do is talk. And then he just sits there with his Twix stick and looks cute and, stares off. And the fans all chant for him because they know he's a superstar, but he won't talk to the audience because he thinks he's too good, right?
Oh, people are asking for the racing.
Man, this is Cloud, wrong channel, bro. iRacing happens on the casino, bro. I told you to click the link in the description, but your dumb ass is over there on Twitch, and you don't even see the description because you ain't on YouTube. You try to tell people what's going on, and they don't listen. And so what's funny is this is the scope, right? I made some big 7-foot tall black guy named Tyrone who's actually really likable. He's kind of like my one black friend. Like he's a baby face. He's really a good guy, but his friends are all bad guys, so he has to do the bidding of the bad guys because they've got the hold on him, right? And eventually he's got to have to break out of that. And then he's got a female, he's poly, right? So he's got a female bad bitch that's kind of like a superstar. And then the sidekick valet, she doesn't really wrestle, but she's their mutual, valet sidekick piece of ass. Then I got a $1 million man character who's like the actual announcer, right? I got a tag team partner. But y'all, that's what wrestlers do, right? You have to build up your army, your henchmen, and then they all have their own side stories and side plots, right? To your point, Nidimus, this is how you build character and build drama and build all of this stuff. And it makes the heel great because you can never get your hands on them. You book the match, you're supposed to beat the heel, but no, the valet cheated. So the next time we say the valet can't be at ringside, but then the tag team comes down and they help him cheat to win. Yeah, hey man, this makes sense, exactly. And then that's why you can't get him. And then the next time they just come distract the ref, and while the ref's kicking him out, Triple H low blows him, and then he wins that way. And it creates this chase. You put the title on the bad guy, and then the good guys are forced to chase him. You know, and it's the thrill of this chase. Go ahead.
This is totally analogous to Jesus and all the apologetics for him. It's like you go to like take down Jesus, and then bam, another apologetic.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, a new infallible argument. Boom. The low blow. All right. The fucking. How do you know rape is morally wrong? You know. The chair upside the head. Well, can you really explain abiogenesis to me? Nope. Checkmate atheist, right? You're right. You're right. It's just the cast of characters just popping the fuck up. It's wild. But now y'all understand word wrestling entertainment. Nidimus, this is the philosophical breakdown to get people to really understand word wrestling that we've been missing.
To really secure a kingdom, you have to get the princess. So he gets Stephanie McMahon, the daughter of the owner of the company.
There it is.
Kidnaps her, drugs her.
Again, y'all think seduction and wrestling don't have anything to do. Seduction, man, you gotta, look, go big or go home. Think about this, y'all. This is real life shit, too. This man, imagine being an upstart wrestler and then deciding that the best way to get to the top of the card is to seduce the boss's daughter. Now imagine that shit works.
And marries her while she's passed out. How do you marry someone without their consent? Shouldn't he go to jail for kidnapping a woman and drugging her? These are questions.
Yeah, now Cloud's a wrestling fan. Cloud, my man Cloud, my man Race Crown understands all of this. He understands wrestling very, very well.
That you don't have to ask, because
he still has idiot opinions because he's a mark, but he does understand some of it, basically.
Wrestling isn't real. Triple H repeatedly wins the title off guys who could kick his ass. The thing is, whenever people are about to beat him for the title, you've got this group of like putties from Power Rangers and DXers jumping on the side of the ring, and if that doesn't work, he'll poke you in the eye or kick you in the balls or bully the referee. And if that doesn't work, Triple H hits you in the face with a sledgehammer.
And now y'all know the secret to the real his shit, y'all. The real heel shit, y'all. I'm telling y'all right now, dog. We got all the shit right here. I will whack you upside the head with a microphone. Oh, what? The ref saw that, got rid of it? Nigga, luckily I have a second wireless microphone, so while he's throwing that one out, I hit you with that one, nigga. What you don't know? I will choke you out with this microphone cable right here. Snatch up Atheist. Just like, what, nigga? Say something again. What the fuck is you talking? Right? Just like that, right? That's how you do it, right? You gotta have this shit, y'all. You gotta know. What?
I'm so glad I brought this video to this.
You thought I was a minister of the Lord? What? Nope. You know what I'm talking about? Right upside the head with the golden plate. You know what I'm saying? That's how we get down. What are these? This is not a motherfucking prop. These are real ass brass knuckles. You keep them inside your tuck. Keep them, you know. You have James Apperson and Lena. Hey, Lena just jumps up on the apron. Hey, Christians. Christian, hi, how you doing? My name's Lena. I really like your channel. Y'all are Christo-fascists. Go ahead, explain that to me. And oh, hell no! Hey, Lena, get her out of here! Mute her! I just reach into the trunks, blast nuts, whoop, 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 fall onto the dude. Ref turns back around, y'all already know. Right?
I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy.
Here is your winner.
Drives the girl
and still the Word Wrestling Entertainment United States Champion, Dr. Heartbreak
sexy
J! Pocket Locker! BUNDY!
I make them shiver, their knees get weak. Whenever I'm around, they see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel.
Oh, did I win? Oh, my baby saved. I won. Did I win? I was knocked out. I didn't know what happened. Oh, I won? Oh, my yes! Yes! I told you! Oh, this might play my shit! Let's get it! Eat your heart out, bitches! I'm still a champion! Yeah, we did it! Yeah, we did it! Oh my goodness! And then the Theist creationists, they're like, wait, how did that happen?
There's a reason why this world's going to hell.
There's a reason why this world's going to hell. All right, y'all, back to the video. This is amazing. This is fantastic. I love this.
Triple H is like, but DX, you all like suck it, right? Triple H is like, why? They're like,
because you're a coward and you can't fight for yourself.
Triple H is like, but I got a sledgehammer. The audience is like,
shouldn't you be in prison for hitting someone with a sledgehammer?
No, the ref wasn't looking.
I'm the best at wrestling. The audience is like,
get the tomato!
Finally, Triple H is
nuclear
so
heat
about his own guys that he takes them out one by one and allies with Stephanie McMahon.
Triple H is like, but I kidnapped you. You love me now? She's like, yeah, man, I've been super evil the whole time, basically. Like,
yeah, I've been waiting to screw over my dad by fucking marrying a wrestler since I was fucking 13. Let's do this. We were all like, oh, shit.
DX is dead, but Triple H is now a corporate champion.
Literally making out with the boss's daughter like every fucking episode, and we are just here for it.
Top of the company. What's important to remember here is that the way this guy originally got power was by saying fuck you to authority. But he's so scared of losing that title.
Exactly.
Now he's got it.
And that's believable, right, Nidamos? If you are a cool guy and you're hip, but then you get the title and you get the taste of the power and the legacy and the legend, now it should be like fucking Golgum, or what's the name? Gollum with the ring and shit?
My precious. I will burn the whole planet just to keep my precious.
Right? And that's me, y'all. Because heels like that are believable. If the ref turns around and your job is to maintain that title and you don't low blow that motherfucker, roll him up and get the fuck out of here with the belt, I really don't think you want to keep the belt. Are you serious? We ain't fucking good guys. The good guys get kidnapped, right? What did the good guys do? The ref turns around and the good guy goes, I'm not going to win this way, right? Right? And then because he doesn't want to, he won't rule, he won't win by cheating, right? You see this with the good guys all the time. They won't cheat. You know, they want to do it the right way. Nah, that ain't heel shit. Nah, heel shit is if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. If you ain't playing mind games, you wasted all the time leading up to the match. If you're not fucking the boss's daughter to get to the top of the fucking pyramid, then you don't really want to be champion up in this bitch, do you then?
I mean, that's why the Democrats lose so often, is because they won't play as dirty as the Republicans.
Exactly. Triple H understood power is power and everything else is everything else.
Right.
Won't let go. In Triple H's mind, this object is everything that he isn't. He wants that power. He wants people to cheer him. He wants them to know he is the best. But he isn't.
Exactly, just like me, y'all. I'm not a debater. I'm not even that good of a scientist. I just graduated less than a year ago. I'm still trying to write my first paper. I'm teaching the most badass evolution class that ever existed with a mentor. I'm a dual PhD and I'm a glorified TA.
It's okay.
But fuck y'all, I'm the champion up in this bitch and there's nothing you can do and I will kill you to keep it.
Triple H is now being pursued by dozens of guys. Everyone's trying to make a name for themselves by taking out the champion. So Triple H does what he does best, builds an insulating shell around himself. He finds this old guy, Ric Flair.
Ric Flair, the greatest champion ever.
Basically leather. He's a disgusting old goober who yells woo. He's awesome. Just trust me, he's awesome. Sometimes when you describe something in wrestling, it doesn't sound...
My Mount Rushmore of champions, Ric Flair's at the front. I don't care about his personal sins, his personal demons. All of that is evidence of what being Ric Flair and the greatest champion in the history of wrestling meant and what it did to an actual human being. So go fuck yourself.
Right.
Also didn't make his way to the top until after he broke his back surviving an actual plane crash. And again, my inspiration comes from Ric Flair. I'm going to tell you guys when I'm proud of this stream. I'm proud of this stream when y'all know a lot of times, end of the stream, I do an altar call or the offering song or some shit like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm proud of myself when that's really hard to do. Because I'm tired.
Yeah.
Because the stream has been so long and I've been running and yelling and ranting and raving and jumping on shit and yelling at people. And, you know, it's been for 14 hours later, and it's hard to do that.
Yeah.
And when those stream ends, I look over at that belt and I go, you earned that fucking championship tonight, bro. Yeah. Because that's the standard Ric Flair set, who became the United States champion before he was the champion. Ric Flair was a 60-minute man. You know, he would come to some little small-ass territory, bring the NWA championship. This was the business, guys. This guy would take the NWA championship, the most important championship in the history of wrestling, right? He would take it to some little podunk, you know, place in the middle of nowhere. He'd be wrestling their little local star who was some fat, out-of-shape part-timer who doesn't even lift weights, right?
Yeah.
But wins all their matches. We always say Ric Flair could do a 60-minute brawl with a broomstick, and you'd be amazed how many times the broomstick almost had him, right? And Ric Flair would do this. He would just run circles around these people. He's flipping over the turnbuckle. They tap him on the face, and he's flying into the damn audience, and he's cutting a fucking 10-minute promo before the match, and you think he's gonna have a fucking ulcer because he's so animated. And then, you know, he wins. He keeps on the title, but somehow he's still so angry at the other guy. He cuts another 20-minute promo after the match, and he's naked and covered in sweat, and he looks like he's about to explode. And you're just like, how is this man standing right now?
Yeah.
Right? Well, that's why they made his ass the 16-time world champion, right? Because he always made you believe it. You see what I'm saying? And part of that was the physical commitment to people want to make sure that when they end this broadcast and they go, holy shit, Ric Flair went through hell and back to maintain that title tonight. You're exhausted from watching how exhausted he must be.
Yeah.
Again,
make me believe it.
Sound awesome, but then when you see it, it's fuck it, it's Ric Flair. He's awesome. Then Triple H scouts out this total lunatic, snake-like psycho named Randy Orton. I'm a fucking snake. I like to hurt old people. Harry Potter. Triple H is like, this seems like a guy I could trust. The final brick in the wall is Batista, a ripped ass kicker who's more brawn than brains, and Triple H can order to destroy almost anyone on the roster.
There you go.
And for nearly 3
Batista
years,
smash.
Triple H holds on to that title like Gollum with the fucking ring.
There you go.
Can't let it go.
There you go.
Because
perfect analogy, because wrestling fans know.
Yeah.
They just get it.
if you are about to pin Triple H, surprise, there's Ric Flair. Oh, turn around, it's Randy Orton. And then if you get through them,
the animal.
Batista will throw you off the surface of the earth and into space, and you'll hit the moon, you'll go through the moon, you'll go to space and die. That's real, that happened. From the beginning of this
it's called the moon landing of 2006. Look it up, folks.
Evolution. There are little cracks. Randy Orton is a crazy person. Batista has a serious rage problem.
And apparently a monstrous cock. I'm just telling you what the internet says. I'm just telling you what I've heard on the internet.
And Ric Flair is old as fuck. And things get real hard when Shawn Michaels comes back.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Triple H, it's
I'm
me,
just
Shawn
a
Michaels.
sexy
So happy to see you.
boy.
Oh my God, Triple H is like, so happy to see you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Get the fuck out of here. I'm in charge now. I'm important. Someone tell me I'm important. Someone tell me I'm as good as Shawn Michaels for the better part of a year.
But guys, James, remember we talked about doing the job?
Yeah.
What is Shawn Michaels doing on all of this? First of all, Shawn Michaels had made a very personal turn in his personal life. Shawn Michaels is coming back. He's a different human being than he was when he went away, right?
Yeah.
And now he's seeing, whoa, when I was gone, Triple H not only did he pick up the torch and not let DX die, he carried the torch. And that guy we were all the big stars, and he was our designated driver.
Yeah.
But he was one of the smartest, most dedicated, best workers in the history of this company. Whoa, he's now the guy in charge. Whoa, he's marrying the boss's daughter. Whoa, this guy's taking the game to the next level, right?
Yeah.
So Shawn comes back and says, oh, Hunter, oh, no. The real king is back now, right?
Yeah.
But really, it's Shawn's time where he's setting up to say, all right, Hunter, you were my number 2. Now it's time to make you the guy. And if they weren't believing you before, now I'm back, and you got to get the rub from me, right?
Yeah.
Year, Triple H beats the fuck out of Shawn Michaels.
There you
who's
go.
Going for his title. And this is where things get really interesting. You know how I told you Triple H has this inferiority complex? Well, there's this guy shows up. This little Canadian guy. This guy is not a main eventer like Triple H and Shawn Michaels, but he wins a shot at the championship.
Chris Benoit.
Triple H can't believe this. Ignore him. When the time comes for our big match, Shawn Michaels, it's gonna be you and me. This is destiny. Shawn Michaels is like, he did win the title shot. Triple H is like, but he's a little guy and we're big and strong. And at WrestleMania, Triple H's obsession with trying to beat Shawn Michaels costs him the title to Chris Benoit. And Triple H, try as he might, can't get the title back.
The missing tooth, that was amazing.
But you know who beats Chris Benoit? Randy Orton.
Yep, exactly.
Hey, Randy's so cool that you won the title.
Yeah, threw him a celebration, a title celebration.
I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm
Betrayed him.
Give me that title. Triple H wins the
Y'all, Game of Thrones fans, Red Wedding, right? This is right. This is what it was, right? Triple H is going. All right, he has Batista come, and they're doing the Evolution celebration. Randy Orton is getting put over. Randy Orton just became the youngest world champion in the history of the business. Triple H is like, oh my God, that's so good, Batista. Put him up on your shoulders, right? And Ric Flair is sitting there fucking clapping, and Triple H is like, yeah, Randy, you're the champion. And then Triple H looks at Batista and goes like this.
Yeah.
And Batista just drops that motherfucker and the beatdown commences and it is on.
Title back from Randy Orton. And it's at about this time that Batista wins a shot for the title. Triple H is
We
like,
have a
hey,
powerful
Batista,
cumulative case.
Hey, buddy, you don't want to take a shot at the title, man.
It's amazing.
Why you take a shot at the title with me? We're best friends. We're such good friends, Batista. Batista's like, I watched this show. And it seems like whenever you are nervous about someone taking the title, you turn on people. You turn on your best friend. You had me beat up Randy Orton. I feel like you're probably going to turn on me soon.
Who, me? Who, me? The bad guy known for turning on everybody? No, I would never turn on you, though. Not you. You're my right-hand man.
This video's so good.
This video's fucking epic. All right, hold on. Let's handle some YouTube business. Let's fucking let's fucking sub. Let's turn on the fucking notifications.
I love the elements of this that are actually true to life. Like
the notifications, unbelievable. I don't even want to use unbelievable because I probably can't spell. I'm so into this right now. Unbelievable. Do more stuff. Gotta keep.
Oh man,
Gotta go.
I don't know what he's up to
gotta
now,
go.
but...
Keep watching. Bye. Sometimes just tell people how you feel. Unbelievable. Do more stuff. Gotta go. Keep watching. Bye.
who didn't really grow up with wrestling, though, this was a very like hilarious way for me to get invested in the story.
Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more.
Playing all the dudes was like, you know.
Yeah, really funny. Also, I love it for what we do because I want to find a way to get non-wrestling fans into the wrestling of what we do. And so a lot of that is getting them to understand the culture. And this is such a different angle to come at the culture than, you know, combing through a bunch of wrestling footage. It's kind of not that fun if you're not a wrestling fan, right? But this is like, this is great for wrestling fans. It's why I love that movie, The Wrestler. Right, that movie, The Wrestler, was such a great love story about wrestling, but also local wrestling, the real wrestling, the people who do this. You know, like the real comedians are not on Comedy Central; they're at your local comedy club. The real singers are singing at some restaurant, right? And so that real story of, you know, this guy who's a normal guy, had his glory time in wrestling, is still kind of working at it just for still chasing the dragon, so to speak. That's my new expression for all this. But then it's just the greatest movie of that year, right? At one story, because it was just powerful acting, a great story. You know what I'm talking about, that movie, The Wrestler? Check it out. It's a movie called The Wrestler. James Apperson, who's the guy that starred in that? Fuck me. Unbelievable movie, y'all. Go watch this movie. It's called The Wrestler. Who starred in
Mickey
this?
Rourke?
Mickey fucking Rourke. And this brought him to career. And so it was a real on-screen story because it's the story of this wrestler who formerly had triumph. He had these glory days, and he's trying to sort of, you know, struggle and wrestle with that, right? And Mickey Rourke was doing the same exact thing in his career, right? Yeah. And so this plays out in front of you in this movie, and it won all the awards and all the shit. But my point is just saying the world loved it because it was an amazing movie and it was an incredible story. It was fucking so well done that you didn't have to be a wrestling fan to want to see it or to get in it. And certainly with that type of success, it wasn't just the wrestling fans, right? But at the same time, it was just so great that it as wrestling fans, we were like, no, that's it. Yeah, just go watch that. If you get that, that's the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Let me just close up some of these tabs. All right, James, thank you so much. Also, Nitty, thanks for sharing this with me. I'm going to watch this whole thing. So we'll stay with this. Nitty, you're welcome to stay here as long as you'd like. And then I'll actually probably...
Well, yeah.
Go ahead.
Would you want to end after we do this video? Or
no, not really. But I know people got to go and
there's
shit.
Two other topics.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, we're good.
One of them was the stream I did last night. I wanted to get your reaction from that. And
all right.
If you saw it. And then the other is a conversation I had today that I'm just really excited to share about.
All right. So the challenge for you then is to remember those things. We're testing your multiple threat, and you got to remember them or jot them down or something. That way we come back to them.
They are cached.
All right. Here we go.
Just like, no, man, but this is crazy. That's a silly. Let's kill him. Oh, shit.
The cake looks like it's made out of spaghetti sauce. It did.
Takes that title, rises to the top of the card. Old man Ric Flair has a conversation with Triple H where Triple H is basically like, Batista's not better than me because he beat me. Randy Orton's not better than me because he beat the guy I couldn't beat. And Shawn Michaels isn't better than me because Ric Flair, say something. Tell me I'm good. Ric Flair is like, peace, dude. This is weird.
And guys, I hate to tell you this. As much as people hated Triple H during this time, and he got toxic level heat, he was my favorite wrestler through most of this, even when he was the top heel. And he was a lot of people's. They just didn't want to admit it. They'll admit it now. But in some sense, he was fucking relatable. Shit about Stone Cold or The Rock unless they had somebody you absolutely wanted to see them destroy for that title, and that person was always Triple H, right? And so there's that. But then for the hardcore fans, think about this, Nidimus. He is the guy who did it all. In sort of almost like a super ridiculous way. In other words, he's not like, unlike a lot of these other guys, he's not from a dynasty, he's not from a weird, crazy family, or he's never like had, superstardom put around him. He's a guy who just like was a wrestling fan, became a fucking stellar physical specimen as a young adult, right? Got himself an unbelievable look for the business, trained with Killer Kowalski, and took on that moniker, the ultimate student of the game, because everybody's known since he was in fucking wrestling school that this dude was one of the best, right? And nobody could outwork him. And at the same time, he was always great in the ring, but he was always sort of the shadow character in this group of superstars, right? And so, then he marries the boss's daughter and all of this stuff, and he takes DX to the next level, and he wins all the matches and all of this stuff. And so even though he's getting nuclear heat on camera, behind the scenes you can kind of relate. Because a lot of us can imagine dedicating our whole lives to something, legitly, right? And scratching and clawing our way to the top of that thing, legitly, right? And not being able to come The Rock, who's this second-generation superstar, or third-generation superstar, rather, and has sort of kind of the industry in his blood and fast track to the top. And, you're not this nuclear rise of Stone Cold, who on paper doesn't have any of the shit you have, but just got kind of struck quick lightning with his anti-hero gimmick, right? And you're still overshadowed by Bret Hart, who was a two-time guy, and Shawn Michaels doing the sexy boy thing, and you could curl Shawn Michaels, as a warm-up, right? And so you've got all these younger stars, and so in some sense, Triple H was relatable as that person who, no matter how good he was, how great he was, he never got recognized and he never became the good guy. And so there was this sort of next level heelness to him because he was believable. You understood why a guy who put that much of himself into this business and into this profession and into this work and then really never quite did get his flowers, right? Would really become this evil, maniacal, well, fuck y'all, I tried it your way and it didn't matter. I tried to be the good guy. I tried to be the best side character. I tried to be, the designated driver for these guys who you cheer all the time, but they didn't even fucking respect you enough to stay sober enough to drive from town to town, right? And of course, that's how people in the hardcore scene saw and knew Triple H to be. So it was really so many depths and layers to the storytelling, y'all. And again, it's playing out over years.
Triple H is like, audience, tell me I'm good. What do I need to do to make you love me?
Which honestly, he kind of had a point. Like,
the audience says, well, we don't like John Cena. John Cena is a newer character at this time. He's basically Superman, and people hate him for all the reasons people hate
rapping Superman.
He's bland. He wins all the time. He's just a goody two-shoes. The character never changes. He all.
Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Oh, sorry, y'all. This weed. Woo, what is this shit? Woo, this weed got fucking Jesus bullshit. Infallible, boring ass character.
Oh, hey, Jay.
Sorry. Oh, it's the weed. Sorry.
The stream on YouTube, we can't see the shared video.
Oh, sorry. Probably. Oh Lord, y'all. What happened to our video? What happened to the video? No worries, guys. Thanks for letting me know. Let's probably the game. Let's see if the game capture can be reset or if it's gonna need to be straight up.
Might need to shift gears. Who knows?
No, I gotta restart the stream. Oh my goodness.
No.
Yeah. It's really annoying. It needs to be reset sometimes, and it goes out. I'm getting a new computer, but these all go on my complaint log to my advisor of reasons I need to get a new computer. But we're already getting one, so I don't really need it. And actually, we've ordered one But Apple apparently wants you to buy M1 Ultra Max, but it doesn't want to send them to you. They're kind of struggling with that right now. All right, let's see. We're going to press a couple buttons, see if we can refresh this bitch. If not, we'll just restart it, and I'll go live again. I don't care. Most of the gang, we've dealt with bigger technical difficulties. We haven't lost the internet or lost power. Yeah, this happened the other night. Guys, you got to remember, my rig's been live more or less nonstop. You know, it's we stream overnight, so... and that's what we're working on. We're working on being a 24/7 broadcasting studio. So, so we mostly do that. We had a good run. Little technical hitch up here. We'll restart, and we'll be right back. Nidimus, you're on a totally different machine, so you can literally just sit there, and you're good.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. All right, stream. I'll